are slipping away, you're slipping away. And you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time. You're out of time. And now you're out of time. Now you're out of time. Never measure up, you'll never be enough. People say tough love, you should just suck it up. And you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. I'm coming for the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think?
Aaron, boys.
Hello, welcome to Saturday evening Mcom Esports run Aram tournament. It's like Aram, but it's draft and other differences because it's custom map. But it's very similar. I'm 6KJ, and with me casting tonight will be Quirty.
G'day 6K, g'day 6K. Aram, like you said, all draft, all med. Obviously, it's not quite the original Aram, but just incorporate a little bit of draft into the Howling Abyss. I'm feeling good tonight. About have a little bit of casual games. Have these teams duke it out right in the middle in one single lane. How are you feeling, 6000J?
I'm pretty good. I'm a big Aram fan. If anyone wants to look at my matches, I play a lot of Aram. This isn't Aram. Custom games have a couple differences that aren't the same as Aram. I believe probably you can recall. I don't know what our ruling on that is.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I think starting gold is different, and there should also be a difference with starting level. So it's going to be slightly different to Aram, but those will change it a bit. But in general,
do you know if like the champion buffs, like the Aram specific
nerfs,
they
still are.
They still are
they're
on?
tied to the map. I believe they're tied to the map.
Okay, interesting.
And the Aram specific items should also still be there, but with less starting gold, it changes.
Right. Well, so coming as an avid Aram player, what are you expecting coming out of both these teams? Of course, we've seen a lot of different stuff work in Aram. You have the very, very annoying poke kind of stuff, which everyone is quite familiar with. And then you got the whole run them down kind of stuff. So what are you kind of looking forward to seeing here on the Howling Abyss?
So I think right now, Aram itself is in a bruiser tank meta, where you want frontliners, you want people who can build Guardian's Horn, which is the best item in the game. But if I'm correct and you start with only 500 gold instead of the normal 1400, you can't start with Guardian's Horn. I think that completely changes the meta, because that item is especially strong early game. Flat damage reduction on every time you take damage, and a huge amount of health regen. Yeah,
those counts as like a legendary item too. So when you finish your mythic, you get that like little stack as well, which is always nice.
But I honestly expect if you draft frontliner, teams will probably still be building it on first back or recall or whatever, or death. I think the item is just the best item in the game.
Yeah, so as we get into Champ Select really soon, we'll be seeing if any of these drafts come back to what we have been talking about. So on the blue side, on our first matchup, we have a subscribe to casual. There on the blue side, taking on Cobalt's Apparatus onto the red side. So that'll be our first match of the night. Bans coming in. What do you expect to be heavily prioritized?
I think we're going to see a lot of poke champs banned in bans. No one likes playing against them, even if they're not that good. It's just miserable. No one wants to play against Varus. No one wants to play against like GP, as we've seen. A lot of burst in ARAM. Annie is busted in ARAM. This makes sense.
Oh
This
yeah,
champ is
Annie,
just too
Annie is just busted in general right now because I've seen heaps of Annie, actually pretty good flex pick as well back onto the Rift. But anyway, back to the ADAM. Here is the Xayah ban coming through, which is interestingly enough, she is a very, very strong ADC on the Rift. But in ARAM, I wouldn't expect her to be on that level. What do you think about that?
Xayah is pretty decent. I suspect these are just targeted picks.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I think Xayah's actually one of the weaker ADCs. There's a lot of CC, but I'm interested. I think this is just gonna be what people don't like playing against in ARAM, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like Sonaban, Amumu. Amumu's really good in ARAM. That's fair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just team fight champs. Ones that provide a lot of value to your team and comfort. So I'm really surprised you have thanks. Yeah, Asol.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. He is so busted right now. After that rework, and I like to say with Asol, he's got like an infinite Vel'Koz ultimate.
This is a fair first pick. Seraphine, really good in ARAM. She has like -20 ability haste, -20 damage, -30 heals, and she's still nuts.
Oh man, that just goes to show what kind of champ is like a very spammy champs are coming in as well. With the Karma coming in and the Twitch as well. Twitch is actually surprisingly pretty decent in ARAM. He's got that flexibility and nice like opening up the team comp to having something more versatile as he can go both damage types.
Also, with like the Karma, the draft allows you to be a lot more able to build like protect the king comps where you have like one carry with a lot of support, and Twitch is really strong in ARAM if he can survive. Stealth makes it much harder to play against him, and the piercing is so good in team fights.
Oh, will we see the wombo combo though?
Ooh,
we'll see if they got anything to set up because they can't just. There it is, Malphite Yasuo with the Seraphine as well. So subscribe to Casual already showing the cards going on to the wombo combo style of play. So we'll see if the red side has anything to answer that in terms of the bans.
Yeah, Malphite is so Zed is also really strong in ARAM. Malphite is so strong in ARAM, but primarily if you build him tank. AP Malphite has uses and it's really fun for a lot of people, but it's like 10% win rate worse than tank actually. It's like tank Malphite is 58% win rate if you were like looking at runes, and AP is like 47. So being a frontline is so valuable in ARAM, and your team should just be able to kill anyone that you ult anyways. So it really doesn't matter, especially in this kind of organized setting.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched this documentary or kind of like a documentary. This guy called Donghua. He's like a YouTube content creator, and he made a video actually about high elo ARAM, and he actually concluded in the video that the most optimal ARAM team is something that consists of like one mage, one ADC, a frontline, and 2 supports, something like that. Like so something that's like pretty well rounded, but has like the multi threats on their team, as long as and of course the zone control by picking those mages as well. But you know, it looks like so far these teams are more targeting towards like more specific kind of playstyle.
I think so, yeah. Seraphine I would classify as a support in ARAM. You just do no damage. But especially like compared to like I don't know, like Summoner's Rift where you can build a damage, it's just not worth it in ARAM. But I think these comps are looking fairly well rounded. Swain is obviously obnoxious. Just lots of big circles and like AoE damage what we're looking at. Really interested to see where these last 2 picks go for casual, subscribe to casual, because that's going to really like define what their team comp is and how they want to play, especially early game.
You've noticed as well, bans. There's the second. I want to take note of the second round of bans coming in from casual as well, taking away the Lulu Morgana, which is actually pretty smart of them, which takes away a lot of disengage and a lot of peel as well for the certain targets that they want to engage on with their one more combo. Ashe being locked in, of course, despite the ability haste nerf on this map, still a great champion, still able to spam the enchanted crystallized arrows just to make picks like every 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, Ashe is really strong. There's obviously like the poke builds you can build our ADC, and maybe they do that here with this comp, but we'll have to see. She's obviously balanced down. Poke builds are really strong. Silas can steal. I think steals like set ult here is good. Swain ult's decent. If they pick Mordekaiser, Sylar still Mordekaiser already is quite good, especially to like lock down the Twitch, make it much harder for Twitch to play. But it does mean that I feel like they might struggle in like earlier the game. You have like Seraphine Ash obviously, but they both want like one item to start doing serious poke.
Yeah, Seraphine Ash is going to be able to create like a lot of space, especially when your only ranged champion is like, well, realistically speaking, a Karma, because Twitch can't really like compete with the range of Ash and Seraphine, and Karma's range is, let's be honest, more or less based on her mantra, right, which is on like about a 30-40 second cooldown at the early levels. So I want to expect arthritis to get pushed in a lot. They might just, chip away at that tower. Siege potential not the best on the side of subscribe to casual. But we'll see if they definitely will be able to get the bush control though as well, which is something that's very, very important in this map.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the extra bush added this year on the bottom side of the middle. Just adding a huge amount of more threat to play from, and this comp has so much threat just diving out of nowhere with Malphite ult, Ash ult, that it makes it so much harder to play against. One thing you can...
Yeah, as we load up into the next game, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back into the first game of the night of today's Aram tournament, brought to you by Mcom Esports. Stay tuned, guys.
Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it on now. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. Ain't nobody pop where I'm from. No attention, now these hoes falling like it's autumn. Richie Palo on top, that's a fucking problem. Russian cream, suede seats like we hit the ladder. And I hold on to my pride, cause you know where I'm from. And I grip that bottle tight, I'ma sip it till it's done. I'ma take that corner wide while I'm screaming red rum. You the Bonnie to my Clyde, now we really on one. Now I know you wanna party all night, mix the Henny with Bacardi all night, in that Giorgio Armani all white, and I know you love that vodka with peace Sprite. Can I hit it in the morning? Cause I'm flying, man, I'm soaring. I'm just going through the motions. There's no telling where we're going. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it all now. I'm a playboy like Sinatra. See the evil eye every time we pull up. Talking about the fakes, but that's not us. You know you can call me Dundada. Baby, we gon' pull up to the opera. Baby girl, I know you wanna hit it all now. I'm a playboy like Sinatra.
A broken glass while I'm thinking in my head. I mind my own, I don't even break a sweat. Oh, this madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's sad to hear the lights under the street lights, under the street lights.
Let's spark a light and see where it leads. Just you and me, hiding behind the curtain. A world so uncertain. Come and see where this leads. The circus.
Hey, yo, we're in game. First game on the map. And Aram, these teams. Rift, we're seeing the comps. The level 3 play especially important. Do you expect anything at this start? Or do we just think it's going to be nothing much for a bit?
Yeah, I mean, straight away, Afradas, they know that they have a pretty weak early comp, so they're actually opting to just chill out, conceding bush control, which is expected. But what is interesting on the side of Swap to Casual is that they all actually decide to go into this one single new bush there down in that the right side of the map. So we'll see if they do anything here. Interesting thing to note as well, Ignite's been taken on Malphite and Yasuo instead of the snowballs you sometimes see. And oh, here it goes, gets pulled in, and there's the Seraphine, double root. But the set with the Haymaker, huge damage. First blood gonna go down. Yasuo's gonna have to flash away, but he goes down as the first kill. First blood goes to set. Mordekaiser's the next one to go. And there is action, straight blood on the map. And I mean, Yasuo one step closer to that 10 death power spike.
Yeah, definitely. That was a one fight. Focus setting up actually 1-for-1 though. So, nothing's gonna happen. That's kind of, I feel, exactly what you want though from the red side here from Arthritis. Because you don't think you can fight out and you're gonna get pushed in. You just want to be taking these fights, get some control as long as you can.
Yeah, Arthritis definitely giving a little bit of breathing room, but as we see right here, you know, to be expected, the Subscribe to Casual just having well, I want to say lane priority, but it's basically map priority at this point. Yeah. It's just one lane.
It's lane priority.
Lane prior with the superior range. Of course, Fastest Light on that Karma trying to do what he can with the Mantra poke as well. Oh, here comes Severely Single going on with that Twitch. Oh, it's going dangerously low with that Tornado. Gets a double rune and oh, Casual himself picks up another on the board on that Silas.
Yeah, the Q2 hit with the CC chain there, just sticking in place for a while. Other than that, really what you want, this is what happens when you get pushed under tower. Often it's really hard to punish if you're not careful and you push under with no range threat. But they do have the threat. They have this range CC from the Seraphine, they have the Yasuo as well, and then just a bunch of damage. So this is what you need. You need just getting this gold onto your team and trying to snowball, because you can snowball in Aram even without items. But I do want to look back at the Ignites you brought up. So I think it's really interesting to be taking Ignite over the Snowball. Yeah, I get to talk. Okay, we're fine. The Snowball is just so... No, I don't get to talk. Is this an engagement? No. Okay, we're fine. I will finally get to talk. This is Aram. I think taking Ignite is really interesting. It's looking for like early Snowballs especially. Because... So, yeah, it's fine. Getting this early mobility, the threat from the Snowball is so strong, and being able to use it to involve things as well. So I just think it's really interesting that we have the only Snowball for Casual on that side, and only from the Swain on the other side, red team. Do you think, is this expected to you, or?
I mean, I would expect the Set to take Snowball, because Set kind of needs to run at you to engage, and he's just got so much assist from that dash from the Snowball to help him. So I think it's actually really surprising. I don't know, they could have taken it just for like target lockdown, or just for an early grievous wounds even, if they want to have it for that reason. But I am actually very surprised how Imposter didn't take a Snowball for Set. So that is not to be expected at all. I mean, you can kind of justify it with the Malphite Yasuo, but Yasuo's got a long range engage, last breath. Same thing with the Malphite with the Unstoppable Force, so they can sort of get away with it, right? But with Set, you know, you kind of have to go, oh, here comes the combo going through! Combo!
Going through, that's just 4 ults used in a matter of a second! From the backline, Mordekai's there, so they're going to get 4 kills tower diving, and I think this Mordekai's not even going to kill the Malphite, and so that's just going to be a 5 for none, I think, in the end. Yes, it is! Complete stomp here in this first fight inside of Subscribe to Casual.
They just all pressed their R buttons and the wombo combos came through. They pretty much exactly as what the draft saw. Oh, here comes there's that going on the haymaker. Huge Twitch cleaning up. Zalele single just auto attacking, given the free resets as well on his stealth, which gives him more attack speed. The triple kill there for Twitch, so that's on the cleanup side. But hey, subscribe to Casual. They want to cash in on that goal from the previous fight anyway, so it's not too big of a deal for them.
Yeah, it is a bunch of buys, which is really good. Still not great. The tower damage though, there's just not that much siege yet from this side of the red team either. And so they're going to be struggling to actually damage the tower. Especially Twitch just needs items. Getting the kills on Twitch is really strong, but you can't buy anything with them yet. So I think we're just going to go back to the same as before. But 3 mythics finished on the side of Subscribe to Casual here. Moonstone, Motivate is really important to get stacking early. Moonstone is just such an absurd item in Aram, especially on Seraphine. And the Kraken Slayer, this Ashe is definitely committed to that 80 build. It's not going to be the Imperial Mandate poke build that's just miserable to play against.
Yeah, I would argue miserable to play as well, because
yeah,
it's pretty boring.
It's so unfun. Like, even when it was good, it was...
So I think this is kind of like the window of when Apparatus can get back in, is when their ults are being blown. But their ults are coming back up pretty soon though, so the window is closing really, really quick. So it's only a matter of time before Subscribe to Casual gets another big wombo in.
Yeah, definitely, and there's just not really a great way to defend against it. Like, you have to play with the front line forwards, but they don't have the range to, like, check bushes, I feel, without just instantly dying. That's actually a big problem. Now these ults are here. I don't know where you play. You are just hitting one shot, especially at this point in the game.
Yeah, that tower's getting really low as well, so... Yeah. I mean, it gets chipped every time they shove a wave in like that. So... I mean, they can actually kind of play the slow game as well in terms of trying to chip this tower. Or if they see a window, they can also pull the trigger and, you know, activate the wombo once again.
Oh,
so
just freezing the wave now. They're just freezing.
Oh, they might get caught someone out here.
Oh, he's going to use the Mordekaiser ult to take Casual into the death realm. But the Silas has just stolen the Mordekaiser ult back. But Set's going over the 4-man stun, and Malphite ult goes completely wide. Encore only hits one, and actually, it's Arthritis winning this fight. All their ults are connected, all others haven't. But no, this last breath coming in the backline from ZB, and it's Mess in the end. He gets 1 kill, but I think he's going to fall in the end. 3 kills over inside Arthritis, and only 1 death as all the ults from Casual side go wide.
Yeah, you see what happens when Subscribe to Casual can't pull that wombo up, and here comes the Haymaker as well, blocking that damage. He's going to go down despite that, so that's another further 1-for-1. Malphite left by himself, teammates coming back from the Hex Gates. But a nice comeback there from Arthritis, giving themselves back into the game. And that's exactly what we see happens when Subscribe to Casual aren't able to commit these wombo combos. Oh, Zibby going in with their Yasuo, looking for a potential pick, but are not going to be able to find anything. As, you know, right now, it's, again, with their ults from Casual down, a window for Arthritis to capitalize even further.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing that we saw there was because it was only 3 kills, they weren't actually able to get almost any tower damage in. And then we saw Casual here kind of stalling for a bit, making it 1-for-1. It just made it impossible by the time they come back. The Hex Gates were there, and that just makes it so hard to push towers early off of like the small fight wins. And so now Casual here just going to keep pushing in this tower with the Seraphine range, the Ashe range. It just makes it so easy for them to hit the tower.
You see more mythics being completed. Shield Bow going to be finished on that Yasuo, so he's going to have a little bit more survivability and sustain to stay in the game a bit more. So that tower is actually staying relatively healthy. Wave clear is starting to come through as you know, the items and the ability levels are being put on the champions of Apparatus. So they actually have not too bad of a wave clear to keep this tower up, but they cannot find a window to really go in or make picks. And it's only a matter of time again before an Ashe ever hits something, or before someone gets space breakered under the tower. Here comes the Swain. He's gonna go. Oh, the 3-man last breath, instantly taking 1 out. Haymaker into the backline though. He is capable of havoc, but there is not enough. Nice ult steal from that Silas, stealing that Swain ultimate to keep himself alive. Oh, the flash away from the Encore. And that keeps him alive, but is that enough to defend the tower? They still have that Seraphine and Ashe continuously sieging. They might just have to give this up. They do. Yeah, the first tower going towards the side of Subscribe to Casual, but looks like Apparatus is not done.
Gonna chase in. Mordekaiser's gonna catch out Mcom and the Seraphine. And actually, it's one kill over there. On the other side, oh, Casual barely not able to take down the Twitch. Now Basis has used the ult on this poor Ash, and that's gonna be another kill. Mordekaiser getting the shutdown actually, and there's Windwall actually they're defending the follow up, but it's gonna get the grab in, and it's gonna keep bonking them. This is what Mordekaiser does. You get going in Aram, but the set not gonna get the stun. And so now they might be able to take the tower down. We'll have to see. They do have a wave and a second wave coming in, but they're just going to no, this tower should go down, I think.
Yeah, they're just face tanking it as well. There it is. Gets that tower back in ample time. So that's one tower per side onto this map. A Heart Steal being completed onto the Malphite, so Wubong able to start stacking those quite nicely. Rylai's is actually a huge item to be finished on Swain as well, giving them heaps of power and utility in these team fights. So Upriders is, although they are technically on paper the team comp that's supposed to be on a bit of a back foot, they've actually come out quite strong up to this point.
Yeah, I think like we're seeing the push in, but these fights going well for them, especially the re-engages. The initial gauge isn't always great, but like Subscribe Casual only really have one thing they can do it. Oh, we're getting the pick, and there's just a pick. Malphite gets two, last breath follows up, and these are the big engages I was talking about though, and the Swain ult is so much damage, but this Demon Flare is popped, and now it's just Demonic Ascension going to keep resetting. Casual going in, this Twitch gets healed up though. Casual does manage to get the Twitch in the backline, but this Swain is still alive. Will he keep living? No, he won't. The Yasuo is going to get the kill, and now 4 people down, and they're going to go for this Mordekaiser. They are. Casual finds the backline, finds the Skondom Duck, and now that's a full team wipe for the side of Subscribe to Casual. They should get this tier 2 as well.
That is a momentum swinging fight for Subscribe to Casual to win there. Taking up the second tower, whack on the hip as he goes. Set with the 1v4, it slams one to the ground. Haymaker, oh my! Triple kill, Haymaker! That is what a play from Imposter onto that champion. Completely saving their inhibitor there. But, you know, on the side of Subscribe to Casual, not too worried. They may have accidentally made Imposter look a bit cool, but hey, they wanted the reset anyway.
Yeah, I think it's going to get my items. We're seeing the Putrefy coming in here from back on the Seraphine. Putrefy is so bad now. Like, it's probably better than Morello because of Aram nerf. But this item is so bad now, I feel. It doesn't apply on heals. It doesn't, like, give your allies the buff anymore. So it's just, like, 40 AP.
Wait, so it actually doesn't give allies...
Yeah, they removed all, like, the conditions on, like, the tier, on the upgraded Grievous Wounds. It's just Grievous Wounds, like, everything is just, if you hit them, 40% Grievous Wound. Except for, I think, 4 now. But Putrefy is just a bad stat stick. Like, so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised as well, like, he got Putrefy second instead of,
yeah, I guess
instead of just sitting on the Oblivion Orb and like finishing like your tier item. Oh, here's another last breath. It's a level force combo with the Encore, everything being thrown out. So Rama's down already. Demonic Ascension buys Casual and Silas in the back. So that's a Venn diagram right there on the back on that Twitch. He's the one that's going to go down. Casual still sustaining very well here. Basis on that Mordecai trying to kite what he can. Swain is the only one alive. He stays alive, but Grievous Wounds is on him. They're trying to chase him down. Base is going to tank a little bit here. Vision of Empire going to slow him down as well, but that's not going to be enough. And Simply Casual is going to whack away onto that. Oh, he's not done. He picks up Swain with the chains into the back line. And that is an unofficial ace from Subscribe to Casual.
Yeah, this is real fast. Both teams are actually trying to push their leads. This is going to be another fight. I think it's another fight. Imposter might have put out this, but no, Casual is just going to keep going. Imposter gets the short breaker. Yeah, and he's going to keep chasing down Casual, but Casual's going to go back in onto the Twitch, but he misses the abduct, and he's going to fall down. What a game. This is just so much back and forth, but I don't even think they're going to be able to push for a tower or anything. They're just going to maybe get lane prior back. But
I mean, Alpharaitis at this point, they're just pretty much playing cleanup. That's pretty much all they kind of is. All they're doing is they're just cleaning up the next fight. And every fight that Simply Casual wins, they always whack away on the objective. First it was the second tower, now it's the inhib. They're on to the Nexus tower now, so the next fight they're probably going to lose 1 or 2 of those. So Alpharaitis, it's only a matter of time. They have to win a convincing fight here to stay in the game.
Dude, Imposter those found the Seraphine on the back line. They're not going to get enough, but the Q3 goes wide from Yasuo. It's just going to get poked out. This is because no Casual decided to go for it, and the last breath is used, but the Encore is going to fall. The Malphite ult instead. You don't need that last breath when you've got that. And now it looks like they're just going to completely rat it. It's a 5v2 here on the back line, and in fact, it's a 5v none as Subscribe Casuals are just going to completely ace them, and that should be game. The wave. No, it won't be game, but they should get an Nexus tower.
Yeah, the champion synergy on the side of Subscribe to Casual is just working so well there. You know, just having that use the last breath onto that chains instead of the Unstoppable Boss on their Malphite, just singling out that target, taking him out of the picture straight away. And the Seraphine Encore to lock them down further. They're just going to take 2 Nexus Towers after that fight. They're just going straight onto the Nexus. Wow. First win going towards Subscribe to Casual.
15 minutes games. This is Aram. Or Adam. But real fast first game. We saw, I guess this is a lesson in the future. Don't let teams play Malphite, Yasuo, Seraphine.
Yeah. There's a lot of Wombo champions on the board that haven't been shown as well. Like you have, you know, you have Orianna, you have champions like Diana as well, just to name a couple of them. So you know, teams are gonna have to start thinking like, well, you know, what are we gonna ban? What are they gonna play? Like, can we even ban enough? Should we actually not ban them and just start like focusing more on like a counter strategy to them? And of course, and like, speaking of the draft, like again, very smart for Subscribe to Casual at the start to ban out champions like Lulu and Morgana, anything that can be used to stop them from pulling off stuff like that. And you know, with the Wombos and the trigger pulls, they pull out a quite convincing first win here of the night.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest one is Malphite. You can't let Malphite go through if you're on red side. Because with all these other engaged champs you mentioned, like Yasuo obviously needs to follow up on a knock-up. Diana needs to try to get in on them. You have like Orianna who needs to get the ball there. You need to like have someone there usually. But Malphite just presses a button. And he's tanky, so you can't kill him before he gets to you.
And he didn't take Snowball this game.
Yeah. You don't need Snowball if you just press R. Like, just playing on these ult cooldowns, he's so good at setting up for all these other follow-up Wombo champs. Because you can't dodge him unless you flash in time.
And yeah, Subscribe to Casual pulling out their first win of the night. But hey, guess what? We got more. As the next game, they will be taking on Kelsey and 4 Wards in game number 2. So don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned for game number 2 for Aram Night.
Lights they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures they can get so bitter. Show you want to enter, you can turn back now. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me at my worst till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just get out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me at my worst till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse. You know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted could you love her? A haunted, haunted house. Oh, could you love me now? A haunted, haunted house. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. You're just stuck inside. A haunted, haunted house. I'm a haunted house. My words till the coffins in the thought anyone can love a pretty little mansion. You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. Though you might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll suck you, no, 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 to my center of gravity. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her play clean. Don't wanna let out, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Your love. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Your love. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll suck you, no, 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 to my center of gravity. Cause it's true, no, no, no. Everything they say about me, I'll love you like a supernova, burn into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more. Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love. Never be enough. Cause I'm a black girl for your love.
When the silence is too loud, I swear I can hear a voice. Left a message in the clouds. They are free to roam above the sea, and their story stays with me.
I guess here getting ready for next game, and this is the desk back here with QWERTY. We just saw the first game where we saw Wombo Comp do real well and just kind of blow the game up just on cooldown.
Yeah, literally on cooldown. We'll see if they can pull this one off with round 2. Subscribe to Casual, of course, the team doing that, and this time they'll be on the opposite side. And it's funny that every time I play ARAM games or games on this map, whenever I'm on red side, I've lost every game. So
Yeah.
the question is that side rigged?
I think it's just a viewpoint diff, right? Like it's like playing red side main map. It's just a viewpoint diff where some people play better blue, some people play better red. I think last time I checked, I have a higher win rate on red side for whatever reason. So we'll
Well,
see.
if subscribe to casual loses, then confirmed.
Yeah.
Red side is rigged. But anyway, yeah, as we discussed, on cooldown, yeah, of course, we also talked about how Malphite is just pretty much a priority pick at this point. Didn't even need Snowball last game. Make the engages happen. Went tank, got the heart steal, and yeah, pretty much just created so much space for their team alongside his teammates as well. So we'll see if they can pull that off again. If because in 2 wards and 4 wards, sorry, if they are able to watch the last game and adjust their draft to it. So we'll see if there's any adjustments to the draft against subscribe to casual.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big thing is Skype Church being red side now means that Kelsey and 4 Woods can threaten their own Malphite pick and force it to be banned from subscribe to casual if they think they just don't want to play against it. But whatever. Honestly, I think being red side does change the ban a bit. Bans a bit, but other than that, it's gonna be interesting. I suspect that if they can, subscribe casual will just run the same draft back. So you got to stop it in some form, unless you have your own strategy that thinks better than it. Be interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll be heading into Champ Select really soon, as we can see what they're going to do with the draft as well. So here we go. Kelsey and 4 Wards on that blue side have the first pick priority. So we'll see what they're going to do. Haven't seen them play tonight yet. But of course, subscribe to casual convincingly winning that last game, and there it is, the Malphite first ban getting taken away.
Yeah, this is definitely exactly what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Just not letting this easy enabler get through. Lulu ban, going to be trying stopping other things. It's good against engage, so this means that they might still be wanting to play a similar comp that can't get point and click CC'd anymore. Also really good comps, but I actually don't know how I feel about Lulu and Aram usually. It's really good and I suspect it's amazing in draft, but I'm not a fan of playing the champs, so.
Well, Lulu's only really good when you have like that kind of hyper carry protect the president champion to really play with. So, you know, maybe they're avoiding some of that, which of course in that last game, in the case was a Twitch, and that was a potential there to be unable to delete the Twitch if you let through the Lulu. So that's why they're taken off the board as well. Fiddlesticks being taken out, perhaps it could be a target ban, but it could also be that they might be planning something that they may have to concede bush control a little bit, and they don't want the fiddle in the bush. So we'll see what happens there. Annie and Asol, pretty standard bans, just yeah, broken champions in general this match.
So Fiddle is really awful to play. If you played against Fiddle and Aram, like especially this year. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. As you see, one of our players has disconnected from the side of subscribe to casual, but all good. We'll be getting back into the game soon. But you know, we've already seen some of the bans coming through. Malphite, Asol, Annie from the side of Kelsey and 4 Wards, so pretty obvious champions. Fiddlesticks and Lulu so far being taken away. So you were talking about the Fiddlesticks. And you said how he wasn't actually that good to play against. Can you elaborate a little bit on that for our audience?
So if you've played against him, he's kind of just like this awful, like huge amount of damage, disengage, and you can't stop it that well because by the time it comes, you're instantly feared without being able to see, as making you like. But you can get bush control, but especially with the new towers falling, it's way harder to poke out those side bushes next to tier 2 towers now, and check them because the tower just completely blocks your way half the time, or forces you near it. And Fiddlesticks, unlike Malphite, can hit a huge range with that ultimate. Just so it's completely different in scale. Obviously, you can shut him down. Sometimes he just does nothing if you can get bush control. But even like tank Fiddlesticks can do so much CC. He's just such good engage, and he does have point and click CC as well. So I think this champ is so strong right now. if you can get bush control, if the rest of your comp doesn't just give up the early game, give up the press.
Yeah, of course. So Fiddlesticks. I remember the first time I was playing against the real version. He's got heaps of range as well on his E, on the silence. So he can play into a bit of the range slash map slash lane priority kind of game as well, which again, as you know, is what you want for bush control. So Fiddlesticks have been taken off the board. They're not going to be seeing any of the Scarecrow as of a game 2. As we're almost back, the players are jumping back into the game. We're going to be seeing the same bands, of course. They haven't gone into the pick phase yet, so we haven't been revealed of any picks yet. But yeah, we'll see how they can adjust to the performance of Subscribe to Casual last game. So we've already seen the Malphite taken off the board. Will we see other unmentioned Wombo Combo champions being taken away as well? So
yeah,
that's what we'll find out.
Interesting. We're just going to go for the bans again now that the lobby. I think the big first thing to look at though is just what are we going to draft? Like, you can't take first pick Yasuo, I feel, because then you just get people taking away like your Diana, your other Wombo Combo champs. So instead, do we take away like, do you pick, say, do you pick like you don't pick the Diana first, so I don't even know what you first pick without the Malphite. I just don't think anyone's anywhere near as strong in terms of like single-minded engage.
Yeah, I mean, Zac is always on the board as well. I always compare Slingshot to like a Malphite ulti on a basic ability.
That's true.
So that's also on the table, and we did actually see that being hovered as well by Subscribe to Casual on the last draft. So that's still on the board. The last ban of the first banning phase was a Mumu, so that's something that's taken out. And surprisingly, they're picking up the Sona instead of the Seraphine. So they're opting to take the Sona, prioritizing the Sona over the Seraphine. I wonder what the thought process behind that is.
So Sona, I feel like it's better in like team fights in some ways, much shorter cooldowns. But Seraphine's much better in like poke battles. She's able to get the picks with the E,
a bit longer range.
Yeah, and if you go type sustain, her W heals % missing health per person in the circle to everyone in the circle, which means that you get 5 times as much healing in Aram with 5 people as you would with just 1 person. Or 25 times because everyone's getting it. It's very, very strong. But seeing Gangplank being picked up, this was banned last game.
Yep.
So just a lot of burst damage out of nowhere, and the slows, he's really strong right now if you have someone who can play him. The other side, Karthus Kaiser, maybe this is just the miserable poke comp.
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe we see the Inting Karthus strat, Karthus with Snowball going in, Max utilizing the passive, who knows. But yeah, Kaiser's always been a very interesting champion in Aram because you can build her in so many different ways. You can be so versatile item-wise with her as well. And you can go the AP poke build, you can go the AD build, still does heaps of damage if it's like a really brawly kind of game based on the champions as well. So that's not giving too much away picking that Kaiser. Silas being taken off the board, so we did see Subscribe to Casual play Silas last time in response to him being able to steal a lot of good ultimates from the enemy team. But because they also have good ultimates themselves this game, they don't want that happening to them. So they're going to take away the Silas into that second and ban phase. Ashe been taken away, so that's less poke, less of the enchanted crystal arrows coming at you every half a minute. So they don't want any of that onto their so far pretty squishy comps. Now, Kelsian forwards, they need some kind of frontline going, so we'll see how they're going to round out their comps.
Yeah, definitely. We see the all bad to stop that. This Galio is really interesting, because obviously Galio has the taunt, the E knocker, so he's just good in ARAM for that, but you do want someone you can go in with first, and they haven't picked up their initial engage yet. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what they're going to go for with that. We saw Yasuo taken away, but Yasuo's still follow-up, so I don't even know how I feel about that. But that's obviously the biggest thing you're looking at for Subscribe to Casual. And the other side, Kelsing the 4 wards, definitely needs frontline. I think there's a lot of frontliners still available, but we'll have to see. But nope, it's Ezreal picked here, so they're just taking their engage for last. Taking more poke. No fun.
Yeah, Ezreal is a very powerful champion. Aram, of course, known for his poke, his safety net with his arcane shift as well. being able to get out of sticky situations. And when you couple it with like the gangplank and everything, you end up having a lot of wave clear onto that team. So, they might be playing for that lane prior to push in the enemy team to get even more poke on them, because that's what essentially you want to do as a champion like Ezreal. The front line looks like we'll be rounding on Sion on the side of Calcium 4 wards. We'll see how that goes for them. Could be the Inting game, Inting Karthus, Inting Sion. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll see some of that.
Yeah, maybe. Let me. Zed. Oh, that's a lot of burst. Zed obviously actually fairly decent in Aram right now because you can go in, go out, and just poke for free. He doesn't suffer from the things a lot of other melee assassins do in Aram, like Kha'Zix or Talon, where they have to run at them straight and you want flanks in normal games. But Zac being hovered, this is what you mentioned earlier. This is a really good initial engage for them to follow up on. He's tanky, he does AoE damage, he heals, and yep, there's the Zac picked. Overall, I think Subscribe to Casual have a weaker comp than last game. Their burst needs more setup, their engage is more conditional in some ways, and their overall feels like their follow-up damage is weaker, but they've still got a good comp, and their comp's much more efficient defensively as well. Ezreal's really hard to kill, Galio, amazing defensive stat capabilities, versus this side here, kills in the forwards who have drafted, I don't know what this comp is, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'm actually not too sure about the Z pick, because if you look at the Subscribe to Casual, there's not that many targets that Z can really reliably take off of the map. Israel's got a lot of mobility. Obviously you have a couple of tanks there, they're off the board, you're not going to go on those. A lot of peel with the Seraphine. A Gangplank's got oranges and whatnot. Like it's going to be quite difficult for that Z to pop off. Most likely you could just throw the Karthus in there, throw in the Sion ulti, and just have the Zed and the Kai'Sa clean off the backline. But that initial damage has got to come off the Karthus somehow.
Yeah, and I don't know what the Sono is doing either. This comp just feels like a mess, honestly. This feels like a normal ARAM comp.
Normal
rather
ARAM.
than like a drafted ARAM than an ADAM comp. Maybe Zed builds Serpent Fang to kill Seraphine, I don't know.
Maybe. But there's certainly better champions to build Serpent's Fang on. Surely.
Yeah, that's fair, yeah. Like, there's gotta be, I just don't think you even need it as well. I don't know, we're gonna have to see how this plays out. But I guess we'll throw it break when we get into the game. So, see you all in a couple minutes.
Watch me levitate. Kill my vibe, no, there's no way. I'm flying high above all your gravity, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Kill my vibe, no, there's no way. You can say what you want, call me insane, trying to bring me down, but I'll never stay. Hey, watch me levitate. Watch me levitate. Hey, watch me levitate. You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, and when I fall to be, will you be there when I wake to save me? A superhero in me. A superhero in me.
Hey everyone, we're in game. Game here, Kells in the forwards versus Subscribe to Casual. We're going to interact. Subscribe to Casual completely dominating, it felt like the last game after this early game, but this time they've got a much different comp in some ways, and a much different enemy comp. So, I'm excited to see how it's going. A lot more snowballs this game from the side of Kells in the forwards. Still only the one though from Subscribe to Casual. They're still going with this Ignite on their main engage tool.
You got a couple of exhausts there as well on the side of Kelsian forwards. Of course, having that Kai'Sa did go with the lethal tempo, so identifying that it's going to be a pretty brawly game. Going to be a lot of in-your-face action with the Zac and the Galio. So going for that AD build, going to be able to utilize the most damage coming out of her kit in that scenario. So yeah, come with exhaust there for the PL to keep that Kai'Sa alive, as she will be the main consistent DPS throughout these fights. So you see Ezreal coming in, laying down some good poke. Nice lay waste there as a return. Comes in, actually goes straight onto the Kai'Sa. She might be the first. Yup, does go down as the first blood. And Subscribe to Casual getting the first kill on the game 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, unlike last game, Subscribe to Casual don't have complete lane cryo, but then they just get a kill from punishing a slide over extension, so maybe they still do. Oh, the Zed goes in, and yeah, this is what Zed can do, where you shatter out, but it's not really that great, especially not into a Zac who's built Guardian's Horn. You see 2 of those in Subscribe to Casual, one on the side of Kells in the forwards, and honestly, I think that means Subscribe to Casual are favoured. I think that item is busted beyond belief. So, see if I'm right, but keep standing up, keep poking. Oh, Casual getting the triple barrel. Good. Oh, the engage coming through from Galio, but no kills yet. Actually dodging the sound cue, so maybe sound dies. ZB here. The Zac's gonna heal up, but Kelsey goes down, and ZB is forced to flash away to not get killed by this undead sound, but it's gonna get knocked up. And I think everything's fine, and they just get a second pick here. So Subscribe to Casual doing super well, and I'm super happy right now.
Yeah, Sucker slowly stacking the gold lead from these kills as well. You can see like the difference between Zac and Malphite here. Zac having his slingshot, that similar effect ability early, gives them access, so much access to pick on these targets the way the Malphite does, but at so much early on in the game. You see, going onto the back line, takes out the Seraphine, that's off the board. Galio goes in, exhaust on him, he goes in, way into the back line, but doesn't quite get the kill. Aerodynamic is going to pick him up onto that Zed, so that's a kill for that Zed on the board. Hopefully gets something for him going, yeah, on the side, Calcium forwards, they're really low, a couple of them, but they do have some map/lane priority here to try and get some damage on the turret, but they don't really have the siege to do so. Counter engage with Slingshot, with the side knocker being ready as well, just in case. So nice proactive kill by Kelsey himself there.
Yeah, so something funny I just noticed is that Subscribe to Casual side, they've got 4 tiers.
Yeah, they do.
They've just all gone, we need mana, let's get mana, except for Zac, who's obviously manaless. This means that their early power is a bit weaker, but it doesn't feel like it's mattering. And it's just going to be really good for helping them play out, I guess, if they can live longer. And especially on Seraphine, obviously good, but I think it's really interesting here on Galio. I don't feel like that.
Well, they just have so much utility as well, so the extra mana enables them to give. Zac, of course, still has the passive. Oh, Encore with the engage. Here comes a Slingshot, gets the double knock up. Where's the 2 members of Kelsey forwards goes down already. Galio with the grand entrance, just for some extra defense play there. And straight off the bat, the Encore from the bush is setting up Subscribe to Casual. They're going to start chipping away at this tower.
Yeah, we even saw the Scion ultimate making it unstoppable, but it doesn't stop it extending. And there was no one to fall from this engage. Subscribe to Casual dropping his comp in so many ways to start engages. And I think we're finding it. That's another one going in. The Zac goes in. The Galio's gone in. Maybe they've gone too far this time. Rubong, this Galio was just going to die, I think. Zed used the ult. Yep, there's Shadow and Casual. The Kai'Sa killer instinct's coming through. It's a second kill for the Zed. And Kelsey's following up. The Requiem from the Karthus is coming through. The Seraphine here will not survive. Boy gets a kill. And now it's Zac dead, but his passive is up. They should be able to kill all of these once under the tower. And it is. It's 4 kills now over to this side of Kelsey in the forwards. And now they're up. So, I don't know. This is a game.
So yeah, cleaning up off the back there, re-engaged there with the Galio. They're a bit split up though, and that Kai'Sa looks like tries to get that kill, does end up picking up a kill on Potato King on that Israel. So Kai'Sa actually got 3 kills total at that time, which gives her a lot of gold. That is the character that you do want gold from The Kai'Sa does want to cash in, has that Kraken Slayer, and also has the extra little bit of damage to start chewing through these beefy frontline members of Subscribe to Casual. There's a Zed, aerodynamic on that Zed as well. It looks like he's going for a Hydra first item. Gets that sustain, but not going to be able to do a lot of damage to the comp and the champions of the side of Subscribe to Casual. So they do take the cleanup, but again, once again, as the members of Subscribe to Casual cash in, they are coming back stronger, so that does put Kelsian Forwards back onto the back foot.
Yeah, I don't actually really like them having this Hydra here, because you want to stack it, but Sion also wants stacks for his passive, and so you're actually in this weird spot where you have really limited CS and ARAM on this map, and I think you, as a coordinated comp, you want to be trying to allocate your CS to people who need to stack it, but it's going to be a lot harder when you have 2 people getting a lot of value, so we'll have to see if they even bother with that. Ravenous is obviously good, but I think you really do need the stacks for the people who need it.
Yeah, those bushes are just so dangerous right now. You got so much potential threat coming out of it. Galio Justice Punch with the slingshots and the Seraphine Encore, as we saw earlier. Kelsian Forwards, they just ironically don't have vision of that bush. And oh my god, True Shot Barrage taken away a member from Kelsian Forwards, and the slingshot coming in into the 4v5. They flash the Encore, but the Zac is already bouncing in the back line. The gangplank with the barrels cleaning up 2 of them. Let's see. ZB gonna take most of the tower aggro, but that is fine because that is another further 2 kills going towards the side of Subscribe to Casual. They're gonna be able to keep this lane and map pressure going, and just slowly being able to chip away at this objective. And yeah, I mean, they're on the really strong right now. Kelsian Forwards, they can't really find a window to engage. They're gonna try and catch one out here in the form of Galio. The Caspian Rain finishes him off. Here comes the Scion, gets that double knock-up, and there's the cleanup. Aerodynamic picks up that Seraphine off the back end of that. So Kelsian Forwards looking to take this one back. Gets a peg of death mark into this back line. And with the Requiem as well, will that be enough? There won't be enough to finish off that gangplank. He's going to be able to shoot some parleys from behind that tower, but doesn't look like they can quite do so much. No minion wave here just yet from the side of Kelsian Forwards. And as the side of Subscribe to Casual comes back just in time to wait for it.
Yeah, and oh, there's a big taunt, 5-man taunt hitting. Do they have the follow-up though? They do. Reasons though has gotten to snowball into the backline, so now there's this dead Karthus, and it's going to completely space them out and prevent any follow-up from what was looking like an amazing engage. Rubong's going to keep running up and catches out Boy on this Kai'Sa, and now another taunt catches out the Zed, and he isn't going down, he's still alive, and then it's going to keep taking them down as Seraphine heals everyone, and that's an ace over to the side of Subscribe to Casual off an amazing Galio engage.
Yeah, clear off under that tower that gets like a 3 or 4-man engage with that taunt as well, zoning them off that tower, just smacking it. Now they have that space to work with. Karthus is the only champion alive from the side of Kelsian Forwards. They're going to try and actually clean him up on the back end of this. He's down to half health. The barrel is sitting on him though. Casual going to pick him up with that one. That does cost them a Wubong on that Galio, but they do get the tower.
Yeah, they also let the Galio die to buy items. It's gone Jack Show, so it's just a full tank Galio. This makes, I think, much more justifiable to buy tier. But no, Aerodynamics is going in, going to go for this Seraphine, but not actually going to go for it. The Slingshot's getting channeled, but going to get cancelled. But yeah, the Jack Show, you don't have the mana from a Mage Mythic, and so you really do need that mana, is my experience. And that, I think the other big thing is Casual kind of might want to die. He has, what, he has 4,000 gold in pocket right now. That's a die angle, I think. That's a go run it into their team angle.
Maybe he's a KDA player this game, you know. He just doesn't want to die more than once. He's 7-1 onto that gangplank, doing very well. See a re-engage onto the slingshot with the advantages from Galio, gets a knock-up on 2. Justice Punch coming in with the taunt. The Encore goes through as well. Karthus is going to be into the front, going down first in the backline, utilizing his passive though. And here comes the Death Mark into this backline, and the Killer Instinct as well, cleaning up as Casual himself. So there's that Death Deals Augment. I think we cast the Curse them on that one, and flashes away from that slingshot. Kites that taunt as well very nicely, but Ezreal's right here. He's in the backline, but he has to flash away because he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew. He's going to get chased off by the Scion, but looks like he's got enough peel. Meanwhile, Zac trying to zone that Sona. Kai'Sa in there as well, cleaning up the Ezreal. Requiem going to clean up one more. And they're relentless on this. A slingshot going into on the Sona. There is another 1-for-1. And the Wall of Pain securing that kill as well. And I think that's actually what Subscribe to Casual wanted. They want to commit everything. They want to delay Kelsian forwards as much as possible while they reset.
Yeah, they do this tower for this, I think. Hezeboy was doing so much damage to the Kaiser in that fight for so long. And actually, I think Casual's just caught it. Nope, he's going to flash and he's going to get out because... Okay. It's the wolves. Wolves are fine. I actually like the wolves. Like, a lot of people hate the wolves in Aram, but I actually really like them right now. I think they make the game a lot more fun, but they are annoying sometimes.
Did you also know that if you're under the wall when it falls on you, you take 1 damage? Yeah, you take one. You take 1 second. Next time, have a look. If you have your damage number switched on and you're under the wall, you will see a 1 being popped up in your health bar, and you will take 1 damage from the falling wall. It was a Casual being traded trade kills from Aerodynamic. They're committing that death mark onto them. So just the usual 4v4 now until those 2 guys get back on the map. Hydra being finished by Aerodynamics, so has a bit of that AoE. I guess you can assist with some of that wave clear as well from the cleave passive. Has the Eclipse, which is of course the lethality mythic to buy against multiple beefy champions on the side of Subscribe to Casual.
Definitely, and I think... Oh, no, we're seeing the engage here, though. There's a slingshot, there's a heroic entrance, and that's 3 people getting knocked up swords, but actually they're disengaging. The Silent on the backline is carrying so much space. Are they going to do it? And he's still alive, he's still at full health. There's just nothing forward from that engage. There's so many ults down, so maybe we look to re-engage here from Kelsian 4 wards, but Hezeboy getting tagged out, but I don't think it's going to matter. But that's a big knock-up again onto the Zac, and that's a huge kill. The Encore only hits 1, and maybe they can do it. I think this is a follow-up. Aerodynamics going in, goes out. Kelsey keeps getting these knock-ups. Casual's going to get tagged. The Killer Instinct might be able to come through, and there's the record. The Killer Instinct comes through onto the back line, and now Hezeboy gets to play the game. The Galio taught 3 people, and that's just going to let them get out. I don't think they win that fight, and they didn't. This is how you beat these engages. You just completely stop them following up these engages, and when you have 2 tanks driving your team, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that Scion for the Jack Show holding up that front line for so long, they just could not get past them. The Zed as well, along with the Requiem, setting up Hezeboy so well with the cleanups. See, Aerodynamic just going to commit himself to that kill. They're going to be killed by the Arcane Shift from that Israel. Oh, here comes Zebra on that Zac, just taking out Kaiser, but he's going to want to cash in. They do get the second tower though, which is huge. Subscribe to Casual are going to be able to win this team fight, but they do lose the tower, and Kelsian forwards, they do get to cash in, which makes them even a bit so much stronger. Phantom Dancer on the Kaiser now, looking to go for the Navori's Quick Blades as that 3rd item. So free item is a massive power spike for that champion at this point. Phantom Dancer gives us so much kiting potential and chase potential too. Especially when you have Galio as well in that front line. They don't really have hard armor items if you look at the side of Subscribe to Casual. So Hezeboy on this Kaiser is going to have a lot to work with.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Obviously the Navori Quick Blades, when it gets finished, will be a lot of extra mobility as well. But no, Aerodynamics is going in the backline. Just, oh my, right, Zed can just get...
Zed things.
Yeah, Zed with Snowball. This is one, there's some chance in Aram they get so much value from Snowball, like Zed, LeBlanc, Nico, and it's just always like, this is a thing. But watching see Colts like round up, heal up, I think finish this Silent, finishing the Sunfire Cloak, that's a lot of damage if he lives forever, and he's living forever right now. There's just so little magical damage on the side of Subscribe to Casual. It's really just like Zac, who's not building damage, Seraphine, who's not building damage, Galio, who's not building damage. It's just all physical damage, and so you go with Sunfire into this Warden's Mail, and it's just going to be so much damage. Vented, Carthus finishing the Andrews is big. Void Staff coming through to deal with the Force of Nature. Here's, other than that, they're not beating the Poros. It's only Aerodynamic out here beating the Poros.
Oh lord. I mean, shout out to Aerodynamic here. He must have fed him. He's got no biscuits left. But he must be the only one donating to the Poro charity as well, giving food to the poor. Also note that Potato King has got Last Whisper, 2nd item, realizing that he has to poke through that front line really early. Delaying the Mirror Mana is a big decision to make on a champion like Israel, but realizing that he needs that Last Whisper to be as much use into this front to back kind of playstyle that he has on Israel at this point. Now these barrels trying to set up from over the wall, not going to find them. Oh, there's a taunt coming through on 3, Slingshot, and the Encore going to be the follow-up though. Hezeboy, however, he's not CC'd, he's actually still free hitting, he gets that health pack onto that side, pops his Zac pass. So meanwhile, Sion, the front line just tanking so much. That's like last time. Requiem for a little bit more damage. Zac revives, but he's going to go down at the end. Tizzaboy cleaning that, and he's just going to use Supercharge to chase down the members. Splashing forward, actually. Going to Killer Instinct onto the 1v3, though. He gets exhausted. I don't know if that was the right move. He's going down really quickly, and he does go to the gray screen. And meanwhile, the rest of his team's getting CC'd by this move on this Galio. So I'm going to go for his passive now. He is now off the board, utilizing his undead form. The Sona being chased by this Galio. The Zed doing what he can with that Hydra. Deathmark going to pop onto Casual himself. He's going to swap back, go for the kill in the airstrike. He's going to wait for cooldowns, so the Shadow Slash is not enough damage to kill him. And meanwhile, Sona is the only one alive. She's having a wet noodle fight with their Galio in the back.
Yeah, what a fight. That looked really good for the side of Cousin the Forwards, and then Tezboy a bit overextended, 1v3, and there's that exhaust punish going through. Looks like play, but other than that, then they still almost pulled it back. There's just so much value. We've seen the Void Quick Blades finished here, so I don't even know if it's going to hit. Thank you. Other than that, we saw so much Z damage coming out. Oh, there's the Kai's getting the kill. And Kelsey got another 3-person knock up after the Galio Zac engage started to come through to like make that fight remotely even. Nope, there's Galio going back in, but he just dies. Uncle comes through, but it only hits one.
Oh, no follow-up.
Casual.
Oh, the damage. Coming in for those battles where Casuals are just instantly half healthing reasons on that Carthus. You know, I mean, we saw a direct correlation there. Tizzaboy, as long as he's free to just free hit and he's not just overextending like he did last time, he can go. But hell yeah, he is getting CC'd. He's 1 HP. Ignite is ticking down on him. Zac bouncing in that backline. Deathmark goes onto Casual himself. That's a lot of damage. Not sure if Kill Instinct is needed, but that's alright. He can stay safe. His teammates are there, cleaning up a triple kill. That's a quadra kill for Tezzaboy. Can he get the Panther? This is a very tanky character on this Galio. Tries to kite it with the supercharge. Requiem going to try and get the damage, but he does have that magic shield to block it. So his teammate's going to try and tank the fountain with their Scion, but he's still working away on it. The taunt coming through, just taking so long to die, and Aerodynamic is going to be the one to clear that up. And Kelsey and 4 wards takes game 2.
Yeah, that was a real back and forth game. Early on, it looked like Scribe and Casual was going to do the same thing they did last game, play these wombos and just win, and then suddenly Kelsey and the 4 wards started disrupting the engages, splitting the fight up so that the tanks would go in with no damage to follow up. And that just made it so much harder for them to play. And then Tezboy would start popping off on this Kai'Sa and completely flip the script every single fight. It felt such good play to especially counter these engages that we didn't see last game. So I think it's really impressive, and we'll see how it goes in the future. But
yeah, what we mainly saw was just Kelsey himself with that Scion. Like we mentioned earlier, it's like great itemization as well. Like you said, going into that armor, identifying the main damage threats there on the enemy side. Has that Jark show for that sustain and fight. He went for the Sunfire and Randuin's to cause as much disruption as he possibly can, just to prevent any follow up from the multiple engages that Subscribe to Casual has. So you know, Kelsey himself playing a big part with that Scion into giving space for Tezzaboy to work with. Tezzaboy, of course, identifying the right comp to play against, itemized very well for the AD and the runes with the lethal tempo, able to dish out a lot of damage through that last game. So it looks like, yeah, Kelsey and 4 wards going to be moving on to the next round. And don't go anywhere, guys, because when we come back, they will be up against Rep AVL for Game 3.
Hey everyone, we're back up that game. We just saw Kelsey the Forwards take down Subscribe to Casual. I believe it is double elims still? Yes, it is. So Subscribe to Casual can still make the run back to finals if they can keep winning, but they only have one loss left to go. And we saw actually Kelsey the Forwards using this really non-traditional comp that I just called a normal Aram comp instead of a drafted one. And it still won. So do we think they might continue as like a similar comp, or do we think it was just hand stiff?
I mean, what really gave them the room to win was like a lot of misexecution from Subscribe to Casual. They couldn't lock down their key targets that they wanted. Of course, Boy on that Kaiser has a lot of has that DPS build that is doing the brunt of the damage there, and Subscribe to Casual just cannot knock him down. He was just there to free hit. The only time where they really can win fights is relying on Boy himself to get a bit too eager and dive a bit too deep to get punished himself. But that's not anything that's directly in the control of Subscribe to Casual. So yeah, there's a little bit of mixed execution onto their side as well that helped Kelsey and Forwards secure that win. But all credit to them, they did play it very well. They used that Z very, very well to take out the squishy targets. Casual on that gangplank is under a lot of pressure from that death mark in those team fights. That Requiem as well, setting up potential cleanup plays pretty well for the rest of the damage dealers from that team. And oh my god, Kelsey on that Scion, just being a nuisance to whatever Subscribe to Casual wants to do. They just couldn't like. It just got to a point where he just stat checked them. Essentially, he just existed into the front line and just didn't go down. So Kelsey and Forwards kind of just like got that win by having the right different parts, not as a whole, but the right different parts to work against the goal of the whole goal of Subscribe to Casual.
Yeah, I think what I really saw was really good counter engage. They realized that you can't really peel that comp, but what you can do is you have the Kaiser, the Zed, to just completely dive their backline, who are now exposed because like there's not really a way to go back after you go in. And they just drafted champs who could punish that, but they also drafted champs who would win in front to back. So they didn't like go in. And so it just felt like this really strong comp where Subscribe to Casual weren't able to adapt in time. But I think it didn't feel like a comp with the goal of we do one thing. And so I don't know if they will draft the same comp again. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll see, because it is a bit unpredictable. We don't really know what's going on. We thought the Z wasn't going to be too much of an impact, especially when you built the Hydra first, but did end up exerting quite a bit of pressure onto the backline as we discussed. And yeah, we're going to go to Champ Select very, very soon. Speaking of draft, we'll see how, like you said, how they adapt to this. They're going to be versing Rep AVL, which is on the red side. Kelsey and Forwards now onto still onto blue side. And my theory stands correct, I want to say, because so far red side has not won a game.
Yeah. I don't even know if it's draft diff. It might just be like camera diff. Maybe it's just team diff. But red side 100% lose weight rate from a sample size of 2, which is statistically significant if you're looking at those 2 games. That, just going to the bans. I suspect we'll see similar bans. Obviously, we haven't seen on stream Rep AVL, but we have seen on stream Kelsey in the Forwards. So target bans can come in, I feel, much better to what they want to be playing than what they can do against AVL.
Yeah, pretty standard bans coming out. We're going to expect the Annie most likely along with the Aurelian Soul as well. Veigar ban coming through. They're not really prioritizing the Malphite as much this game, so will we see the Malphite coming through? Like you said, the Aram meta is like engage bruisery. So that is, if there's anything that screams engage, it's got to be Malphite, right? So we'll see if that goes through. Pike being taken off the board as well, which is a champion that is also quite a menace in ARAM that we have not mentioned thus far.
Yeah, Pike is really good at getting kills. I don't think he's actually that good in ARAM, honestly. He's really good when he pops off, but my experience is that he kind of does nothing sometimes. And he's not good at pushing, so I think it's an interesting man. The Zeri ban, oh, Kai's ban, so Malphite got through, but Zeri ban is interesting. That's got to be a target ban. That champ is not.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, Malphite got through, so I wonder if they will prioritize picks like that as well. It looks like they're going to do what they did this last time as well, just opting for the Sona first pick.
Yeah, the Sona did stuff. Sona's got a lot of hidden value, so it's really hard to tell how much she's actually doing in a game. With like movements, buffs, heals, I think she did pretty well. Sometimes their backline would barely survive in a fight, and that could easily be Sona shields, good stun to counter engage. But we're going to see, it looks like Seraphine maybe been picked up by the side of Rep AVL here if they pick it in. And this Sona Seraphine trade, I think we've seen it. We didn't see it game 1, but we saw instead Karma. But
Yeah,
looks like,
it was Karma game 1. Yeah.
Oh no, actually Lulu. Nope, Karma.
Oh, Karma game 2,
Yes,
game
Karma
3
again.
as well.
I don't like the Karma that much. I'm not gonna lie. I don't actually think this champ. It's like you have a lot of poke early, you have utility late, but you don't have much damage late, and you don't have that much utility early. It feels.
Yeah, Rob. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they pick a little bit more as an enabler, but you know, like you said, don't have too much utility. They did hover Lulu as well, which is interesting, but they decided to not go for the Lulu and opted for the Karma instead. It could be like a player comfort pick thing, as far as we know. Orianna being taken in for reasons, perhaps setting up a wombo combo. Certain champions like Yasuo, Yone, and Malphite's still open. You have a lot of options that you can throw out there to set this up. Even if you're not wombo comboing, you know, Orianna's still a very well-rounded, versatile champ in these situations. And the Sion doing them a lot of work last game, and it looks like they're going to be continuing that for Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. The Cho'Gath, though, from Rep AVL indicates that they're going to go for a bit of a different comp. And Cho'Gath obviously quite good into Sion, with percent health stacks. But Cho'Gath does want these longer games where he can stack up the ult, get to really big health values. And I'm not sure if we haven't seen any of those today. I'm pretty sure our games have been like 18 minutes. So maybe he doesn't get there. The Xayah comes through. This was banned game 1, but Xayah is just good. She's got a lot of safety. She has CC. She's not as much of a damage champ, I feel, in Aram. Like, she can, but the shorter range hurts. But the CC is just so strong to have on your ADC. And she can still kill towers, and you need someone who can kill towers in Aram.
Yeah, Xayah's got a lot of outplay potential there with the Featherstorm as well to avoid certain engages coming in from the side of Kelsian forwards. Jinx and Lulu are being taken off the board. So looks like last time we saw Lulu ban, the team wanted to some kind of heavy engage wombo comp. So maybe they're looking for something the same. And speaking of heavy engage, they're taking off the Sivir as well. Sivir's actually at one point was the highest win rate champion in Aram. It was pretty ridiculous. It was before all they made the Aram changes and stuff, like the Aram specific champion nerfs and all that. She had like a 60+% win rate. Just clears waves so well, constantly shoving your face at the same time providing that utility after level 6 for your team. Well, that's going to be taken off the board. And Akali, actually, an interesting pick coming out from the side of Rep AVL.
So actually, fun fact, Sivir, I believe right after they reworked her name last year, or mid-scoped her last year, was also the highest win rate in Aram for a bit. So this happened again, and that was after Aram changes, and Annie hit, I think, 64% win rate last patch in Aram. So, yeah. But Akali is really interesting. Akali in Aram has a bunch of different builds right now. There's like full damage builds, some I've seen burst, and there's also the Heartsteel build that floats around, where you put Heartsteel first item into like full damage builds and you just try to be this bruiser. I don't think it's very good. I've tried it. It just feels bad. But also I suck at Akali, so we'll have to see. Ezreal coming through. Orianna is really interesting, but I'm really interested to see this last pick because I feel like it needs to pull this comp together, give them some consistent form of damage, especially. And Riven. I never see this champ in Aram. I don't remember the last time I played against this champ. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Riven's an interesting pick. Of course, you can have a lot to follow up on that engage. Riven herself has a lot of CC to follow up on that Sion as well. Can play a little bit of peel if need be, but it doesn't really look like too much is going to be owned onto backline. You got the Olaf as well, which speaking of CC and engage, you can ignore a lot of that and just completely run at you. So that's probably the answer to that. That Olaf and Akali is looking to exert a lot of pressure onto that back line. So Boy on that Ezreal, not the worst champion to play against those, but he's gonna have to be a bit on his toes.
Yeah, definitely. In this zone, I feel like AVL here have drafted this, just kind of run at them, Karma movement speed boosts everyone, Olaf runs at people, Kali gets onto the back line, and Zaya can kind of survive on her own if she gets dove. But on the other side, Sion feels like he's so good into this, right? Like, Olaf and Cho'Gath are really good against Sion, they can just kill him. But I worry that while they're doing that, maybe it sets up like Riv and Orianna to combo off. Maybe it sets up for Ezreal Poke, which I don't think matters. I think one of them is decent here, but I just worry that it's really hard to execute in ARAM, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of disengage tools as well. With of course the crescendo from that Sona can, be a bit of a bit of a span in the works if you're trying to run at them, and if you're all, because Olaf is not known to be tanky, right? So even if you do run at them and you're the only one that can get past all the CC, there is a very good chance that you can still get blown up. With the space that the enemy team can create for them and the peel that they have. So we'll see how they go. Ezreal, of course, that's a main pick, and the Orianna, that's going to give them a lot of range early on to work with. They can slowly push in and poke him down towards the tower. They got actually a lot of wave clear for that Xayah as well to answer that. So I think they're not on the side of Rep AVL. They're not like too dominant, looking to be too dominant in the early, but they can survive into the point where, the Cho'Gath stacks up, the Akali's got a couple items, and the Olaf's got a couple items. They can stall to that point where they do have a lot of power.
Definitely. I think we'll have to see, because both these comps are kind of weird. Like, again, these feel like heroes,
ARAM
random
comps.
champions. We've had a couple of rerolls. They're ARAM comps, right? Like, these aren't like the Malphite, Yasuo, Seraphine comps. But I guess we'll have to see. It's ARAM comps in ADAM. We'll throw it to a break until we get into game.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back on. You're gone, girl, I miss you. Can't get back on. You're gone, girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you're Hollywood perfect.
Hey, we're in game here. for Kelsey and 4 wards versus Rep AVL. Both these comps a bit odd, so we'll have to see how it plays out. But we're getting into game already. We're going to see this level 3 fights. Maybe, or maybe comp teams both hold back. But I'm KJ here with QWERTY, and we're going to be showing you through this hell of a game.
Yeah, interesting to note, 3 exhausts being taken on Kelsey and 4 wards. So, you know, they're really looking to negate as much as the run at you kind of vibe as they can. That Tezza boy there feeling pretty confident on that Israel, just throwing out some mystic shots there. Only one really with the poke, so he's quite comfortable to just step forward and just throw out those skill shots. They're actually playing relatively far back, so respecting the potential catches as well from the Cho'Gath knockup and the Olaf slows. There it is, 2-man knockup, beautiful, but not quite any follow-up to go through. And it looks like Rep AVL is actually going to gain a bit of the map priority early on.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what I expect. Xayah Karma is a ton of wave clear. Cho'Gath has this range CC threat, like non-committal engage, that you have to be scared of, and Olaf also, just with his Qs, can help clear the wave. And I think we also see the ghosts here, but actually we're being rooted, but I think everything will be fine. Hopefully, yeah, this is not good. Oh, no, actually, no, it's not going to be fine, is it? Kelsey might just keep looking. Yeah, okay, everything's fine. Aram fights earlier, and Kelsey might get put out, and actually a flash is forced to be burnt here from Noodle New West on this Karma, playing on OCE. But yeah, I was saying, I think the wave clear on this side of AVL is really strong, especially early. And so I think they should be able to compete for lane prio. Obviously, they have a bit less range, so I don't know if they're actually able to hit the tower or use this wave lane prio though.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they don't have. Can't really siege the tower that well. They do kill minions like a little bit faster. So if anything, they can hit the level 6 power spike pretty quick if they have any triggers that to pull as well. Aerodynamic on that Riven. Was a bit of a out of the gate pick here in this case. Can't really do much from that bush, especially when you don't have bush control. Playing a champion like Riven in the Aram is just so difficult.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and we're seeing actually that we do see the snowballs, 2 snowballs. I think this is, we haven't seen more than 2 snowballs in the game yet. This Akali taking Ignite as well. And oh, Rudon getting knocked up, but the Cho'Gath rupturing through. But actually no, Aerodynamic goes on there, but it's not going to be able to get through. And this Riven's going to fall first blood to the Xayah. Another knock up here onto Darkness, but Reasons on the backline finds Rudon. And it's a 1-for-1 here. Xayah not going to get the kills. And in the end, actually another knock up. These Cho'Gath Qs just keep hitting. And they're going to keep hitting. Does Reasons live? No, Reasons lives. And look, it's a 1-for-1. Both teams trading this way, and this is looking fairly even on this wave as well.
The aerodynamic on that Riven immediately trying to find something onto the back line, but just don't really have enough damage and threat this early on in the game. Gets a nice double stun, but again, just don't really have anything to follow up with, just him and his team. So it's quite difficult for them to capitalize on any of these brawls that's happening. You do have Israel though, you can very slowly whittle them down, but you know, the side of Rep AVL, they can just run at you at any moment. So we'll see, these knockups are just doing wonders for them right now. They just have that range for it.
Level 6 power spikes being hit, so ults can come through, but not from Aerodynamic. No doubt is there's the Ezreal 2-shot barrage. But while nothing's hopefully happening, I want to note that Tezza boy is going the Noon Quiver. Last game we saw the Divine Thunder Ezreal. Noon Quiver does not go to Divine Thunder, so we're definitely going to see a different type of Ezreal. And I'm actually really interested, because I feel like most of the time starting Noon Quiver on Ezreal is not what you want.
Yeah, most of the time you don't really, and it's interesting, especially you choosing not to go Divine Thunderer against like champions like Cho'Gath and Olaf as well. Maybe he's going for a shield bow. I have seen people buy Kraken on very rare occasions. He does get hit by a mark though. It looks like the flash coming in with the Shuriken flip, and he's got that shroud, but the Shuriken flip going in, he's going to try and engage into Reasons, but Reasons has that flash to get away. Here comes Riven with that broken blade, and that's the cleanup that champion wants to look for. Olaf in that backline, but as we talked about, just by himself there, can't quite finish it off. The CC coming in from Aerodynamic on this Riven, and that is where Riven shines, being able to clean up fights as soon as they go a little bit chaotic and disorganized. And with that, they're able to start whittling away on this first tower.
Yeah, and it's looking actually kind of close, and actually maybe there's a follow-up, a double rupture into this Karma following up, and now Rudon gets there. The Cho'Gath has just feasted on this Orianna, and that's 3 kills going over back to them, and now they're back in the kill lead. But they just reset buying items. They will get push wave in, maybe get power damage. Hex gates make it much harder to get significant damage at this point.
Ghosts.
Oh, that's an ambitious feather storm. Oh, actually, it works out. They get the kill. Kelsey's not going to get anyone. They can just kite out from under the tower. I think Noah will be dead here to this tower. But it's an execute, so there's not even gold going over it. It's just a free reset. But actually, Aerodynamic on this Riven gets through. There's the mark onto the Akali. And actually, no, 366 is trying to go back in and will die to the tower instead. But nope, there's the recall from Zaya. But nope, the shockwave comes through to get the kill. We're just not stopping fighting. It may not be random, but it is all mid.
And whoa, oh, the shield just saving him that slither of health. But that is a perfect example of that run at you comp right there. They just, Pop Ghost that just completely ran at the back line, didn't care that it was an Ezreal. Featherstorm to dodge the Scion knockup to just clean him up. Just playing to that. The 5-1 strike cleaning up aerodynamic there as well from Stealth. And actually noting that he got the Oblivion Ore very, very early. Taking one for the team, paying the previous wounds tax against the Sona.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's fair enough. Morello has M-Pen now, so it's a lot more reasonable, I feel, on a lot of these champs that want to be bursting out than before. And I think Grievous is really good here into the Sonar. It does stop healing. Other than that, it can also, I guess, stop... no, not really anyone else. So it really is just this Sonar here. You find the clip, but that, Olaf here, Rudon finished up this Ravenous Hydra. That's going to be a lot of threat. Got 9 stacks on it right now. Looking at the 40 is the number. That's max. But most mythics coming through. Cho'Gath, how many stacks does my boy Noah have? 3 stacks, 2 minions, 1 champ.
Yeah, he's gonna be so stacking it up. He looks like he's going for that heart steal as well. Just going for the full health stacking build. Which is these games have been pretty short, as we discussed during the break, so we'll actually get to the point where Heartsteel gets a lot of value. True Shot Barrage not quite finding a lot of value there, as the team of Rep AVL picks up their health back to get a bit restored. The Shroud comes through, very important cooldown for Akali, gets hit by the knockup, the Shockwave actually goes through, lands some free people, we're followed up by the Scion engage, the peel comes through, Riven's trying to find an angle, Aerodynamic can't find any entrance yet, Cho'Gath half health, gets a double knockup. Not really, no kills going on through onto either side. Broken Blade comes in, and the Featherstorm dodging the CC, and picks up one though. He gets locked up under the tower, exhausted, and he gets cleaned up. Oh my god, here comes the Olaf with the Ragnarok, just running at this backline. That's one down, but he doesn't have enough HP to tank the rest, so he goes down himself. Sion with the knockup gets interrupted, tries to channel another one, but gets into his undead form. Another Rupture coming in for the peel. And I must say, Noah on this Cho'Gath, getting a lot of value landing these skill shots. He's going to go straight on in.
What is this?
Maybe he wants to reset. Who knows?
This is not. I have enough gold to buy Heartsteel. No, it's Warmogs.
Warmog's first item.
Well, I think he has enough bonus health to make it work as well. With the Guardian's Horn plus the stacks from ult. So... yes, it works.
So I wonder what his mythic is actually going to be, because if you are buying Heartsteel's mythic, you do want it as early as possible because you want to stack it as soon as you can. But going Warmogs first, I wonder if he's still going to go Heartsteel, or is just simply prioritizing that health regen over everything, just trying to play against his poke so he can continue and to feel safe being that front line. And gets hit by a little bit of CC there, but barely any health taken off the board. And I guess that's the reason why you got Warmogs.
Yeah. Also, Aerodynamic here with his Prowler's Core Riven.
Prowler's Core Riven, true.
This is Snowball is good, and you just try to one-shot people. But actually, Noodle getting caught out here. Noodle might be dead. Not be dead. Aerodynamic getting the stun on 366, but it's going to be fine. Poke down to really low values. They don't have this healing sustain. Especially because Noodle was just not finished out that Moonstone yet, and so they're just going to get out poked here because these are going to regen. Makes it really hard to play any fights. Dynamics looking for that angle.
Flashes away from that knockup. These Mystic shots are starting to become very threatening as Noodle and 366 are in that kill range. that is the Kraken actually being bought on Israel, so I have seen it quite a bit. And here comes the Olaf just completely running at them. Arcane Shift to Kite, but he's in a 1v5 situation. True Shot Barrage almost taking one down, and it does go down. Olaf finally, he actually still gets one as well. He actually lasted quite a while in this backline. But speaking of lasting a while, here comes Kelsey himself back on that Scion. He gets that disruption kill on to Bobacat on that Zaya, and looks like Kelsey and forwards once again being able to work at this tower. They're not comes in. He's on 1 HP again. Maybe a reset play. Who knows? Nice execute by Reasons, just barely missing that rupture, but he does. But the Ezreal does give that kill over, and Science comes through. This is a red noodle fight. Graphs being procced. But it looks like just too much tank stats for any more kills to be going on.
Why would so what happened there is that I don't think they thought the feast was up again, Dynamic, because Cho'Gath, you can't even like stun them in time. You're just getting dead point and click. I think they just didn't think Cho'Gath thought was up.
See, every time actually got one shotted under that tower.
Yeah.
Is back though, but not. It's gonna go for that last whisper. So just going so much damage onto a triple knockup. Wow, that is absolutely huge. Bobacat on the Zaya, free hitting as well. See, Kelsey himself getting very, very low. He's got no Warmog, so his health can't really come back nowhere near as quick as the front line of Rep BBL. So he's gonna be very careful. Shot Barrage, not quite finding anything either.
Karma build. What is going on here?
He's got a Moonstone Void Staff.
Into what MR? It's just Jack Show. It's not only MR.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
366 is trying to find the backline, but nope, just going to disengage. Rudolph's going to try and run down the Scion. Knockup comes through, but a 3-man shockwave into the Exiled activation. And here's a stun, and this is the ribbon popping off. This is why they picked it. This is the plays you can make. And it's 4 people down on the side of Rep ABL. No one down on the side of Kelsey in the 4 wards. And really, it's more than just Kelsey playing here. I think there's maybe 3 wards when you average it out. And in the end, they're going to get a completely clean ace, 0 deaths.
And yeah, just look at Kelsey on the Scion, just still tanking towers, still at half HP, with the heal and a bit of the shields from Sona as well, just helping him doing his job as that front line so well. Here Dynamic on that Riven, of course, playing cleanup with that damage build that he's going for. As members of Rip AVL come back from the Hex Gate, there comes Olaf swinging away on that Scion, but that's not the right target. They're going to try and go for the squishier character in the sense of that Riven instead. But it's not going to find it. There's got too many dashes. Still slowly working away on that Scion. Eventually does find the kill. Has to deal with his undead form now. Noah on that Cho'Gath. Looks to find some more ruptures in that front line. Goes wide. And that is the front line now gone for the side of Kelsey and 4 wards. But they're posturing still quite aggressively. Oh my god. Zaya coming in. He gets the root, but too far for any follow-up. 4-man shockwave coming in. And that is mean pick for the side of Kelsey forwards, but the Olaf is trying to run them down, but that's not going to give me enough. Noodle on 1 HP. True Shot Barrage not quite finding him there. The Rupture and the Feather Storm going to kill Tez Boy. And Noodle's still 1 HP on that Karma. Crescendo going to be able to finish him off with that. Looks like Kelsey and forward they still have that momentum going on, and they still have the map pressure despite that last fight.
Reasons on this Orion has just been doing so much, really good shockwaves, and just so much damage. Orion is often really hard to play in Aram because you're just too short range to deal with the poke champs, but you're squishy enough that you still just die if you get dove on. But being playing perfectly on this range, poking, harassing, and just playing really well in these fights. 2020 stats. I think so. We can look at Guardian's Horn stats because I think that is busted. 3,400. Oh, nope, there's an engage. Not right now. And 366 going into the backline. But Kelsey found Bobacat, and 366 is dead. So that's all their engage gone. Now they have to flash back. They don't have everyone here. The Karma is just respawned. But this Olaf is in Ragnarok. They're running at them. Shockwave onto 2 people isn't enough though, because this Olaf is going to keep hitting. Ragnarok's over though. So now he's not CC immune anymore. Now he's less damage. And Bobacat is gone to the dead form. But Rudon here is just going to keep hitting. Darkness goes down to this Karma, and then it's going to keep hitting. This Oriana should also fall, as this Olaf is just going to keep going 1v2, 1v3 on the backline, and comes out and is healthier than when he went in.
Yeah, that Ravenous Hydra and that Jack Show are going to give him a lot of healing, and it looks like he's going to build a Spirit Visage as well, just to amplify the healing even more. Anti-heal just being bought now by Darkness on that Sona, so that might mitigate something, but this Olaf right up to that point had no counter to his healing. He's going to run and get CC'd a lot. He's going to take a lot of damage. Two-shot barrage going in. Oh, he's 1 HP. That knockup is going to go through. Gonna get it. He does go down. Kel's going to get himself a kill, but he's going to go down as well himself. Here comes the Featherstorm. Where's the Feather Core going to land? That's just going to go onto Kelsey's undead form for a little bit of peel. And see the rest of Kelsey and 4 wards coming in. Here comes the Flash with the Broken Blades. Has that stun as well. He's going to get instantly deleted, but Mystic Shot going to clean up Bobacat onto this backline. Akali into this backline. Has that stealth. Taking a lot of damage though. 5-point strike. Not quite finding the one-shot potential that it needs. And Kelsey forwards. Look at that. Arcane Shift's forward. Just playing very, very confidently. As well to work with. Gets hit by the Rupture. Is there enough follow-up? Here comes the respawn teammates from the Hexgate. Olaf with that Ragnarok just running at him. Goes for that Sona. The Seraph shields actually lasting him quite a while, but he does get the kill in the end. And here comes Kelsey back with full HP with the full stats from the Scion. Kali trying to find what she can, but eventually does go down. Reason still on the Orianna at that safe distance, providing heaps of utility. But they are in a 2v3 situation as they wait for Aerodynamic to come back.
And there's a super minion on their Nexus turret.
He's just chilling.
Yeah, Reason's just completely outplaying 366 there, dodging all the abilities, and just like, that could have been a kill if Reasons had played that slightly worse. But it wasn't, and Reasons at 3 items with the Guardian's Globe, so many stats, so much power, and I think it's good. This Karma, I don't understand this Karma build, but like, why do we have Spirit Visage? It only boosts them on you, it doesn't boost them on others. And we sold the Lightning Jewel, so we lost gold there, but I don't think it matters.
He sold his Void Staff components to get some Spirit Visage, so I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure where the healing.
Why did you build Spirit Visage?
Moonstone healing. I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh yeah, it's true.
So that's the only reason I can think of.
Yeah, but it would only boost it on yourself, so it's like you're just shielding yourself. It's not your shield power. Oh, that's all that shockwave comes through, and Herzeboy goes over the wall, but the Oblak is here, but he's gone weakened, he goes down before anything happens, and now this might be the engage they want. The Featherstorm comes through, but Aerodynamic has found their backside, and Aerodynamic on this Riven is doing so much. Ignite comes through, and they trade it 1 for 1, but there's 4 dead, it's only Noah left up, and there's still Kelsey, Reasons, Tezboy, Darkness alive for the 4 ward game. And of course, the Sion comes through, this onslaught comes down, and these Nexus towers look like they're going to go down as well. Noah might just fall here too. This Ezreal True Shot Barrage comes through, it's not enough to kill, but it dies now. Arcane Shift forwards, and that's game. Kelsey and the 4 wards clean it up in 18 minutes and 30 seconds.
Kelsey forwards taking away game 3. Of course, Aerodynamic on that Riven, as soon as he found that angle onto the backline, Bobacat just had such a rough times, just couldn't find, just didn't have enough peel. The Featherstorm was already used. Aerodynamics, his positioning just completely going on behind that Zaya, so the Blade Core won't like root him, so he's able to finish that off, just causing so much disruption as well. LDR second item after Prowler's Claw, just going full damage, knowing that he has that front line, the sense of Kelsey, he has the Orianna shields if need be as well. And speaking of which, Reasons, like you said, had a great performance onto that game. Massive shockwaves coming through, a 4-man shockwave at one point, providing heaps of utility, weaving dive threats back and forth in the backline. Kelsey and 4 wards looking pretty convincing into this game 3.
Yeah, definitely, and they've shown this is like a very different team comp. Like, they've still got the Scion and they've still got the Sona, but other than that, like, these other 3 champs feel like they play very differently as well a bit compared to last game. Tezerboy not able to like dive in the backline. Now you're playing this like safe poke champ. Reasons last game was on, what were they on? That was
he was on Karthus.
Karthus, which is also like complete, kind of really different to Orianna in terms of like your role. But it's follow up, and I think overall, like, they've shown a lot of flexibility. Maybe you have to ban the Scion. Maybe you just say, Kelsey, you don't get to play Scion. You're too good in it. You can't die. And see where you go from there. But overall, really clean game.
Yeah, very clean game indeed as Kelsey and Forwards gets to move on to the semi-finals after this. They will take on TNS2. So guys, don't go anywhere as we come right back at you with the semi-finals.
The truth all better get old.
I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more, no. How did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more, no. How did you get into my homes? I don't miss the old days. I can see. I don't tell no more. I don't tell no more. I don't tell no more. I don't miss the old days. I can see.
Don't slip like a bouquet, yeah. Say your name and you go with it, yeah.
Bunched up like a bouquet, yeah.
Say your name and you go with it, yeah. See behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more, no. How did you get into my house? I don't miss the old days.
I can see behind your eyes and you know me. I don't tell lies no more, no. How did you get into my house? I don't miss the old days. I can see. I don't tell no more.
Gone somewhere and dyed my hair now. Wanna be alone. It's much to bear and you don't care, and I won't play alone. I got you in my sight. I keep all the words you said to me. I get you, get you, get you, get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said that I should be. I'll get you, get you, get you. Now you'll beg me, please. Hey. Now I stay away. You were never meant to save me. Now I stay away. I don't hear you say you're sorry. see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna just forgive you, I just wanna be fine. I've been waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I'm gonna be the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I don't wanna see you, I don't wanna fear you tonight. You don't wanna know me, you just wanna make sure you're right. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna feel you tonight. Got me. Got me. Can I hear you? Got me. Got me. Can I hear you? I don't wanna call you. I don't wanna know what you think. I'm the one you go to whenever you feel like you're about to sink. I don't wanna just forget you, but I wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I could become the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna fear you tonight. Got me. Got me. Yeah, me got me. Can I hear you? Got me. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright.
We're back again. I'm sorry, we're just setting up the next game was a bit chaotic for a bunch of reasons, but we're seeing Kelsey and the Four Wards playing against TNS2, and we're going to see Kelsey and the Four Wards continuing their run, having won the last two matches. This is winners finals. The winner goes on to the grand finals. The loser, double elims, they go to the losers finals, and we'll have to see how it goes. I'm really interested to see if the draft changes. Kelsey and the Four Wards still on blue side.
Yeah, that's right. And speaking of sides, blue side still a 100% win rate. So I think the evidence is mounting up that red side is officially rigged.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, we might see. Maybe it's 100% win rate. Players might just be bad at red side. Maybe red side is like a hidden minus 10% damage taken buff.
maybe.
Damage dealt,
well,
not buff. What the hell am I talking about? It's like, fine. Yeah, just red side is losing because they take 10% less damage, which means it's hard to get the Scion passive value.
Oh, Kelsey and Four Wards. Well, we'll see if they continue their same pattern. Of course, their Scion, they have that Scion very strong showing. They seem to first pick Sona in a lot of these games, in every single game they played. So we'll see if they do that, or if TNS, they're gonna decide to ban the Scion and the Sona, which I think would be quite a smart move here. So we'll see how they go.
Yeah, definitely. Yasuo banned out, so maybe they think something. We did point out that there's a big information advantage, obviously, for, what is it, TNS2? Yeah,
yep.
TNS2. They're not top esports, they've got an N in them. So they know what the side here of K4 Wards want to play. But
Mhm.
the vice versa isn't really true, so we just have to keep banning out these safe champs, banning out what they know the other players are good at. But Annie, of course, just busted.
Yes, but speaking of banning out what other players are good at, Ring Reese on the side of TNS2 is actually known for playing Zac for a good amount of time, so that's also being taken off the board as well. Zac, we have seen subscribed to Casual. They played it at a pretty decent. Yes, they lost the game, but Zac able to find so many openings early on in the game as well. So that is also a powerful champion to be taken off the board. And of course, Aurelian Soul being banned as well. So no Space Dragons tonight as of so far.
Yeah, Aesol being banned every game that we've seen at least. I would be kind of surprised if he wasn't banned every single game.
Mhm.
He's good, like, he's not the best Aram champ, like, but that doesn't mean he's not good. He's top 5, he's just not Annie. And his new passive, the way he stacks, is so good in Aram because he gets so many stacks, and it increases the range of your abilities, and so now they cover the whole lane, and you just can't do anything about it, and you can't get on him, and he's just really good and awful to play against. But Kai'Sa being banned from the side of Kels in the 4 wards, they're just banning out their own pick here. Yeah, which is interesting.
Yeah, maybe they're taking it away just because they're going to try and first pick Sona again.
Again.
So I don't know. Maybe a Sona ban is could be the move, but they're actually taking away the Riven from Aerodynamic from last game, and they are going to stick to that Sona first pick.
Yep, and Sion is still up. Maybe they do that.
They can take
get
it away
Sona
here as
Sion
well?
again. Yeah, they could take it away here, which I think... I feel like you kind of have to at this point if they've been paying attention, but I guess they've been playing their own games, not watching the streams. They might not be aware fully that Sion is so strong in these games. Senna being hovered. Senna is good in ARAM if she gets stacks. You need stacks, like, a lot, and they might be hard to get in this much faster paced environment. Senna Varus, this is just poke. This is obnoxious.
Yeah, you do have a bit of sustain coming in from the Sona to a bit counteract that though, but we'll see if they kind of double down on that poke comp for the side of TNS. Of course, Sion is still up. It can be good into poke, but speaking of engage, they're going to try and pick up the Malphite. So one way to beat poke is actually just to go like an all-out engage kind of playstyle, and that Malphite is definitely their champion to do that.
Yeah, definitely, and like he's unstoppable and all. You can't just like Varus ult him with the Chains of Corruption. And Senna and Varus don't really have any like burst mobility. Senna obviously has the E, but it slowed us up, and Varus just has nothing. And we've got this Orianna again for reasons. So Malphite ult followed up by Orianna ult, and I think that just kills these squishies.
Yeah, you don't even need the Yasuo at that point, so banning Yasuo actually doesn't even matter in that case. You still got a lot of potential follow-up champions that you can put down as well. Champions like we mentioned before, like Diana, you can build damage on her, she can one-shot people as well. Vladimir being taken, again, a very scaling type of comp that's coming through from TNS. So, yeah, as far, like you said, these games have been quite fast-paced, sub 20 minutes, so... not sure if they really do have time to scale to make those picks work.
Obviously, Vlad has upside. He can press W to dodge this Malphite engage, so that's really important to note here, but can he do anything after that? We'll have to see, but I think that's probably the reason they've gone for Vlad here, is as a way to counterplay this this literally unstoppable combo.
Yeah, so the Jinx being taken away, so Jinx is something that has a lot of AoE follow-up that can play very well into the engage, especially after you get those resets starting to come through. The Wukong being taken off, interesting ban from there, could be a player-targeted ban, but we'll see what the side of TNS responds with. They're lacking a bit of consistent damage for the side of Kelsey and 4 wards. Israel, of course, they played that last time, still on the board. If you do want to play, if you do want to try and fight fire with fire into that poke, but if you do want to play an all-in style, you have banned away the Kai'Sa for yourself, so that's a very interesting pick. Samira being taken away as well, another very all-in a DPS type of character. So it'll be pretty interesting to see what Kelsey and forwards choose as their main damage source.
Definitely, and I think. Obviously, we're going to see an ADC come in, and we've seen other than that, feels like kind of like a flex slot. This Aerodynamics playing these backline divers. So that's another big one. Volibear is a fascinating frontline. What? Sure. I guess this is a point and click stun. This is decent. He doesn't. I don't know. Volibear is just a big body in ARAM. is really the way to describe it. It's like budget
I-
idiot.
I mean, you could if you really do want to double down on poke, I guess you can buy AP on Volibear to play the poke, but there's
That's
so
like the
much
passive,
more.
right?
Yeah, well, and the W, right? There's so much, but again, if you're playing poke, there's just so much like other better champions to do that for. That there's no reason to specifically pick Volibear to do that. Maybe they expect to gain a lot of a lot of push advantage, so they can start setting up tower dyers with the Varus chain of corruptions, with the Vladimir and the Volibear, which acts as like a old Ohm wrecker for those old fans out there. And yeah, it looks like on the side of Kelsey and forwards, they do decide to stick for that Ezreal.
Yeah, so that point about lane priority I think is really relevant because Kels and the forwards have drafted this. It's really just Ariana who can clear waves. Ezreal has very little wave pressure, Set doesn't really either. So they will, especially into like Varus, Senna, Vlad, and there's Aram being hovered. They're going to struggle a lot with this wave lane pressure, and so that might make it a lot harder for them to play how they want, to set up these combos. And Set, we'll have to see aerodynamic on the set. Maybe it's the like full damage set. That could be funny. But Vladimir has a lot of value, I feel, into this engage comp. But other than that, it feels like Kels and the forwards kind of got what they wanted.
Yeah, well, the side of TNS also has rounding off their comp. They also have a lot of beefy front lines, so they actually have a really good front to back kind of play style. But at the same time, playing front to back, you have to be aware of the instant engage threats that can go onto your back line that can stop you from playing front to back. This game will definitely come down to how Kelsey himself on that Malphite can land the ultimates on those crucial targets, how they can take down those crucial targets before Vladimir goes right on in with the Volibear and becomes a threat to your very own backline. So it will be basically a race to see who can pressure the backline, quicker in these fights.
I guess, but I also feel like it's so hard for TNS here to engage. Like you have Vlad running at them, I guess. Saronalt, Varasalt feels like your main engage forms. And that's really difficult into this set, who can just like showstopper you out of there to the team. It's really difficult into this Sona who can crescendo you, into this Ezreal who can go backwards. So I think if TNS ever fall behind, they might find it incredibly hard to come back in.
Yeah, of course, mentioning again that they do have a lot of scaling, but Senna again very weak early, Vladimir very weak early. These are champions that need items as well, so don't expect them to be too relevant, especially in the sub 10-minute mark when you get a lot of the map pressure, get a lot of the bush control as well. Can be very important for aerodynamic onto that set. Same with last game onto that Riven. But yeah, guys, we'll see. On to a game number 4, winners finals. So we'll see who makes it to the grand finals after this short break. So don't go anywhere.
We're falling hard to find the answer. Will this life we live be all that matters? The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after, and we'll never know. It's weighing me down, got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the light, and run away from the night. Let's run away.
Welcome to the winners finals of this ADAM tournament. All draft, all mid. As we're seeing Kelsey in the forwards versus TNS number 2 matching up in this round. And we have some interesting comps here, but we're not seeing much fighting yet. Actually, Vlad is walking up, but I'm 6KJ, with me is QWERTY, and we're going to take you through these games that keep being more and more chaotic every time.
Yeah, instant trying to go for that bush control. Oh, face breakers him out of the knock-up channel. That is quite the play there. That's actually surprisingly long range for that ability. I didn't think that would hit, but I guess yeah, that works. So Kelsey and forwards once again onto that blue side. They're gonna regain this bush control. Reasons on that Oriana as well for the second game in a row. They're gonna get knocked up onto that Kelsey, but he is that Malphite with that Guardian Horn that you love so much. So he's not gonna take too much damage from that. And yeah, Sona's gonna heal them all up too. So
Also, Guardian's Horn, it's 20 health per 5 seconds as well, along with all the other stuff.
So yeah, Kelsey himself here. Interestingly enough, on that Malphite, he got exhaust this time.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. Like, you just want to ult and you don't really need Snowball. And the exhaust does mean that, like, if, especially this Varus, who's gone AP, we see the Riftmaker, the Leeching Leer here, stops shredding you as much. That's really probably important. That also Volibear building Sheen. So these are super non-traditional builds here for this Varus and for the Volibear.
Yeah, probably going for that Divine Sunderer. Oh, the Vladimir going for the Empowered Transfusion there, almost taken out. Oh, and the Piercing Arrow with the hate of arrows is going to be taken out. Tizaboy going to be the first one to fall into this game. And with the numbers advantage now, TNS able to just get a bit of push going on, get a bit of the map push going on. Stena, of course, has that little bit of range, landing whatever poke she can. But she's still not looking too bad. Kelsey and forward still hanging in there. They are blue side after all, and that side have won every single game. So we'll see if TNS can break the curse.
Definitely, and obviously Kelsey forwards want to get to 6 here before they do much. They spike a lot with these ults, and so they have to play safe, especially with no wave prior. But it looks, yeah, we're seeing TNS, but actually the face wave comes through. But here we go, here's the Brute, but they don't fail the mechanics. They're fine, the knockup comes through, but Ringbeast is going to get so much damage. Almost dead, but not quite. Lives on a sliver of health there, and that's enough, because Silent will just die and come back, and he'll keep playing. And big noob here on this Vlad, and keep poking them out. But level 6s will be hit soon, and we'll have to see if it's enough. Tezaboy gonna Arcane Shift out, he'll be fine.
Very beautifully timed Haymaker there by Aerodynamic. Just to block the damage, and at the same time returning a lot of true damage back onto Ringreese on that Scion. So here's, like you said, gonna start healing back up. It looks like he might be going for that Heartsteel first item by his itemization, so wanted to stack their health as soon as possible.
Definitely, could also be Warmogs we saw earlier. Sam W passive also gives the bonus health to make that first item buy. So,
we'll see. Gaining bush control now is Volibear starting to sunder a little bit. Looks like he's going for probably the Divine Sunderer first item as well. So go running and point and clicks down like we see in Champ Select that has that tower dive potential if they can set it up with the AP Varus poke as well.
Could also be the Icebound Gauntlet, which is Sheen now. As pure armor, you have a lot of physical damage threats coming in from the side of Kelsey and the forwards, but only Reasons is the magical damage threat. So that's also possible. But I think probably Divine Thunder, but here's Unstoppable Onslaught coming through, and it goes completely wide. His Haymaker comes through, the side move, the Hemo Play comes through, and here you go, the Dawning Shadow comes through, Ring Reese though under the tower. Nothing's gonna happen, but no, the snipe from the Volibear hits the Orianna, and so now it's 1 for 1, no, it's a 1 for 2 actually, and they're just keeping on getting shoved under this tower, and they're all full health on the other side as well. So actually, TNS are just completely dominating this early game.
Yeah, TNS doing very well for themselves. So they're trying to convert as much damage as they can, but the respawn timers aren't quite long enough yet for them to be able to work on that tower just yet. So they'll just be slowly stacking wins. They haven't. A lot of them still haven't cashed in on the goal for a couple team fights though, so they'll be sitting on quite a bit of money at this point. So the next fight they can look to be a bit aggressive, look to take a couple of people off the map while getting a bit of cash in. The empowered transfusion there as well, slowly working their way through the team. And look at that bush control. A big noob on that Vladimir, just very comfortable, popping in and out, popping those transfusions. Another empowered one walks up and gets a big damage onto Tezzerboy himself. That's a big unstoppable force of the showstopper, and that is Bomber coming through. The center is going to be...
Unstoppable force, I guess, but they're going back and forth. Top's still alive, but Aerodynamic is here. This set value, and Ring Reese balls. It's a triple kill. 2 Aerodynamic on this set, and that's for kills, and that's it. I think that's a 4 for 1 trade. I guess it's a 4 for 1 trade. They're even gold now, and that's Lane Pryor getting back up, using these ults so well, but no, Ring Reese gets the kill there, and actually might be able to keep chasing them down, because the Sion gets slow. He has the Heartsteel already. Darkness is going to get knocked up, and this Vlad's going to come in, so now Darkness is down. That's 2 kills over to this Sion. And actually, no, Reasons dies as well, gets hit by the Chain of Corruption. And so this fight's complete turnaround. We've seen this so much tonight. One side wins the fight, the other side respawns and cleans it up on their side.
Yeah, I mean, still, TNS very happy to take that. They do need the reset. They do have a lot of money to cash in, as that's a massive 5-man face breaker there. Doesn't have any showstopper net this time to follow through, so he's going to be taking down a lot of 1 HP members, Arcanic and Rock Dogs themselves. Meanwhile, Ring Reese on that Sion in his undead form, popping as much Heartsteel stacks around as he can, as you hear the song of the people popping off. And a lot of low health people onto the side of TNS now. Vladimir's just going to be able to heal up. He actually gets a quick kill onto Tezzerboy on the way out as well. Dawning Shadow are going to try and find something, but not going to get too much value out of that. Mark lands onto this Vladimir, but I believe he still does have pull, so he's feeling pretty safe. Yeah, TNS still at a very decent position. They are once again sitting on a bit of gold, so a great opportunity to cash in. Sion once again stacking that Heartsteel, coming in.
Yeah, we're going to keep seeing the fight, but I think it's going to fade away. Yeah, mostly. It is the Icebound Gauntlet actually though for top on this Volibear that I was talking about. Just going to be, it's a very tanky item. It's all armor. There's no magic resist on it, but it also, I believe, it slows and reduces damage in the area. People. Yep, primary target is crippled, reduces their damage against you for 10 seconds. Increases big slow area, so it's going to be really good if you dive on them. And we're seeing Reasons getting hit by a lot of poke this game. This is when the Orianna struggles, like I mentioned last game. When you can't go for the Unstoppable Onslaught comes through, gets 2 knock-up, and Tezzerboy has been marked, and the mark won't go all the way. Top's found them, but actually Top's under the tower, and on the flip side, this front line is peeling. The face breaker hits 3 people for so much damage, but this Varus is still alive, dealing so much damage. Tezzerboy, Ring Reese going to keep running at them, and actually will not patch out the backside. Big Noob kills Aerodynamic, and it's a 2 for 2 across the fight. There's plays the shockwave, catches the 2 on the edge, and now Arcanic has been caught out. Big Noob here as a Vlad doesn't have pull up yet, and that's a shutdown. It's an ace for the side of Kelsey and the forwards.
Kelsey and forwards finding the back end of that fight there. Once again, Reasons coming in clutch with those shockwaves at the very end, just picking it up right at the end of the fight. Allowing them to just keep that map pressure, get some more chip damage onto that tower. Facebreaker going to pull in the Sion. He's actually falling very low. Arcane Shift with the pop. That's actually going to get him. Reasons gets him with that water at the end. But here comes the Volibear. He falls low very quick. Is he going to stay alive? Gets that shield. Vladimir now causing a havoc into the backline of Kelsey and forwards. And they are sent on this backside. And as you see, we're going to try and target Reasons there with the Varus. Has a lot of damage. Their Riftmaker is popped, so the true damage comes through. But hey, the set comes in with that low HP. Top, he's going to be the next one onto the gray screen. That is another 1-for-1 trade. But looks like the pull coming through. They're going to try and get a pick onto the Sona here. And they do come down. That does cost in his life though. As you see, the Hemo play comes through. The healing doesn't come in time. He gets taken down. The big wet noodle fight into the front line. But the Barra is so much damage with, like you said, with that AP. Has that Nashus 2 completely. Just auto-attacking away. And wow, this Varus, triple kill. He's got a lot of money. And when he cashes in, he's going to be even more of a menace.
10-1 on this AP Varus. 2 items already. 2100 gold in hand. This Varus is so bad. So much damage. So much burst damage coming through. And actually, we were talking about in the break, like, this is what this Varus can do. They can just shred the front line. These health stackers with all of sent health damage. And it's magic damage, and his Malphite isn't super good against it. So, this is just really good. This is kind of an even game, but the Varus is just so good. The force comes through and the true shot barrage catches them. There we go, the Showmaker on the 2, the showstoppers on the back line. And now Rock Dogs with his Varus has been caught out. Isn't enough though. He's going to keep going. He's caught back, but he's missed that Q. Kelsey though going to flash out. He's going to get heart steeled, and I think he dies as Rock Dogs get it. No, Rock Dogs can't even finish the play off. And Reasons here on this Orianna is going to make the play. That's 5 people, the 4 dead. And it keeps, this game goes from one side to the other, so fast, so often.
They do get to cash in though, but it does cost them a tower and a lot of deaths. Gold going towards the side of Kelsey and forwards. They're gonna look at that. Just Aerodynamic just running in, half health on that Vladimir. Haymaker, so much damage onto the center, and he's already going 1 HP, but that stealth is gonna help him dodge that auto attack coming in from that Malphite. So he's gonna live. They do lose a tower. They're gonna try and gain back what they can. They have numbers advantage for now. I think they should try and force something right now while they have this advantage. They can't really find the angle as Reasons Mind Pulse just keeping them at bay.
The unstoppable force from the Scion still on cooldown. I believe is that unstoppable force? That's unstoppable onslaught.
This one is onslaught. The unstoppable force is the Malphite one.
Yeah, I always get confused when I do champ ult quizzes. Like, this is the hardest 2 to remember because I always get the confused. But
Chain of Corruption goes in.
Looked like it was gonna be so much more, but no follow-up.
It was a nice combo though, the shockwave into right in the middle of that Haymaker. Yeah, not enough damage to pop anyone off that. They were still quite relatively healthy. So TNS just gonna go and top up a little bit. See, Kelsey's waiting. Kelsey's waiting. Oh!
That goes wide again though.
Oh!
Through it, but Kelsey on the backside completely alone. Ringree's getting a lot of damage, but I think this Malphite's dead as well. This Malphite's dead, and the Volibear has found the backline. The dead Scion, undead Scion in fact. Gonna keep going. Here's the showstopper, and it's enough. No, it is. Gets a kill to get top. The Volibear is gonna completely cut him out. The Volibear lives. Big noob on this Vlad, but there's the Dawning Shadow, goes completely wide. But just such a great fight here from TNS. Completely cutting it out, splitting the fight up into parts, and then winning each part.
Yeah, Big Noob played that fight really well, using his force to dodge the Malphite ulti, so Kelsey didn't get much value out of it. You know, without being CC'd, that Malphite just just doesn't really have any follow-up. Oh my god, the shockwaves coming in from Reasons, but is that enough? He gets hit by the Chain of Corruption, and the shield is just not enough to save him from the piercing arrow. Can they clean up though? This Scion very, very tanky into this front line. Chusha Barrage goes onto the center. He's just free autoing in the back, but Kelsey is quite tanky, but it looks like he's still taking a lot of damage. Rift make it procced. The true damage going to come through onto this AP Varus. Piercing arrow goes through as well. The Facebreaker hits 2, gets 1 kill off of that. Haymaker goes in, doesn't land the true damage part, but still does some return damage. Sailor going to be the next one taking a Mystic shot to the face. As the rest of Kelsey and forwards see if they're going to be able to catch anyone out. Unstoppable Force is up. As Spectator, see if he can catch anyone. Oh, here goes Big Noob with that Vlad. There's a double knockup. The healing can come through though. The pull is going to help keep him alive, but he doesn't have damage to follow through. Arcane shifting forward very aggressively there.
Tesla did that the whole fight, was playing auto, like Tesla was playing the entire fight in auto range, hitting Q after Q, auto attack after auto attack. So much damage coming out from that Ezreal and just completely untouched. Actually on the backside, they find it with there's the, it wasn't even Shockwave. Showstopper comes in, but the pull comes in and it completely dodges the combo from Set.
Yeah, the pull just just timing out that haymaker there to avoid that damage, so he does live. Gonna transfusion his health back up there. As Aerodynamic gonna take that what we call a tactical reset onto that set. He is building some MR now. That Vlad gonna be a bit of a problem is he's gonna start buying Rabadon second, so he's just stacking raw damage. And oh my god, Tizzaboy is playing really aggressively, but he's taking a lot of damage there. Arcane shifts away from the Unstoppable Onslaught. Dawning Shadow gonna come help with the engage. The Heartsteals are following, and oh my god, Gunners could just not move. And here comes Vladimir with the Ghost. He's just gonna run through this back line. Kelsey himself gets that health back, but the pool gonna slow him down. Big damage onto Reasons himself on the Oriana. The Unstoppable Force coming in, gets that double knock-up, but there's not enough damage for the follow-up to turn this around. They're just gonna work their way through this Malphite, flashing forward as well from Rock Dogs, getting that ace. And it looks like TNS, I don't want to cast the curse it, but they're on the verge of breaking the red side curse.
Yeah, it looks like it. These towers going down so fast with these double ADCs. The air seal damage is there, but these Zoners can't do enough alone. And if they just focus on Nexus, I think they should be able to get this. We're seeing the combos, but Arcanic Rock Dogs are kiting so well, and this Nexus will go down. TNS2 take down Kelsey in the forwards and send them to losers finals.
Wow, TNS actually pulled that one off in just over 15 minutes. So very, very quick, convincing win. We did say that they wanted to, they have champions that wanted to scale, but despite that, they've pulled the game in a rather convincing fashion in 15 minutes.
Yeah, that was really on side. I think they got early priority and just kind of kept playing off of it, where they had so much wave pressure that they were able to get this early poke advantage and just keep up the tempo and make it really hard for Kels and the forwards to play their game the way they wanted to. And so much damage came out from this whole team. So many Heartsteel stacks. I think it got to like 500 by the end of the game.
Yep, it was 510.
It was a 15-minute game. I don't get I feel like I don't get that much in a 25-minute game. So
yep. Yeah, looks like a TNS gonna bring an end to the Kelsey to the streak of Kelsey and forwards, and also they're gonna be the first ones tonight to break the red side curse as well. So next game will be, I believe, a best of 3 to the actual the grand finals. So we'll come back right at you with that. Don't go anywhere, guys. One more series to go.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to thee, will you be there when I wake to save me? A superhero in this. A superhero. to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, a minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, keep me right and I'll wait to save me. A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall too deep, keep me right and I'll wait to save me. Quiet's driving me insane. Silence rattles in my brain. Yeah, I gotta get away. Always waiting for the fall, so I built my towers tall, wandering through these empty halls. Break the cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look my fear right in the eye. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I just wanna feel alive. I gotta save me from myself. This emptiness, it hurts like hell. My good intentions let me down. I keep getting in my way. My stubborn pride will dig my grave. Leave it behind with every step I take. Yeah. Cycle now. Walls are coming down. I gotta make it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. Look forever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your back, I disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. And there's no man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear.
Welcome back to the Aram tournament. We're now looking at losers semi-finals. Rep AVL being coming back to feature after we saw them lose in the winners bracket versus Here We Go Again, a team we've seen none of today. Winner of this game goes on to play Kelsey in the forwards in the losers finals, and then the winner of that plays a best of 3 against TNS2 in the grand finals. So this game, this is the first loser one we've seen. You lose this, you're out. But honestly, I'm 6AJ, this is QWERTY, and we're just going to take you through these games more chaotic every time.
Yeah, Pike being taken off the board as well. We haven't really seen much Pike. Pike is, I mean, I don't know about you, but Pike really is kind of like a normals game champion, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So don't really see him pop up too much in like a 5v5 situation. Cho'Gath as well being taken off the board. They must have seen Noah or somebody on that Cho'Gath just getting those ruptures, just getting so much value on it. So that's being taken away as well. Sona as well, we've seen Kelsey and forwards play a lot of that. So they're not playing against them this game, but they are taking that off the board.
Yeah, definitely. I think we saw Cho'Gath last time as well from Rep AVL, I believe. So, that's it. The Annie comes through. Soraka, really good. Obviously, it's the Warmogs build in Aram that's really popular, but you go Runestone, Warmogs, Ruby Crystal, or Green Runes, and you just heal forever. So, yeah. That's mostly just the standard. I think banning Annie on blue side feels like, I guess it's forcing the ASOR ban, so it's fair, but it feels like I feel like it's most teams, unless you think it's 3 busted champs, there's not really a reason to ban. I guess they do with, like, maybe, but I feel like you just go with, if you think Annie or ASOL is stronger, you don't ban either, right?
Yeah, and you just you either force the other team to ban it or you just take it first pick. So yeah, Veigar, they actually prioritize the Veigar for the first pick, which is interesting. That Cage does bring a lot of utility to the table, especially in that enclosed area, such as the Howling Abyss. Senna going to be taken along with Singed, actually.
Singed is really interesting. Singed is quite good in ARAM if you get going. Your ultimate makes you basically unkillable for a bit. But Veigar did get range buffs on his abilities recently, which are incredibly important in ARAM. 50 extra range on the W, 100 extra range on the Q. And these are exactly what you want in ARAM. It makes it so much easier to stack. So he's quite strong right now. But he's also really good into Singed, so whatever. There's Kai'Sa coming through. Saw this earlier, it's good. I'm just thinking about the Singed. Singed is good, but second pick.
Yeah, so it might be given something away too soon in the draft, but we'll see what the rest of their plan is. Again, Seraphine is open after that Sona ban, so it looks like Rep AVL going to be taking that. Kai'Sa has something to work with now. Has the Encore. Has a huge range on this map. Has the Cage to work with as well. We saw Tezbor and that Kai'Sa. As long as you're not CC'd, as long as you're not continuously stunned and inhibited, you're free to just free hits, you actually get a lot of work done. They do have a Senna as well, which can keep the Kai'Sa at bay with the immense range. So we'll see how that plays out. Sion being taken out, we've seen how strong Sion has been tonight.
Definitely. I don't think we've seen Sion lose.
No, we haven't.
Sion is like so I know Sion in theory I think is the second best ARAM champ by win rate if you look at regions. I can't play Sion. This is I'm really good at frontlines in ARAM is my personal belief. I don't know why, I just can't play Sion in it. Sorry. But he is just so strong. He has so much health, he lives forever, he does damage, he does CC. And these bans going really fast. Shen, Jax, like frontliners, because obviously its only backline is here for the side of Rep AVL. But here we go again, getting Orianna Sandra banned against them. both like CC utility majors, and Brand comes through. This is an Aram staple classic.
Yeah. Brand, of course, like bringing a lot of AoE there, and just a lot of wave clear as well. The Shen and the Jax band is very interesting since they're known to not be ARAM champs. I guess the Shen does provide like a lot of peeling, especially ever since that the buff he gained from his ultimate quite a while ago, where it scales off his health. Especially when he builds Heartsteel as well, gets a lot of value from that. Especially when you do have like a protect the president kind of thing if you do play around the Kaiser. Galio and Fiora as well. So not quite a lot of primary engage in on the side of Rev AVL.
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed playing Fiora and Aram, but they're throwing the Camille, who I enjoy playing more right now. Camille is really good in Aram. She's really good with Galio, and she can kind of be primary engage, but either way, I think this lack of primary engage is going to hurt them a lot. And Galio obviously really good. Blitzcrank, this is a pick tool. This is really good, I feel, at punishing what Rep AVL have drafted, where you don't even need to run at them, because they're really strong when you run at them. They have the Galio peel, they have Kaiser kiting backwards, Seraphine, Veigar, but Blitzcrank can just grab someone from range and then just die. So, yeah.
Yeah, you do have the ultimate as well, which do act as some pretty good peel for the center if anyone does decide to go for your backline. Of course, you have a lot of follow up coming through after that rocket grab. You have the Singe flip, you have the center root and the brand stun. There's a lot of pick potential. That Blitzcrank pretty much made or break the pick comp. So when you play hook champions, it is very important to have number one, bush control. That gives you a lot of advantage, and number two, have a lot of just keep your lane pushed, the lane priority, have more minions on your side. Try not to get them to have more minions, because that just leaves you with less room to work with. So we'll see if they're able to do that with the brand in the center.
Definitely. I think Singed is really the pick I'm most interested about. Singed can, I said, he does so much damage, he's so hard to kill if he can get on the other team, if he can get this ult off. But Blitzcrank, obviously really good. I think this comp is fairly fine. I do worry a bit about range, where I don't know if Brand can get up to hit. Blitzcrank obviously still a threat, but Brand, Zion, Singed feel like they're going to struggle to get into this Seraphine Veigar combination.
Yeah, we'll find out on who will move on from this game to the losers finals. As don't go anywhere, we'll be right back at you with more ARAM tournament action tonight, brought to you by Mcom Esports.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon, and I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back up. out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night.
Welcome to losers semi-finals of the Mcom Esports Aram tournament here being hosted. It's Rep AVL versus Here We Go, and we might be seeing some level 3 action, but I'm 6KJ, with me is QWERTY, and we're continuing to take you through this night as it gets longer and more chaotic. QWERTY, do you think this game's going to be interesting? We see level 1.
I mean, it already looks pretty interesting. They got a singed in the game. They're looking for a pick at the level 1. Hasn't popped Ghost yet, so almost getting himself trapped in that cage there by Bobacat. But yeah, looking for that Blitzcrank to get some grabs on and just kind of put this pick comp together. See if he's looking for that bush control. Can't quite to find it yet. The rest of his team can't really find the spacing needed. It's very important now for them to get this lane prior. Brand, central champion, uses his W for the poke instead of the minions, so that's going to be a bit huge.
Yeah, definitely. I think that cage coming through. That it's going to see much. Both sides here have pretty decent wave clear, so it's not going to be. I don't expect any side to get completely shoved in, at least not for a while. And it's going to be mostly just like who gets poke off. Don't really expect engages, and obviously the Blitzcrank looks very scary. And it's like you're probably getting shoved here. So
yeah, this is where you want to be though with that pick comp when they're all under tower with no minion waves, and if the threat of that hook just comes in, tries to block it with the riposte, the Justice Punch with the double knockout. However, Cage also keeps them in the bay. Zion that front line not quite tanky at this point in the game, so he has to flash out in order to survive as they grab their health back and reset.
yeah, I think for that Brand poking more poke for Zerk Taco though. Blitzcrank does not get the hook, forces a flash out of Spyguard. I don't know if it would have hit, but it was close enough to start flashing. Brand into a bush control with this new central bush. And Galio is going to get hit, but not much else going on. Blitzcrank with the tier. This is actually we're seeing the engage here. Galio gets a 4-man taunt on the side. We don't have Zerk Taco. But actually, has Zerk Taco found them? No! The riposte comes through and they get first blood onto the Scion. The Singe flip comes through, but actually the Kai'Sa just keeps killing them. Scion is dead here, but it's one dead on the other side. This Galio is dead. But there's a lot of low health bars on both sides. Fireguard's going to keep going through, but the cage does not hit anyone.
Yeah, double kill onto 366 on that Kai'Sa there. Oh, the rocket grab comes through. Gets a nice little pick on the back end of that. So Wudon's going to go back and hopefully buy an item or two. Looks like the flip as well, going to catch Bobacat under that tower, and it looks like here we go again. They're gonna be in a prime position with the slight numbers advantage to threaten that. Look at that, forcing another flash out of the side of Rep AVL. So this Blitzcrank so far has been paying off.
Definitely. We're seeing, I think, more poke, but actually no, we're going for the taunt. 3-person taunt and then we get flipped out, but only after it's come through. They get Scarhala on this Brand, and they might keep chasing, but Wudon here does not fail the mechanic fairly. Still gets rooted, of course. And now the follow-up, the encore hits all 4 members. The extends come through, and Noah gets a kill. Surfing gets a kill. Beetle dies, and he's trapped in a cage. So the baby cage just stops the dead Scion. And now they're just going to keep poking, keep running, and they're all low as well, so they can probably keep pressuring this tower with this range as well from the Seraphine, but no.
Yeah, beautiful encore there, hitting everybody there. Just setting up his team so well. There's a rocket grab going wide. We're going to see if Here We Go again can regain some of that map pressure. Nice cage there, setting them up. Dawning Shadow as well, nice damage and shields coming through with the setup. Here we go again, going to clean up the back end of the spikes. Looks like Galio might be the next target. He finally falls down. Rocket grab onto this Kai'Sa. And meanwhile, Fiora's going to lunge, but that's under the tower, so a cleanup onto that fight. But here we go again. They're going to try and push this as quick as possible to see if they can get anything on the tower.
Yeah, a great flip from Wing Slash as well. Using this power of this Singed. No, he is under danger. Looks like they're chasing him. Scarhala's going for the play, but will not get the stun. They're all on a tower. They're all stunned. The cage completely stops it. And this tower is like a 6th player on the side of Ref VL. And they're just going to keep going, keep hitting people. Zergtuck goes down. There we go. That's the ace over to the side of Ref VL as they just turn this around. Double kill for the Vigar. And he gets big. How many stacks does he have already? Let's check. He's dead. I can't check yet. Okay.
He's got 88.
That's so much.
88
that's
stacks.
So much. That's
I mean, they try to run them down in that tower to try and stagger their deaths. Oh, nice flip coming through on a key player there onto that Kai'Sa. Falls very, very low. It doesn't quite get to the kill, but a good chunk of damage nonetheless. Voice Seeker coming in. Oh, flash rocket grab into the knocker punch. He's going to actually go down. And the cage is not going to be enough to keep him alive. The taunt as well, trying to get for the disengage, but the pyroclasm just bouncing back and forth, laying down the big dot and the damage. And that is a 2 for none.
Oh,
going in with the riposte.
Uses the center route for the riposte. They get the kill. It's a 1 for 1, but now they might all be dead here. The snowball will hit 366, and Wing Slash goes through, gets a kill. Here, this Singed value is so much. The Vigar has to use the cage defensively, and this is going to be first tower. Here we go again, I think. Yep, already is. And now this Galio's going in, but the Galio gets knocked up. The engage is still good. Wing Slash falls to the winds of war coming through. Noah, the Seraphine, getting so many spells off, but Seraphine does so little damage in Aram especially. It's an Imperial mandate, what? Okay, sure, I'm just going to keep going. Rudon on this Fiora has tried to do it, but it feels like just not really cohesively with the team. But gets the snowball and dodges the Scion, and the Grand Challenge comes through onto Scarhala, and they get the kill with some real Chinese plays almost, but we're going to flip on the side. 366 chasing them up, and they've just gone from one side of this lane to the other, and they're going to keep going, and now they have tower pressure, but I don't think they can get the tower with everyone respawning.
Beautiful play for Fiora gameplay. They're not too sure if you saw the bush though. Meanwhile, the Blitzcrank comes in, gets the rocket grab him under that tower, but he's going to lunge out of that one, turns onto the Wing Slash. He's going to be the one go down. Unstoppable Alonso going to find re-engage, gets stunned by the cage. The Blitzcrank's trapped into the cage. The kill goes down for Kai'Sa, and the riposte coming through. Can he get it one lunge away? But that's not quite enough.
Yeah, on the backside, we saw Beetle actually took down Noah on the Seraphine, wasn't being able to peel enough. And just that's a really important kill to get here. Bringing it with 1. The Heartsteel already coming through, already stacking. And these games just more on. Oh, forces a flash out. How happy are you? Is like, let's see, the center here, 43 souls already, that's real fast as well. Vigar, 137 stacks. Sorry.
They are scaling pretty quick, and these rocket grabs still getting the value and looking for an angle there. Has the riposte, got to get the knock up. It pulls in the Galio, but not quite the target they're looking for. The Singe running with his gas through this back line. He's back from this team. This Fiora's by himself over the wall, lunges back to the safety of his team. The Singe with that center, he's doing so much value as well, looking for the picks, but he's 1 HP though. The Kill Instinct not quite up to finish him off. So let's see.
Got the flip onto Rudon instead of Noah, I think, right when they're right next to each other. Which is not what you want. Post goes wide. They don't know Beetle's in the bush. Nope, they do now.
Oh.
And interesting. So this Kai'Sa normal builds. I'm still really interested in this Imperial mandate from the Seraphine. It's just so non-standard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Moonstone so far, but yeah.
Like yes, I don't think item damage. I don't think item damage. Oh, but actually, there's a big fight going in.
Big cage.
K gets a bunch, but so does the stuns. And Galio comes through, but it's a bit too late. We're seeing the brand AoE coming through, and they're just going to get chased down. 360 is trying to kite them, but they're all on top of each other. Won't get knocked up, but Noodle Yu is on the backline. He's going to fall. 366 is going to die to the Scion here. The exhaust comes through, but isn't enough. Zergtuck here isn't enough. The Senate gets the kill. Encore comes through, but it only hits 1, and there's no follow-up damage. The Taunt comes through, but actually it's going to get disrupted for no damage, and they're falling down. They have a wave here. This is almost going out, but actually Rudon is back on this Fiora. So is Bobacat on this Vigar, and now the Seraphine gets the kill, and this fight won't stop. Rudon goes in, gets the riposte, completely reads them, and now the Vigar comes through. Is it enough? No, actually, but Rudon's here on the Fiora. Grand Challenge comes through, I think, and he's going to keep staying alive, and if they're just going to die, though, no, actually Rudon got out of that, and sure this is... We're at 41 kills at 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Jesus Christ, this is a bloodthirsty game. It's, we'll move on with that. It's a great Fiora play as well. I don't know if about that Blitzcrank skin because that the knock-up animation does make it very easy for people to see. And if you are playing Fiora, you can cast a riposte on that like a lot easier. So it could be a pay-to-lose skin. But speaking of Fiora, almost taking down a kill there. Wing Slash falling very low on that Singe. Still has that ghost up. And that burn it's going to be picking up. Oh, Flash with the Seer gets the stun though. And the Rocket Grab follow up. No, it cannot. Just goes onto the Galio.
Trying to peel, but there's no damage left up. Noodle, so many hard steals, but for what purpose? This Galio has hard steal. Oh, okay. Bobacat gets the stun, gets the W, and there's a snowball in here. The parry comes through, but it's not going to be enough. They get grabbed up, it's over. And now they pull down this Vigo. It doesn't matter how many stacks you have. If there's 4 people on the team, 1 on yours, and it looks like this will be the tier 2 tower going over to the side of Here We Go. They have a full wave here. Seraphine does no damage. The Vigo can't step up to it. And on the other side, the tier 1 hasn't even been touched by ABL.
Gets a lockdown to that Brand. He's gonna be onto the grey screen. Rocket grabs the Galio just to peel him upon the center. He's gonna give himself away. Tries to get a kill on the backside, but not quite enough. Gets the taunt though. Catches the key target. They're gonna focus down this center. And that's Sion on this front line. Gonna get as many knockouts as possible, but he's gonna go down. I think he's just gonna try and look for hard steel stacks now. There it is. And they're gonna try and chase the Singe. The rule says don't chase Singe, but it looks like they're gonna do it anyway, and they're gonna take him out.
Yep. And now that I guess Elsing is untouched, I think they get this tower. So that's the tier 1 down. And this Vigo has 2-1. This Vigo is a threat, except for the fact that he's sneaking. Oh, there's a hook now, and it catches out. It catches out. You know, and then Pyroclasm comes through, deals so much damage. The chain bombs also so much damage. It's like Kelthus all over again, except this time it's on Aram.
So you're gonna maybe look for an engage there while they have numbers. Now's a pretty good time to force, and there it is. There's the force. Oh, gets one-shotted by this Veigar. The cage lands, dodges the rocket grab, but gets hit by the double knock-up. Here's the Justice Punch as well, trying to peel. He stays alive, and the Singe is going to land that flip right into the sticky adhesive blue. It gets the root, and the poison is going to be able to secure him that kill onto Noah. Fiora, multiple low HP members, but can't quite find the snowball to get the damage. But the cage does find though. He gets the riposte, gets the kill. The knockup comes through, doesn't quite get it. You see the lunge coming in. He's got that reset timer though if he hits the minions, and there it is. He's just gonna leave Brand. Oh, Pyroclasm comes through. He leaves the Brand kill for his teammates, but the Brand ends up just having enough space to just take one out with him.
Yeah, this Brand, I always forget that Brand passive does a burst of damage on expiration. The Dawning Shadow catches out! 366 on the Kaisar. Oh my god, this game won't... We're at 60 kills!
It's 60 kills in 12 minutes. That's more than like... That's like 3 or 4 kills a minute.
Yeah. Because of these so many kills, these teams are so accelerated. Ring Slash is going to maybe get another one. No, he holds it because the parry's too early, and now Rudon I think is dead. Rudon's going to instead of Rudon. Encore comes through but only catches 2. And now we have more for the cage will dissuade it though. Bobacat, so much value, but can they do anything? Berserk Taco will have the hookup soon, and it completely goes wide this time. The Galio catches on Berserk Taco. So much damage coming through the center route, but now there's another cage. Bobacat will not get knocked up, but the primordial power force comes through. The Wing Slash is going to keep running. The scene is just so fast. He gets the flip. Noodle has nothing to follow up. And this fight has to keep going. There's only the backline left. Is it going to be enough? The inhibitor is almost certainly going to go down. But will anything more be able to come through?
Yeah, accidentally, it could be an accident, but the Primordial Force was used on the Scion there. Maybe he was too fat and he clicked on his hitbox, but it's not quite finding enough value to one-shot person as we saw before. So Vigo right now currently has that very threatening one-shot potential, but he needs to get the right target. Void Seeker going to land, but not too much damage there. That is an AD Kaiser build. So as he comes in,
Still coming. through here. The Blitzcrank getting caught in the cage. Beetle's in the backline all alone. Wudon actually going to get Beetle. Berserk Taco here. Wudon got the grand challenge. It's another kill. It's the second kill for this Fiora. But Beetle is going to, on this undead form, keep going. And actually, Wudon is still alive, but Vigar gets to keep playing the game. We'll be able to get the vital procs. It doesn't matter when the killer instinct comes through, but Singed is there. You can't chase the Singed. She's going to do so much damage. And they're chasing the Singed on him. Will he go down? The Rotovage is actually killing so much value, but the finds him. But there's super minions. They don't even have a wave for right now.
They left a very low HP as well, so I don't think they can do much when the rest of Here We Go Again comes back. Like right now, they're gonna try and get a reset, but can he get the execute?
Health damage here from Wudon. 366 gets the reset. Bobacat is going for the Nexus turret. Wudon gets a kill on Taro 1v3, and Bobacat will get the execute as well. So this is really the best you could ask for. But these death timers is 20 seconds, 30 seconds. They're going to be able to walk down the lane. Maybe they can look for a Nexus tower.
Yeah, they're definitely barreling down the map here. Looking clear as much as possible. Only the Galio alive. Let's see if he can. Doesn't have enough wave for it. They do have super minions as well, so that's going to be a bit rough. Kai'Sa is back now. Can shred the super minion. But look at the center just wailing away at this tower. The rocket grab, a constant threat as well that you have to keep at the back of your mind. He goes in, gets knocked up. Here comes the encore. Doesn't quite connect though. The Galio with the double knockup. Here goes Kai'Sa still free hitting 366. No one's on him yet. He's going to try and get as much damage as he can. Supercharge, trying to get from that Singe. Unstoppable onslaught. There's the flip. That's going to secure them that kill. And Sion picks him up. Bobacat bursts down one. He's going to have to deal with the Sion in the backline now. And meanwhile, Fiora as well, fighting Wing Slash. Decides to come back, help his team. The Heartsteel procs are up. The knockup doesn't quite get it. Cleans up the kill. Undead form going to try and chase him up. Riposte with a slow. Big damage onto the center. And the lunge is coming through. Has the reduced damage. That one didn't hit though. But he is in range. The grounded mechanic. Lunge again. Did not hit. Has the vital pointed towards him. There it is. And that is an unofficial ace for the side of Rep ABL.
This goal is 100 goal difference in a 80 kill game at 16 and a half minutes. What is this? Rudon's fine, I think. Alright, yes. Rudon is playing good. This is an 89 Fiora. Rudon has more than 1 kill a minute. And we're just going to keep going for more. Maybe there's the grand challenge with the look up. But I think this is dead. Is it dead? It's still a kill. Noah gets it though, not Wudon. But now there's a snowball on Noah. But actually the cage comes through. But the knock up is not. No, it's not. Berserk Taco going to look for it. But actually center with this range coming through. And the rocket grab barely goes right in 366. This Vigar Sanctuary does so much damage. Rabadon's death cap complete. Voidsing coming through. These cages are so much value as well. And it's really just these stacks are going to start trading through even cages by how much you have. Clouds come through though. The rocket grab I think goes wide. No, it doesn't. It wasn't used in Bobacat. No, it's not. The cage comes through. There's so much damage, but it's not enough to kill them. 366 here though. Noodle maybe looking for his Heartsteel procs. But Wing Slash has gotten onto this Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa still has kill instinct up though. Might have to use it, but I don't think it matters. They've gotten an ace. No, they haven't because Wudon's back up and Wudon has percent health damage. Wudon has everything you want. Wudon has a riposte and you can't Dawning Shadow into the Fiora, but no, it doesn't matter. Beetle's found the Nexus turrets because there's minions here. Noah's up. Wudon's up. Send out damage. Encore hits too. Wudon is doing so much damage and they've done the inhibitors respawn. They've been defted in the middle of such an empowered moment. So many turrets so low. Wudon hits the snowball. We're keeping on going. Grounded and I don't think you can chase anymore up to this point. Oh my god, Wudon's keeping on going.
He's still going.
This is troll. This is soft, mate.
He's still looking.
He's
got the vitals.
Okay. This is so in. This is so in. Oh,
well, he's got his team there.
You can't just. Please, Wudon. He's got knocked up. He's got CC chain. But now the cage comes through. Now Skull's dead. Wudon is still alive. Wudon keeps going. This Fiora just doesn't. This is going to be we're on pace to hit 100 kills in another 20 minutes. I think this might be our look thing. Then actually Noodle goes through, gets the taunt, cancels up the knockup, and Wudon's still going. Wudon pops the grand challenge onto Yokat. Another side, Beetle goes through. Wudon dives both Nexus turrets and gets out with a kill. Beetle's here, Wing Slash is here, and Vocal Cords with Wudon keeps on going. He is stunned. The Vigar cage value, and they're on the inhibitor. And look at this, from their Nexus to the enemy Nexus. It looks like Rep ABL might have this game. If they can keep going, they have so much next tower. Vigar does so much damage. Wudon keeps dodging it. Wudon doesn't die. And Berserk Taco is here, but Wudon got healed. It's the Seraphine here. through. Don't dive next to towers. Rudon is still alive. They're on the tower. Literally, Nexus.
Wow.
To Nexus they go. We don't hit 100 kills, but we don't hit 20 minutes.
Yeah, but Rudon's just he just had enough like items to just have so much healing. He has got the cooldown for that mobility as well, and at that he finished the game 21, 10, and 22. And at the end there, everyone was just staggered. And as a Fiora, that's exactly the type of situation that you want when everybody's staggered. It's just multiple 1v1s. Like no one is there for any cohesive like proper team fight. You're just able to individually chase people down one by one, and that's where Fiora shines. She had enough damage to just proc vitals onto squishies and just essentially one shot them while getting healed at that point. Just scaled very very nicely into that late game.
Yeah, I think these comps, we saw this is the first time Sion lost, but what a game. Constant chaos, and every game gets more chaotic. I don't think you can get more than this, but after this break, I might be taking game off, but we'll be seeing with losers finals playing for the end thing. It's going to be Kelton Forwards versus Rep AVL.
Going back, you stepped across the final crack, and we see through you. You'll always be a part of the circus. The circus. The circus. Thought you'd call, but you didn't, so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I told myself to breathe in, but the darkness hung its teeth in, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will ever end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had
Hello, everyone. We are back. Welcome to the finals now. You'll notice two new faces here. It's me, Draz, if you guys haven't seen me around before on the Mcom channel. I've been the broadcaster for most of this stream, so definitely got some insights on these teams here. Casual as well, competed in this Aram tournament, or I guess ADAM tournament. So I'm joined by Casual. We're going to get into, I guess, the loser. Is it Losers Q Final? It's being titled Losers Q Final. Is that what we're watching?
Is it? I don't want to call what I did a rage quit, but as soon as I lost in the tournament dress, I kind of just ran away into the other side of my house, and I've been watching a movie ever since. So I haven't really been keeping up, so I would probably defer to you in terms of where we are and what we're doing.
Yeah.
But I would be really curious before we jump in for kind of like a TLDR for the games you've seen since. I know my team was casted maybe once or twice, but since then, there's obviously been so many cool stuff. Like, has there been anything that's been really crazy that you've got to update me on, or?
Yeah, so these two teams, could be wrong in saying this, but I'm almost positive have faced off already. So they were both on a roll, and what ended up happening with that was, I believe it was the first team, so it would be Kelsian Forwards took out Rep AVL. So we're going to go into a rematch on that, and then the winner will go into the actual finals, best of 5. So definitely excited for that. I think they're getting underway, but a bit of a TLD. Oh, there's a bit of an issue in the lobby. Oh, for you to get in, actually, that's my bad. There we go.
I'm in. I've slid in.
There we go. So we're just about to get into Champ Select, but as I mentioned, Kelsian Forwards did win, and they had quite a good streak up until they got their first loss. So we followed them for 3 games. I'm wondering now if Avalanche is able to come back in, having seen them on stream for so long, and then the strategies they've got, if they can counter that and win this time round. I think that's what's going to happen here. That's the TLDR with these two teams.
Okay, interesting. Well, the team that knocked us out was the Kelsey team, so they were pretty good. No, actually, lies, but they were one of the ones that sent us to the loser bracket. Still were really good. They kind of have a real good understanding of like which person on their team is going to do what. Like, and I feel like Dres, what we were talking about after I lost was like, there's such a thing as the ARAM meta, obviously, but then there's also like the ARAM meta if you get to pick your champs and ban certain champs too. So like there's the meta when everything's actually all random, and then there's what we're doing. And I feel like it's so interesting because everyone's like figuring out what the hell they want to do and why in real time instead of having the time to prepare and figure it out. But we're straight into draft, and one of the things that I think people have figured out pretty early on, Draz, is that Annie is freaking broken. Get rid of that. Get it off my screen. I'm not going to play with it. It's not going to be here.
Yeah, the Annie and I think the Aurelian Soul's been banned just about every game as well, which is interesting because he is a very strong ARAM champ, but he also needs that time to scale up. I just don't think teams want to take that risk. We haven't seen it be played, but I think it's just not worth taking that risk, like I said. But yeah, Annie's a big one. Sona coming out, that's an interesting ban because Darkness played it every game on stream he could. So that's been an insta-lock. First pick for Darkness. And that comes through as well. Oriana target ban for reasons. So these bans and picks are very refined now. We did just watch Rudon absolutely dominate on the Fiora, which is also taken off the board.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, Avalanche's team is pretty stacked. It's hard to tell because, like, in ARAM, I feel like rank, in a weird way, like, rank kind of just gets washed away almost. It doesn't really matter so much because it is so different. There are so many different things going on. You might have someone who's, playing in this high elo ladder, used to this really relaxed, calculated form of gameplay, and then you've got some absolute gold scrub who's used to the chaos and the get in there and go for 'em boys sort of attitude, and suddenly you can be taken advantage of. But you mentioned that Aurelian Soul hasn't been seen yet. Is this our first one?
From my knowledge, yeah, I've been sitting here obviously broadcasting and running everything.
Okay, cool.
Maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen an A-Soul come through, and I'm actually excited because like I said, it's one of those champs where he does need a scale, but he is strong. So we've seen some scaling champs. Even the Senna comes out, and she's a scaling champ, but she's still strong. So is A-Soul going to be exactly like that?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, it's really weird because like in ARAM you'd think like champs like Senna, Aurelian, Kale, even Ornn, like champs who take a lot of levels in particular to scale up shouldn't be good because ARAM goes so quickly. But then you consider how fast everyone gains XP, people are constantly fighting, so there's way more gold influxes that are happening way earlier in different stages. So it's kind of like a quid pro quo where it's like, yeah, maybe you want some early game, but you also can pick late game insurance and it still be absolutely totally fine, which is why we'll see things like the Seraphine, the Senna, the Lulu, things that want to actually play up until these 3-4 items and until these later levels and things like that. So, but so far looking so good for both teams. The classic ARAM champs that people sort of shake their head and get a headache over when they play, late night ARAM queues. They see a Karthus, they go, oh no, it's just FF, it's over. People see an Aurelian Soul in any game mode these days and just want to spam the FF button. So I like that these two teams clearly know what's strong, at least what's been strong tonight.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that's what they've kind of worked out and are going with. The Sivir as well, quite a decent ADC with her ability to hit quite a few people at the same time. I've seen the Jinx hover. I think the Jinx hover would have been really good considering we've got 3 squishies coming through. But that's okay. Going back to the point you mentioned a little bit earlier on how different this is from a normal ARAM where you've got to draft champs, I really don't think any team has fully nailed down the formula, to be honest. Because you see a team run with a formula and they win a couple of games and they play it again and then they get destroyed by something else. The problem
Suddenly
is
you get absolutely wiped. Yeah.
the problem is half of these games happening off stream means that the teams that are getting streamed aren't seeing what else is happening on the other side of the bracket, and you've almost got 2 whole different metas forming at once.
So some weird like equilibrium, like these 2 massive planets are kind of circling around each other with no knowledge that they're in each other's orbit, but suddenly they're just gonna crash at the last minute in the grand final. It's actually really, really true, and as someone who was actually playing in the tournament, that's how it felt, where it felt like my team, we had a really good understanding of what was working, and then we go up against one team, and then we get absolutely smoked. And then we're just standing there like, what the hell just happened? We're really confused. So I think you're absolutely right. So it's a battle of who, I guess, has mastered their meta more perfectly. If there's 2 metas, it's basically who's going to play their meta like up to the max,
Yeah, definitely. And you can kind of see that coming through in 2 forms. You see the all-in comps and you see the poke comps. And generally they have been, funnily enough, from the other sides of the bracket. You see one team dominate through one side, but then you've seen the other teams come back up through the losers bracket where they've had success with their comps. So I don't really want to say, losers brackets wrong or worse, because here they are competing to get back into the finals. And again, that's another one I want to highlight, and I think it was one that maybe you guys had to deal with. Was it the Zed? Did you guys have the Zed in your match?
Yeah. So we had aerodynamic on his Zed, was super obnoxious. I was playing the GP and I felt like I was looking on one side of my screen to do my job, and then I just had this Zed on me, and he had this crazy combo with Snowball Draz. I don't know if you guys saw it, where he would snowball to a minion. He would place his W, snowball to a champion, go really, really deep, like almost towards our nexus, get this whole bunch of damage off, and then just W all the way back, because obviously with that semi-recent Z change, W now has no range. You can W from anywhere. So he's got this really like niche understanding of his champ, and it was super obnoxious. It was really, really awful to play against, probably really fun to watch though.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's almost like the third, we haven't seen it from any other team except for Kelsey and 4 wards, but that's almost a meta that they've tried to define, is going for an assassin or a, an all-in champion in comps that don't really make sense for it. We've seen it come through against you guys, and I know all the casters and everyone backstage here behind the scenes was going Zed on ARAM, but it worked. It did work, and they've picked it up again against the comp where you've got an A-Soul, a Sivir, and a Seraphine. So if you get a pick on any of those 3 champions, that's a big impact. I don't really know what meta is better, and I guess we're going to get proven kind of throughout the next few games what is better, especially when we get to the best of 3 finals, which is where I think that's going to shine. But I don't really, looking at these previous games, I don't want to give a favorite to either of these teams right now.
No, neither do I. I mean, come prediction time, I'm going to be really struggling looking at both. And you mentioned that Zed was something that happened earlier, right? But I'm also looking at Kelsey's comp still, and I think there's actually a lot of similarity. Maybe some different champs here and there, but you obviously got Darkness on the brain dead, don't need heads, don't need eyes sort of pick. You've got Tezza on an 80 carry. You've got Reasons on the Karthus, same as the game that we versed them in. And then you've got Kelsey on some sort of front line. This time he's picked the Ornn. And when he versed us, I think it was a Scion, I believe. So they've clearly found their niche, right? It's just they can rotate and sub in different champions here and there, but it's the exact same style. But then looking towards Avalanche as well, I can't imagine that Riven's going to anyone else except Wudon. Oh, I can actually see on stream here, beautiful. I can't see in the custom, but I can hear. So yeah, Noah's going to sit on the Seraphine, and then Cadence on the Aurelion Soul. Yeah, now super exciting. I'm actually really much more excited about Red Side now that I've seen who's playing what. Although, do you feel like maybe Red Side has a bit of anti-synergy? I'm not too sure. Some champs you want to kite back, some that want to go forward. Maybe that's a point of weakness, but I don't know. Both are looking really scary.
Yeah, it could be the case. I think with the Leona and the Aurelion Soul together, kite back or go in, you've got a really good way to kind of start a fight. Running back or going in, like whether you want to engage, whether you want to disengage, I think they have a wombo that can be played out really well. And, hopefully we get to see it, really. We are only a minute out from Spectator Delay being over, though, so we'll move over to intermission. We'll be back shortly for the final game before the finals. I don't want to say the semi-finals because it's the losers' finals, but yeah, we'll be in the finals soon.
Yeah. Close enough. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. Right. Exciting times.
We'll see you guys soon.
Stay with him. Fucking stay with him. Darling, if I had bought you flowers, what if you stayed at home the night? Yeah, I've been lonely counting hours while I'm getting blinded by the light. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
All right, we're back into the losers finals here. I'm excited for this A-Sol in action, a bit of a different champ, and Zed starting off already with a bit of poke.
See, there's that thing, right? There's that weird combo. It's so wacky because it lasts like 0.5 of a second, and your brain wants you to go, tries to want to go like, okay, go on Zed, and then he's gone. So it's like, okay, well, I guess we don't go on Zed, and I just take free damage, and I'm sitting here like, all right, all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you mean. It's almost like your W is no longer your engage, it's your disengage, and he's kind of just going straight in.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
I guess it's also something you never really expect when you versus Zed. So you see him go in and you think, oh, this is the chance.
Oh, hello. Leona's jumped straight in there. I'm not sure if she actually wanted the Zenith Blade to take her that far. Regardless, it might actually work out for Red Side as they trade a whole bunch of damage. For them, their victim's going to be the Riven, and for the other side, really, they're going to maintain relatively healthy. So that trade's going to work out pretty beautifully for Kelsey and the Wards.
Yeah.
But again, you know, we can't get too excited. They're scaling.
Yeah, and you know what? We've seen this a lot as well. The first 5 minutes, as much as they matter, and Wudon, again, kind of doing something similar to the Zed. Going in there. Another engage comes out. Kelsey looking to pick up Noodle, but it's just going to be a little bit more poke. These teams don't want to commit too much early because it can be crucial.
No, these short trades are working really, really nicely. I guess my only worry is, as far as a disengage, I feel like Kelsey's may just have a slight favor in terms of what they can do to get out after initially engaging. Think of like what Zed's been able to do. Think with Lulu being able to use her speed to get Ornn out once he's, knocked up anyone from using his E. So I feel like it's a bit harder for the Avalanche reps to get out of a situation once they find themselves in it. Come that sort of level 6 power spike though, Draz, I think the fight may be over as soon as they find that engage. Like, that's how powerful it is. You pointed it out, the Leona and the Aurelion Soul especially. It's pretty much all the AoE in the game on 2 champions. It's completely wild, and we're going to see it. We're going to be privy to it. Just a matter of when, really. Not if, but when.
Yeah, it's definitely a matter of when, and I'm pretty excited. Outside of seeing a Soul come through in Aram games myself, and the occasional game where I've managed to pick him up just to have a little bit of fun, I actually haven't seen this champ do a whole lot because I've banned him every game. So I'm pretty excited
You and
for
everyone
that one.
else. You and everyone else, guys. It's almost like you're not a League player these days unless you're recognizing how absolutely...
Okay, looks like Tezzaboy's getting caught out though. This might be the first blood. Big engage coming out on the other side as well from Noodle. Wudon trying to get out, but he's the first one picked up, and that's a bit of a surprise of a turn of events there.
Yeah, it didn't look like that was going to be the outcome, was it, as it started? Wudon, he hit every single ability, but Ribbon at this stage of the game, before being able to stack that CDR through items, kind of blew a load, and then there was nothing else. Oh!
Aerodynamic goes in, and he doesn't manage to... Did he not throw the W beforehand? It looks like there was a misplay, potentially, and now there's a re-engage coming out from Avalanche here. Darkness is going to get blown up! And that's a double kill for the A-Soul. Oh, wow. Looks like Reason's going to pick up a kill on the way out, and he'll be happy to at least get one in exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Karthus gets a scrap, but really the story of that play is Aurelion Soul with the double kill. Cadence will be so happy with that. I mean, what's that going to mean for when he bases? Who knows? Already
looking for
T2.
it.
Oh!
He does pick it up. There's another fight going on over here as well. Wudon kind of just getting caught again. He's getting the engages. He's looking good, but I don't know if it's the team comp you want to try and do that into. Like you said, they've got the disengage. They can just pick you off and leave.
It's really hard because they're clearly just trading gold, right? That's all that's happening in this early game, like blow for blow, and it's definitely some sort of strat. I feel like we've talked about the 2 different styles of comps, right, Draz? But for me, at least, from playing in it, and I didn't verse either of I only versed one of these teams, so I'm not too sure how Avalanche has been trying to play the early game out in the ARAM. But it goes one of 2 ways in terms of you either play for the turrets and you play for wave clear and you control that side of the game, or you play for just the permafight. Just go in, get on their face, jump on their heads. Wudon clearly, has made it obvious which style of play he's liking
another
so
fight
far.
breaking out. Noodle tries to get the engage. He's too tanky. The re-engages though onto Aerodynamic. It looks like he's going to fall for it, and another bad turn of events for Avalanche here, and the re-engage going to come back out from Kelsey in the 4 wards. Wudon tries it again, gets out this time. I think the biggest problem, this A-Soul just shredding away. Pobercat almost falling there, gonna pick up the heal, and this is just, I know it's about trading gold, but the gold is being traded in the favor of Kelsey in the 4 wards right now.
Yeah, this is the worry, right? Like, yeah, okay, we can see what Avalanche is trying to do. They're just gonna keep going. They're still gonna go, Draz. Leona jumping with the Zenith Blade again, drags all the way into the base. Wudon just can't find it as well. Reasons falls and the passive won't be able to get much as Noodle can just walk himself out. Oh, hold on, walk himself out and then jump right back in and die. And this is what you're talking about, right? Like, yeah, we can keep fighting. We can fight. Oh my god, and we're in, and we're out, and we're in. See, that's what I was talking about with the Zed, right?
Yep.
He's on your screen all of a sudden, then suddenly is not. Actually finds to find Noah on the back end of that as well. Arrow really popping off in that play. 5-1 and 6. Kelsey hopefully
that's
fine.
an unofficial quadra coming out from that strategy.
No shot. And perfect that he wants to trade his death as well, because sitting on so much gold, you actually don't want to live after that play. So it's completely perfect. It's a completely perfect outcome for Arrow. Like 6-2 and 6 sitting on his base. We'll have to see what he comes back onto the map with.
Call of Fortune comes
though,
out from Kelsey. He's looking for a heavy engage on the backline. Noodle's the only one kind of trading anything back, but it looks like Kelsey gets the Lulu through. Oh my the re-engages. There is repeated re-engages coming out from Avalanche, and it's just resulting in death after death.
Yeah, it's wild. They've come in with such a such a sense of like, we got this, boys, and now I feel like this is where it kind of sets in, and you go, hold on, now what do we do? Like, clearly one way isn't working. What's the strat now? I'm confused. What's happening? It shouldn't be happening. What's going on, guys? Like, these are the comms at this stage, because you worry that now a comp that usually wouldn't be able to put their foot on the trigger that much early, Draz, and wouldn't be able to pressure you, now they suddenly can. So that means that their scaling that they're already going to have is just accelerated by, you know, bar none. I'm mainly looking at sort of this Karthus and this center when I mentioned scaling. The game that actually knocked my team out, we versed the center, and it was disgusting. I'm not sure if Tezza he took the lethal tempo. Yeah, so this center took lethal as well, and it gets to a point where I don't even know what I'm looking at with this center, but it's killing everyone, and it's unstoppable, and it's shooting us from like double turret range. It's very scary is my point. But Avalanche aren't out of it by any means.
No, they're definitely not out of it. I mean, in an ARM, anything can happen. There might be, you know, a 1.3k gold lead, but in the end of the day, a couple of shutdowns, a couple of kills, and that equalizes back out again. And nothing's to even say that Kelsian forwards have actually spent that extra gold. So,
no.
The difference here isn't really too apparent. However, Kelsian the forwards seem to have a better comp going forward at this point in time. Again, as much as scaling isn't what you really want to go for in an ARAM, they do have this ASOL, and we know how scary it can be, though.
Oh, yeah, the ASOL, but also so much supplementary engage. And speaking of engage...
I don't want to call it, but Noodle hinting a little bit?
Yeah, it's early, but you know, you're not too far left of field. Hold on, that's beautiful.
That was a nice pickup, but Aerodynamics in the back line. We've got the Karthus ult coming through to pick up Bobacat.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Kelsey, double kill, and he's going to walk away.
Yeah, he will, and he's also pretty much max Jack Show potential there as well. So that last turret shot I think we saw did negative damage. Finds the kill on the back end, and how's that with the death mark on Zed and the Karthus as well? Cadence has got to be sitting there like, I can dodge skill shots, but it's not actually going to matter. You're going to just die anyway, I guess.
Yeah, the fight breaks out. I think, I mean, even if this doesn't go the way of Kelsian in the forwards, they got gold they want to spend anyway. It's not that bad. The double kill that Kelsian was able to pick up is going to get spent now, and it's a lot of damage that does come through from that ASOL when he finds the pick.
Yeah, I mean, Cadence is finding ways to jump in, but now it's getting to the point where, you know, queuing forward is Aurelion Sol flying in. Oh, hold on. Finds the kill, and again, this is going to be a classic arrow this game when you're this fed. Finds the trade. Oh, Reasons as well. Popping Noodle. Look, yeah, when do we call it, actually? We're sitting at 1 and 6. Almost every engage has gone poorly. I'm not too sure, and it's also awkward when you've got a champ like Leona Draz, because it's like, well, I can only do one thing. Like, I can't really tell my team for the Leona to sit back and shield. That's not my job. I go in. That's what I do. That's what I'm all about in this life.
Yeah, and Wudon's living it too. He's living and loving.
Oh,
but
yeah.
You're right, though. You look at other kind of champs. You look at the Ornn. You look at, say, the Scion, who kind of has a way to heal back a little bit. You look at champs like Alistar, for example, who are tanky, but just they have a way out. If Leona's in the fight, she's got to commit everything. And when they're so far behind now, which they are, you know, I mentioned before, gold doesn't matter too much, but now it's at 2k. When you're this far behind,
it's early. Yeah.
you can't engage a fight like that, and she doesn't really have a choice.
Yeah, it can feel really hard, and it depends, because I feel like, you know, obviously Howling Abyss, it's not as snowbally maybe as Summoner's Rift, especially not on this patch, but there definitely is snowball factor. And that's not a
engage.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't even get the kill for it.
Just not enough damage. You look, Reasons does skate by on 1 HP, but again, we're seeing a lot of 1-by-1 engages from Avalanche, which I don't really love, because we mentioned in draft that we wanted the Wombo, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Wombo doesn't really work if it's, you know, Leona first. Everyone sort of sits back and does nothing. And then maybe Cadence would
This is what we want.
Here we go.
It comes through
Here
the
we go.
ASOL. The damage coming
Beautiful.
out. Oh, and they just clean up too. Noodle no longer looking like he's inting. A pick comes out on the back line though, and they are going to shut down ASOL, but I don't think it matters.
Oh, here we go. Now they do.
Yeah, Wudon does a lot. He might be 4 and 5, but every time he goes in, he nearly gets a one-shot in a 1v5 scenario.
Oh yeah, he's trading plenty of damage. He's just also trading his life.
Can we just mention Cadence 8 and 4 at this point?
Yeah, it's crazy good. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
See you
Noodle.
later, Lulu.
Rise to the tower. Lulu gonna fall too, though. And it looks like 366 gonna fall too. Arrow's not done yet.
No, it's not. And look at his items already. Eclipse completed. Like, the CDR that he's got at this stage in the game is plenty. He'll be able to get on you. He'll be able to chase you down. At the safety of their turret, though, I think Avalanche will be fine. But kind of weird. We just caster curse them into a good engage. Maybe that's all we have to do, Travis. Because that was beautiful. That was perfect, right? Everything was synced up. That's how we found the fight. If they can keep that up, I don't really see a way in as Arrow.
Wudon just showing them what he's made of.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, the damage is getting them quite low, though. Oh, no. Kind of caught there with the engage coming out from Asol, but he still picks up a kill. A shutdown, no less. A triple, make that a quadra.
Oh, my God. The pet. Oh.
No, Penta. That's unlucky.
Sad dragon emote. Very sad. But they will pick up this turret. I mean, Noodles tanked maybe 15, 20 turret shots. And Arrow may be in a rock and a hard place.
Oh, no, he has caught one. He's caught two. You know what? You take that off the back of a trade and nothing's really going to happen, except for the fact that Tezza has walked forward, but isn't really taking any damage.
No, I mean, it's Leona and a Seraphine, right? So 3 lethal tempo stacks, 3 souls, but bro, Arrow was so close to the montage play of, like, probably the whole tournament. That was, like, look, let's look at the ingredients, right? 1 versus 5, okay? They're all decently health, so we can't just claim, like, oh, they're all 1 HP, it's not that impressive, right? Zed, naturally very stylistic, he just can't find it, so I'm pretty sad. So far, Cadence has got the POTG with the quadra kill so far, and you mentioned his KDA just before. Well, how do you like him now? 12 and 5. Death cap soon to be completed. Speaking of being completed, here comes Wukong. Jumping straight in.
Wudon's almost more of a frontline than Leona at this point. Leona does go for the re-engage, though. Kelsey doesn't have a way out anymore, and my God, the damage that just comes through. We talk about scaling. Is 13 minutes really scaling, or is this just going to get worse?
Yeah, we're into the late game now at 13 minutes, Straz. Deal with it. Just cop it. That's where we're at. Yeah, what an advertisement for why people have been banning Aurelion Sol almost every game. This is crazy. Cadence pop in off and only get stronger. I feel like this is where the champ can get so frustrating is, yeah, you have to be a little bit safe, a little bit passive early, but if you get like just a couple of kills, it can just get so disheartening because there's never the satisfaction of, say, if a Darius gets really fed, then you're like, oh, it's alright, he'll fall off. You know, it'll be fine. We can just play safe. Well, it's like Aurelion Sol's infinite scaling now with this ultimate. And also just the fact that he's so much stronger all across his kit, which means items are better. Like, it's just such a scary time to be on the map. And this Leona completing her Warmogs as well, just means she may not have a disengaged Draz, but she's got plenty of regen to deal with the fact that she's such a goddamn psycho in this game. Let's just call it what it is. Oh, hold on. Speaking of psychotic engages...
looks for the engaged. Noodles also there.
Oh, good snowball.
Gonna fall back this time, actually. Not overcommit. And I think that's what you want to see, especially when you do have such a fed Asol on your team. You don't want to just be giving away lives and kind of making this a 4v5 when it's unnecessary.
No, you don't. And Wudon's clearly got the competitive experience. He's a very, very highly rated player, so he knows what the win con is and when. These engages are absolutely a part of the Wukong. This Aurelion Sol can't really do much unless Riven's in there distracting everyone. The game will be paused as, yeah, we saw on our screens that Darkness had left the game. I don't think it's a rage quit, although at 0-5, we're not entirely sure.
Look, 0-5, but 20 assists do come through, so credit where credit's due. Still doing what you expect from a Lulu. What I want to mention is...
Yes.
We're going to get... I don't know. We're going to get some kind of strategizing going through here, because when you're in the middle of the moment, right, you're looking for that engage. Noodle's done that a few times. This pause has come through from the side of Kelsey and 4 wards, but does this give them some time to strategize? You know, hey, Noodle, tone it back, wait for the Q, we can get that engage. Because I think if they line everything up perfectly, they end the game off 1-5.
Oh, they do. I mean, it depends. I'm trying to think back to when I played the games. They feel so long ago. I've blocked out the PTSD of losing in the losers bracket. I don't remember, but it kind of gets to about 15 to 20 where dying seems to actually matter. Like early game, it doesn't, right? We're trading damage, we're trading kills, you know, just get in there. But it gets to a certain point where you kind of need to be really, really smart and calculated in remembering, okay, here's the point where it's actually really important exactly as you say, that we don't die and that you synchronize and that we make sure our engages are sort of matched up a bit cleaner. All I could think though, as you were talking about like their comms and maybe telling Leona to sort of, you know, sit back, say, hey Noodle, chill out. I just thought to like my ranked solo queue and how great it would be to have like a pause feature that just tell the in-team teammate to just be like, what's going on, buddy? Like just have like a check-in moment and be like, hey, relax, it's alright, we got this. Like, it's such a nice breather in a way too, but hopefully we're not breathing for too long, you know, Darkness sorts out whatever the issue is, and the pause doesn't go for a million years, because also in a way you don't want to ruin their tempo. Like, Kelsey, they're on the back foot now, but in this early game, we thought that the game, well, I mean, I didn't think it was done, but it was getting to a stage where it got really scary really quick, right? And this center is, we mentioned infinite scaling on Aurelion Sol. Tesla Boy's got plenty of that in his back pocket too, to be fair.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, I have just moved it over to the analyst desk screen while I fix up a couple of things for that, so
let me censor myself up.
No, we're all good there. Just a couple of things to do off screen so everyone can enjoy the experience a little bit better. And we have got the queue there that Darkness has reconnected, so hopefully we'll be back in shortly. For our sake, I'll let you know, I'm sure you probably already know this from the scene, it will probably freeze up a little bit after this pause. If we just let it run, we should still be synced. So we'll just deal with that as we have to. And I also apologize for anyone who had to listen to the, I believe it's the Aurelion Sol ability on repeat.
Yeah, I've got that in my headphones a little bit.
So, helping out people a little bit, maybe by, let me mute that for everyone. There we are, guys.
Does that work for me? Oh, it does. Oh, the piece. Oh my god. I feel like one of those kids that Mr. Beast like cured with the blindness. Like I feel like I'm experiencing life in a whole different way now. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, you can finally hear again. But Darkness has reconnected, like I said. The pause, unpause should hopefully come through. Fingers crossed on that. But what do you think so far? I mean, like we said, it's looking like we're actually back into game. We won't talk about that. We'll talk about the game, which is still going on here.
Oh, and speaking of jumping in, Zed, Arrow's actually straight in there. I'm not sure if we're showing this on stream, so I feel like an old-timey radio. No, we are. Beautiful. All right.
Yep.
Okay, the engage didn't work out so much. What is really important is they actually traded a whole bunch of damage onto Aurelion Sol. So the fact that their 13 and 5 carry now needs to play extra conservatively is like, mwah, chef's kiss, right? Really, really perfect for Kelsey's team. We'll see what they do with it now, because they can also just pop this bad boy. Cadence even lower. Like, oh my god,
so
almost
low.
dead.
And the burn coming through as well from the Leandries and... Oh, he's going to look for the engage anyway.
It
doesn't matter. He gets a little bit of damage off. Does fall probably sooner than he wanted to. Noodle now doesn't really have anyone else to help him. Except for Woodon goes in and picks up the kill in Darkness. Does heal a fair bit. 366 falling down. And I don't know if that was worth flashing forward for. Your damage is dead.
No, he tried his best to shut him down, but Tezza was really, really quick with the Q. Heals himself just enough so that Leona can't last hit. But you're exactly right, because now you're missing that flash Leona sort of engage, which might be your only way to get onto this center, bar none for maybe Cadence jumping in and exposing himself really badly. But I do like what Cadence was actually thinking. I don't think his entire team needed to int. I don't know if everyone had as much gold as he did, but you've got to get out of there when your damage is so low. Speaking of damage and being so low, Cadence popped as soon as he gets back into the map.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary for Avalanche here, because as we mentioned, oh wow, and Aerodynamic's gonna fall, and three are down, so maybe not the end of the world. Cadence will actually be back up before 2 of them, and the rest of Avalanche is just pushing down. We mentioned one fight can be the end. I think one fight can be the end for Avalanche. The other side here, Kelsey and forwards needing a little bit more, but they have just delayed, I don't want to say the inevitable, because if it keeps happening, they might find a way back in.
Yeah, and the first inhibitor of the game is going to fall, and it's going to be on Avalanche to decide. They find the slow, pretty much everything.
I mean, the Forge God gonna hit, but it gets Spell Shield blocked. I don't think it's enough. It didn't really hit anyone. Woodon re-engaging a little bit low, does get a lot of shields and healing, and manages to finally get popped, and that's just a 1-for-1.
He'll be popped. Actually, Seraphine going to be the target for Arrow as he jumps in this time. Finds a decent amount of damage, but that W is just insane. Here comes the big ult from Aurelion, though. Covers, pretty much the entire map, I'd say, but takes too much of damage from himself, and they can't really find much of it, so real shame for Cadence. He might even fall here.
Oh, he does fall. No one getting low as well.
Oh, that's terrible news. Actually, that's really, really bad for Avalanche because you've lost such an important ability in that Aurelian ultimate. Because it was all stacked up and everything. I think he loses it now that he's used it. Is that right, Chaz? I haven't played the champ. I'm not too sure. Regardless, though, you can tell Kelsey are excited by that previous play, jumping straight in. Aero, not afraid of jumping in. Wudon actually pops his ult, so he'll look to try and find something. Wants to fight quickly before it expires.
Yeah, re-engage. Gonna come through. Oh. And Aerodynamic just blowing everyone up. Oh, yeah, Wudon gets out with a sliver of health. And I mentioned, one fight's not going to end for Kelsey and Forwards, but that's 3 1-fights now. And they weren't behind in gold. They just had probably the weaker late-game team comp. But if they keep this roll up, one more fight probably will win it for them. And Aerodynamic looking heinous. They're getting half the health down already.
Yeah, I know. It's so scary because, Cadence has the gold, he has the kills, but he's not feeling very safe on the map. You can tell the way he's clicking backwards. He's careful, he needs to be conservative, and that's all just because of how strong this Zed really is. I mean, Aero, he was scary in the game when I was on the, when I was in game, but I feel like out of game is even scarier because now I'm seeing everything he's doing, right? And yeah, it falls. Maybe I've cursed him a bit there. That's fine. We'll see what Avalanche else can find. Actually picks off the Carpus on the back. Bit of an American sniper on the Seraphine. As Tezzaboy now finds himself in a bit of trouble. Noodle will take him down with the CC. Bobacat able to follow up, and Cadence wants to keep going. Finds a slope, but not enough. It's literally too slippery. But without a team, they're going to have to concede a lot of prior, a lot of pressure. But given the fact that there was such an insane push by Kelsey in the 4 wards, I feel like not much is going to happen outside of maybe getting a couple waves, and then everyone's going to be back on the map for a classic 5v5 again.
Yeah, it does look that way, but you've got to ask yourself now, minus the ace, or what really do we have from the side of Avalanche in this late game?
Not a lot, hey?
They're all great champs in the late game, but they're not, the crazy level of... realistically, what you're seeing from the other side, we talked about how Avalanche scales. What we really haven't looked at is Senna's infinite scaling, and they have Ornn items, which have come onto the board now as well. That's a lot of scaling coming out too, and when you have an 18 and 8 Zed and a 10 and 7 scaling Senna with Ornn items, good engage, and an Enchanter, it can be a scary late game too. Misses that there. Call the Forge coming through, hits 2, but there's no real engage to be had from it. Arrow does look to get in, but there's not really an angle for him just yet.
No, it's terrible. You'd be hoping that Kelsey in the 4 wards actually positioned quite up front now, knowing that the Seraphine ultimate isn't available to Avalanche. That's pretty much the only way to lock down these carries like the Lulu in the center and the back line, as well as control this insane front line of this Ornn and this Zed. And you mentioned earlier that Zed's kind of acting like a front line, or maybe it was the Riven more than the Leona. I'm feeling like that this time. He's unreasonably tanky. I have no idea why. And at the same time, he's one-shotting everyone. So they've got to try and find a way to engage, find an angle soon. We're definitely at the stage where a serious push, if not an end, does come through off the next team fight win. May explain why they're just a little bit scared to pull that trigger despite Avalanche actually blowing abilities and missing them. May mean that Avalanche get one more fair fight in. Maybe they're just playing for Aurelian Soul stacks on his ultimate. I can actually click the boy. Let's find out. How many stacks does he have? Yeah, he's close. I don't think he has the perfect ult yet, but you're not gonna say that he's a terrible champ just because he doesn't have this crazy ult. Like that damage from that Q, it's disgusting, right? The fact it can reset off everything, what can't you say about them? Hold on. Getting caught, potentially aerodynamic. There's so much shielding.
He goes in the backline though, and he has been stopped, but no, it's like you said, he has ways out. He's not just a normal Zed who has to kind of commit.
This could be it.
Oh, he's got a way out, and he uses it and gets back in and just cleans up.
Yeah, this definitely could be it. Arrow too strong, too thick, too fast, too slippery on this Zed. This Sivir just completely underwhelming in this game. Leona, and this is what I mean about that center, right? Look at that range. Like, it's disgusting. Literally almost out of the Nexus laser. Yeah. Can she just be one-shotting people? I would have loved to see Avalanche sort of respawn and Senna just shoot at them like fish in a barrel while they just stand there and can't even hit her. We're not going to see it though because the victory screen's going to pop and Kelsey and the 4 wards are going to take it. Is that them knocking out the Avalanche team, by the way?
Yeah, so that was the losers finals. So I guess however you want to look at it, that's I suppose a third place for the Avalanche team. Nice. So Rep AVL getting third place there. That means that Kelsey and 4 wards are going to move through to the finals where they are going to face off against, let me double check on this, it's TNS2 who managed to get the win from them
Oh, yeah.
in the game before. So this is again another rematch. And
Okay.
if this is anything to go by, we already saw Kelsian Forwards take out AVO a little bit earlier. So if we're rolling off that, then TNS2 might take the win again. However,
Wait and see.
to wait and see. With that, we will move to an intermission and be back with you guys once we're into that one. But this is going to be exciting. This is a team who's had to fight really hard. They've won, they've lost, they've won. They're back into it.
This is it.
This is it.
The grand final. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
It's the calm before the storm. Things aren't as they were before. You best start bracing. Did you think you could keep us out? Shut the gates, forget us now. Tides are changing. Can you hear this sound? Can't stop
All right, we're back as teams get ready for the finals. Just to refresh everyone's memory on what's going to happen here, it is TNS2 versus Kelsey and 4 Wards. TNS2 being the favorites, or the winners of the winners bracket, getting to pick their side, and they have chosen to go for blue side, which has had a lot higher of a win rate throughout the stream. So maybe that's the advantage here.
I wonder why, right? Like, what would actually be the natural advantage of blue side? Is it just first pick?
I don't know. I don't think first pick is like that important, right? I mean, it's not as important as it is in an actual normal game because
that's it. Like, it is and it isn't. Yeah.
It's ASOL ban coming out straight away. That makes sense. It didn't win last game, but we've seen how strong it was. It should never have been played. It shouldn't be played ever again. Get that out of here.
Oh my god. Okay, Draz, it's alright. It's gone. It's alright. I mean, I feel the same way. I almost have a panic attack every time I see it in my games. I'm just like, oh really? We have to deal with this shit now? Setter taken away as well, actually. Really interesting because that's coming from Boy and the lads. They're actually banning the center, so clearly they've got something else planned. I mean, in the game we versed them, Tezza was kind of their chosen AD carry player, right? And he opted for the Kai'Sa, so there's still that sort of option for him. And they finally take away the Zed. Interesting. I haven't seen Aero in this tournament so far without the Zed. I wonder what he'll go for. What I'm also really curious about is this whole TNS side too, Draz. I don't know anything about them other than like their players. I know all of their players pretty well, and friends with all of them, but I don't know what they'd really pull out in an ARAM. They're starting off with the Varus. Poke, not poke. We don't know yet. Could be either. But it's a really decent first pick, I think.
Yeah, so we've seen one Varus come through. I actually don't recall if it was coming. I don't think it came out of that team, but we've seen a Varus come through. It was the AP kind of build coming through.
AP.
It was AP and it went like 10 and 2 in the mid game. It's really scaled off. 2 ADCs being picked up though is an interesting one. But to kind of fill you in, TNS2 only really ran on one game on stream, so we don't have a lot from them. So while we have seen Kelsey and 4 Wards kind of come through a lot on the stream, kind of people know what to expect. TNS could be running anything. They could have, completely gone the opposite direction that one game and pick something up different this game, but I think this is looking somewhat similar to what they ran before.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know too much about recent Arcanic in terms of the champs that they love, but I know Vigi quite well, and Volley is one of his go-tos. Jax, Volley, things like that. He's always loved, he's always rated. So I like this picking it up here. We don't see much Volley Bear in Summoner's Rift. I don't know how good he is in ARAM. Again, all 3 of their champions so far, like, obviously there is no such thing as flex picks, right, in ARAM, really, like, because there's no roles, but there are flex builds, so you're not really sure what you want to itemize for or what they're going to go for, right? Kai'Sa can play poke, or she can play front to back and in your face. She can also play dive. Varus can do the same, and Volley can also do the same. He can go assassin with lethality, or he can go AP, or he can go full tank and just constantly regen off his empowered W off Sion, right, who's going to be in his face. Maybe go a heart steal, we don't know. So I like the flexibility that they have in terms of builds. Not so much the case on Kelsey's side, however, they're sticking to the script, aren't they? With the pick so far, sticking to the game plan, and maybe that's what they want to do when they back themselves in this grand final for the game 1.
Yeah, look, we mentioned the Sona came through on pretty much every game on stream for Darkness that it was available. It did get banned out last game. He picked up a Lulu pretty similar in playstyle in a sense, and then the Sona's come back through again, so yeah, that's been picked up. You see the Sion, that's been picked up a fair bit from a lot of teams, actually. This is looking pretty standard. Even the Ezreal's been around a lot. So nothing too crazy coming out from that side. On the other side, though, double ADC to first pick. I mean, minus the fact that the Zed's banned, do we see something similar to that Zed come back out for Aerodynamic to just assassinate and blow up these ADCs?
That's right. Like, what is it? That's my question to you, is what is it? It's the Fizz. There you go. I was thinking maybe even a Yasuo, but Yasuo's banned just because of Sion and all the knockups, but not being able to take that. He'll opt for the Fizz. Really similar style. It's your AP Zed, right? You can jump in, then you can Q through minions, E away, so it's almost like the exact sort of style that Aero wants. So I really like the Fizz pickup because clearly that's how he wants to play these Rams. And then they're going to round off their comp over on the TNS side of life with the Vladimir and the Wukong. It's a bit weird. I don't know how I feel about TNS's comp, but I'm not completely... It's different because I like that it's interesting, whereas Kelsey's team, they are doing interesting stuff, I think, in the game, but in terms of their drafting, it's pretty much the exact same thing. Darkness, Enchanter, Kelsey, Tank, one AD carry player, one assassin, one this. Maybe that's the recipe. That's the meta Draz. But I also like a bit of creativity, a bit of uniqueness, a bit of not knowing what we're expecting from casters. Makes it interesting for us too.
I'd like to see that Gragas, and it did lock in. Yeah, you're definitely right. You're right. What I will say with TNS is, and look, I wasn't paying an overly huge amount of attention to each team and what they were playing because I was kind of sitting here running the broadcast more so than I was analyzing the games. But we did see a team comp come out that was Varus, Vladimir, and Volibear, and I believe it was from TNS2. So they have picked up 3 champs that they were comfortable on. The Varus really popped off. The Volibear just kind of did its thing. It was a little bit random, and so was the Vladimir, but it worked for them. So maybe they've, we went back to, 2 separate sides of the bracket, finding their formula, finding what works for them. Maybe this is TNS's formula, and they haven't dropped the game yet, unlike Kelsey and Forwards.
Well, this is the thing, right? Is you can doubt them, but they're also on the winner's side of the bracket for the entire night. Like, you have to give them a rating for that. And I do. I think they're going to do really, really well. What I do like is all the disruptors that TNS have in a team fight. It's going to make it really, really tricky, I think, for Aerodynamic to play the game. And the reason I say that is Fizz has a pretty telegraphed way of what he wants to play fights. He wants to look for a pick with his ult first, and he wants to assassinate the backline. Now, Fizz can do that. That's all well and good, but if you've got a Wukong dive in your face, if you've got a Volibear dive in your face, and then a Vladimir being unkillable, untouchable, and regenning off anyone at the same time, there's so much dive where it almost counters the one dive champ that Kelsey have. So you've kind of got this 3 versus 1 situation in fights where it's, well, who can do it first? Can Fizz kill off the backline and most of TNS's damage before all 3 of their champs murder the backline of this Sona and this Ezreal? That's what I'm going to be looking out for in fights, is which one goes first, which pebble, falls down the river and gets washed away. Because in a longer fight, I think I'll always take Kelsey's team, for sure, right? The regen, the Ezreal poke, Sion's going to build his Jack show, so the longer fights go, the better for him. And then TNS have drafted champs that also want really long fights. So I like that side of things for Kelsey's team. But honestly, I'm kind of vibing with how TNS can play if it's really synergistic. They've got to play as a team here, because if they don't, I think it's completely doomed for TNS.
Yeah, I can agree. This team comp doesn't have any standout. I mean, look, the Varus can definitely pop off. Anyone can pop off in an Aram, but they don't really have any standout, like, this champion is going to be our solo carry, like we saw come out from Wudon on that Fiora in that game before, where he went crazy. Diving backlines just kind of went...
He was wild.
He was wild. But what I will say is, I think both teams have their merits, right? I think the damage that comes out from TNS2 is probably a little bit favored, in my opinion. Having the Varus, having that Vladimir... But then I think the engage on the Wukong and the Volibear, if played incorrectly, is just going to fail. It's very easy to wait, reset, and re-engage against that, right? Whereas with the Gragas, you've got some kind of repeated peel. The Sion is just ridiculously tanky up front, doesn't even need to disengage a fight. But I think the Ezreal and the Fizz is a little bit harder to play than maybe the Varus and the Vladimir is.
I 100% agree.
You've got one team that favors kind of their tanks and how simple they get to play, and one team that just favors kind of building damage and scaling off that. And I think it really just depends on which one's easy to execute is going to really depend on who wins the game.
Yeah, big time. I mean, the team that's going to win is the team that's going to win. They've got to blow up the Nexus first, and there's only one way to find out, good friend.
Yeah, well, only one way to find out, and that's to go to a short break so we can get prepared to come back with the first game of the finals. We'll see you there.
Ooh, exciting.
You say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time. You're out of time. And now you're out of time.
All right, we're back in, and already these teams have just come straight to lane and looked for a bit of a fight. But
yeah, I love it. Kelsey's done the classic, like, you see it on Summoner's Rift as well, Draz, where they do it on the lane brush in bot lane, and then they'll just TP back top. So it's basically whoever can get in that brush first, and we can see Kelsey right now. He's loving the fact that he can play out of vision. It only really works once versus a good team, and we've got 2 good teams right now. This is the grand final after all. So he got his first bit of chunks. I doubt they'll fall for it again, but like you said, anything can happen in an Aram. Anyone can be the carry. That's the beauty of it. As the sort of front side bush is going to be taken in control by TNS, although Ringwraith's not as scary as maybe he thinks he is without that level 6. We see in competitive as well, Wukong just pretty much permanently farms the entire early game because of that's how much he relies on his ult. Ooh, great pull by Vlad though. Arrow jumps in without his E now, probably just falls here. Yeah, it does. First blood over to TNS.
He does. Now, I want to make a comment on a couple of these champions. Aerodynamics, Fizz being one of them. As much as it maybe doesn't have the full utility of a Zed in the way that it was being played, it can be played similarly, right? Engage with the snowball, get out kind of with the way you would normally engage on that champion. So a couple of ways he can maybe make it work, but I think he's probably a little bit more out of his comfort zone now than he was on the Zed. And
that's it.
I think that already showed where he took a little bit of a risk, stepped a bit too far forward, and he's fallen already.
Yeah, this is the thing, right, is, yeah, it works really, really great if you're playing the one champ and it's working, but this tournament's been going for a long time tonight, Draz, and I mean, I don't need to tell you that, you're probably very tired doing such an amazing job with the broadcasting, but as a player as well, you play like, and I have this in my games in Ranked as well, you play 5-10 games of Ornn in a row, and then suddenly your team doesn't need a tank and you have to go something that's a bit more carry. You can feel really lost because it's a whole different world, right?
Reason's feeling lost
world.
On that as well, and Grags is a little bit different from what he has played, gone for a little bit of a more of an engage and kind of frontline champ, and it's not playing off. You can see this team having to step outside of their comfort zone. Their 2 picks who have kind of been crucial this whole tournament, playing something different and just getting blown up.
Nah, the Vladimir is actually playing really well. I mean, I haven't seen him use pull incorrectly once, and it's such an easy ability to whiff too, you know, because there's so much threat on the side of Kelsey as well in terms of different ways to be CC'd, to be locked down, to be bursted, you know, if you've got the Fizz or the Ezreal in front of you. But he's played it perfectly so far, and actually what you'll see from Vlad too, oh hold on, what you'll see from Boy is a death timer, he's off back to his base. But yeah, like, I think just really patient execution coming out of TNS so far. They're going to stand 4-0 in this game so far, but we saw it last time, right? Where Avalanche were doing really well early, ended up losing the game. Like, it's too early to tell anything, but so far so good for TNS.
Yeah, it's going well. I mean, they're sitting at 4-0. No, this is what I mean. Like, not bad of a play, or like, I guess a mechanical play, but like not a great team play, and nothing was really brought of that.
No, but it was a bomber, so the fact that it's a bomber makes it worth, alright? Darkness looks like he's TC'd again! Someone gets Darkness's parents off the Netflix. They've had enough. One more episode.
Oh no, he's gonna quickly get that pause in while he runs to the living room and unplugs the TV from the wall. But you mentioned that you had a similar issue, you know, where internet was a problem. If we've had 2 DCs coming out from Darkness now, do you start to get tilted from it? Does it really start to affect your gameplay?
Oh, like, yeah, but it doesn't affect your gameplay as much as 300 ping affects your gameplay. You know what I mean? Like Darkness can be the most tilted anyone's been, like Bean's OCE level of tilted, but if he's just standing still, like, you can't play worse than that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't make more of a mistake than just DCing in front of the boys. What I hated about my leg in particular, Draz, is it wasn't the one where I was standing still, but where everything would freeze, and then all of a sudden everything goes really, really quickly and it catches up, right?
Yep.
So, like, I feel like I'm about to engage, and I was playing Ornn in this game, and there was a Veigar, and I feel like I was going to have an amazing knock-up, and then I'm just right into a Veigar cage, dying. I'm on my, like, 13th death. Like, it's a really tragic time. So maybe Darkness isn't tilted, but his team probably definitely is. And this chat is popping off. Good thing we can't see it on stream. I haven't read it yet. But seems like both teams sort of trading blow for blow in the mental warfare battle. And we'll see, because again, Draz, it's the grand final. Like, we don't want Kelsey's team to lose out on something like having to FF, right? Like, just because of one play, that does suck. So we'll have to see. Hopefully it's sorted soon, you know, for our sanity and for everyone in chat as well. The big boy admins will be trying to fix it as best as they can. All the behind the scenes people, of which there are many. But yeah, I mean, we'll just have to sort of see how they crack on.
Yeah, now, going back to a topic I was talking about before, mostly being the picks, I wonder, right? We had this exact matchup again. So it was Kelsey and the Forwards versus TNS2 when Kelsey and Forwards lost their first game. Like I said, I recall seeing these champs played today, and I believe it was by TNS2. That means it was against Kelsey and Forwards.
Interesting.
Did they not see a threat come out from that Varus that went so heavily positive in the early game?
Yeah, that's wild, actually. So they've left open the champs that knocked them into the losers bracket.
From what I'm recalling, look, probably got Twitch chat calling me an idiot right now. But from what I'm recalling, it was the Volley Bear, it was the Vladimir, and it was the Varus that especially popped off so heavily.
Yeah, right. Oh, that is really curious. Have they just forgotten? Have that many games been played that they've just completely forgotten? Or were they beaten so badly that they've, like, their brain has done some sort of survival mode, like, delete it? Do you know what I mean? Like, they've kind of, like, put it back into the filing cabinet. As Darkness does return to the game, you know, obviously playing Sona, he doesn't really need to do more than just not just stand still. Like, anything more than that, and you're kind of just kidding yourself. So the fact that he's present in this game, at the very least, will help them.
Got a long pause here. It's happening to you as well. Look, we'll give it. We'll leave it because when it does resume again, we'll be synced back up. I think it depends on the length of the pause of the game, and they pause for about 4 minutes. So we might be here for a short while. There we go. Back in.
Okay, sweet. So what just happened? I feel like Okay, so Reasons just flash bombed. Was very cool, but absolutely nothing happened from it. And that was it. I think that was the most recent play. What we do need to talk about now is level 6, right?
And speaking of, comes straight through. Aerodynamic trying to get out after the Vlad goes in, but there's also another gauge coming up. Wow, this fight's everywhere, and I apologize for not getting that one right, but Wukong just dove in the backline, became a menace, and we can see Rock Dog's really scaling up with the damage too. I don't know. This went, I guess, for the way of Kelsey and the Forwards picking up their first 2 kills of the game, but given the fact that nobody's really gotten to spend their gold over on TNS2, is that a win?
It's a win now.
It is a win now.
I was going to answer you, but then I saw Arrow do that, and I'm like, alright, well, let me just let him cook. Like, let's find out what actually happens here. As Ringrease now jumps in, doesn't have his ultimate though, so he can't really lock down anyone long enough to deal a whole bunch of DPS, but yeah, it's so weird, right? As soon as they hit 6, it was pretty much just go, go, go. And as far as comms, that's kind of all you could really say that was serious. Maybe even for my team, maybe other teams were different. I feel like the most in-depth you can get in like a macro shot call is go, go, go. Like, that's pretty much the name of the game, and definitely was the story in the headsets of TNS as they all just jumped in. Vigi especially on that volley bar as well, an absolute menace.
Vlad does get shut down, but you know what? I'm gonna say that's probably to spend his gold.
That's it. I think volley as well. Vigi's like, you're not going there without me, brother, and jump straight back in. And that damage. Sundra now completed on Wukong. Pretty much full build. That's why people hate Wukong.
The Wukong picking up. No, he doesn't pick up. He does. Wow. Wow, the trade there. Not what you'd expect. This game is very split.
Beautiful knockout. It's super split. I don't even know how you even call what's happening. Like, everything's going on too many different levels.
The Vlad! He spent the gold and he just came back with a vendetta!
Yeah, so I'm gonna, like, pray and hope that Ezreal needed to spend his gold, and that's why he walked into the face of a Vlad with fully charged Q. If not, I'm worried. Oh my god, there it is.
Rock Dogs picks it up! Kelsey falls! What is going on?
Yeah.
Reasons though, looks at the re-engage, they might be able to pick something up. No, he flashes forward, dies, and so does... No, I believe that was a what was that? Something else died on my screen.
Did it? Maybe.
I could. Oh, it was the Scion. Right.
Scion,
it was the Scion, the dead Scion. I was like, there's another kill there, right? But no, wasn't.
It's passive. Yeah. It's so wacky because the timer starts but then you feel like it doesn't, and then you go, oh wait, no, it does, because now it's back, because it still starts counting down and isn't passive. I don't know, man. Sign's just a weird champ. Aero wants to find the engage, uses the snowball to hop himself down, but this is what I meant about them diving while he goes in. Like, they're too much of a distraction, do you know what I mean? Now Vigi comes in, unable to be targeted by turrets. Ringreese is, though, so he'll cop one on his way out. But there's just no front line. There just can't be a front line when you've got an AP Varus in the game. Maybe that's why he popped off in that game you were talking about. Like, they've drafted another tank, and they've found the answer to Kelsey's tank playstyle.
Yeah, and look, you can see the damage coming through. Not only do they have that, but they also have this Kai'Sa who is building, you know, reasonably good tank shred. And look, there's a return kill coming through, or return kills coming through, but again, what are you doing? You're getting shutdowns, which means what? Which means you're killing someone who had a killing spree.
Oh my god.
Aero falls for it though.
Oh my god. He's just... Yeah, I don't know. Aero off Z, pick W. Don't spam that.
No, look, he did get a triple kill. Credit where credit's due. But the problem I have is, although that was a great set of kills and they were all shutdowns and you've got a lot of gold in your pocket, what does a shutdown mean? It means you killed someone who was on a killing spree and also has heavy pockets. As we can see by Tesla Boy getting blown up.
Blown up, like completely blown up, right? Destroyed. And look, there's no infinite scaling, but there's good scaling on both sides. So I feel like the fact that this game's got a little bit more messy for the side of Kelsey is really good. For a long time, it was pretty much TNS all the way. Here's Aero with those funky engages. Finds himself with the regen on the outside of that too. So perfectly times it to get the heal. But again, you talked about how much damage TNS have, and it's only getting worse, it's only getting stronger, and Kelsey's just, I can't imagine he's having any sort of amount of fun in this game as it goes on. Like, there's not an item that you can deal with the fact that they are so strong, though. Reasons if he did have that explosive cast.
Oh, the Soda
beautiful
through. We've got Aerodynamic in the backline, too. He's going to pick up a couple of kills and fall very low.
Oh, they're healing.
And kind of going to pick that up. It's the volley bear, the god himself, up against 4 members, and that's going to be a triple kill going over Kelsey.
That was beautiful.
It was interesting. You know what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking maybe there's a little bit of KSing going on the sides of TNS, because we've got a 3-3 and 14 Varus who should be carrying this game.
Oh my god, that's wild. No shot. Oh, beautiful explosive cast keeps himself safe. Not so much the Ezreal though, and is forced to jump back in anyway because this Wukong's too fast. So TNS just trade back everything good that just happened for Kelsey. I don't even get to point out their positives, even though I'd like to. Aero returns back onto the snowball, but just doesn't have his Q up in time. Ringreese will have his.
Oh, Aero, he picks it up!
Finds it!
Credit when credit's due, he picked up a kill in a dire situation.
Yeah, he's got it. I mean, 9 kills. He's topping the charts. 4 teams tied up with the Vlad. Vlad obviously just able to have so much more safety than the Fizz while dealing similar amounts of AP damage. It's not burst though, it's more sustained. And in a fight like this,
the engage comes out. The damage from the Vlad. And again, a split fight though. Kelsey on the backline does pick up the Varus, which means Varus isn't going to be able to get any goal out of this fight.
Aero's in.
Being said, I think this is actually a 1-5. But look, there's a fight happening in the backline as well. Darkness falling, as we can also see Aero picking up a kill, and it's yet again Volley Bear against 3 members. Nothing he can do.
Vigi gets the world in the last 2 fights. Poor guy does his best job in the backline, but everywhere else it all falls apart, doesn't it? Ringreese finds what he can to trade damage, but Aero, alright, no, he's okay. He's just playing with them, playing with his fruit a little bit. Kragus actually uses his snowball there to proc the Dark Harvest. I love to see that little macro Aram situation. Alright.
Ringreese gets the kill on the Fizz after he flashes. Q still connects, but that's going to be a pickup for Reasons. To clean that up. Yeah, you know what? You've got a Vlad in the backline who doesn't really have anything to do. He uses ult already. Look, I wish I could really shoutcast this one, but I don't know what to focus on with a fight happening like this. It's so back and forth. It might not be the most kill-hungry game we've seen, but there's a lot of kills coming through at 11 minutes, and they are non-stop.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're trying to play specifically 4 kills, but we're looking at 55 kills now at 11 minutes. Like, it's pretty intense for an ARAM game so far. the players really rising to the occasion of the grand final.
Yep.
What I am noticing in these fights, though, and it's hard to call in the moment, but if we want to analyze them post, maybe we have 5 seconds to breathe before they engage again. No, we don't, as Wukong jumped in. No, I feel like it's less about an engage going well for either team, but just slight mistakes coming out from other members. So whether it's Vlad jumping in by himself,
yeah, and Kelsey there
caught.
kind of getting caught out. Aerodynamic now in a weird situation. I know he has a lot of damage to give, but he's going to get picked up. My god. Another fight breaking out there. Wukong's going to get the ulti through. We've got the volley bear popping down as well, but they're the only two that are in the backline here. Rock Dogs was kind of caught behind. Might be able to pick up a couple of kills, but that's not really the way they wanted the fight to go. And oh, they might still be able to do it. The 2 ADCs left to deal all of the damage. We did talk about it's going to be a situation of, is the tank easy to play or is the damage easy to play? And in a fight like that, very clearly the damage is what's easier to play.
Yeah, very clearly, and look, I don't want to do it. I already am getting depressed about what I'm about to say, but I have to give credit to Darkness, at least for one of these fights. Like, he's landed a couple good ults so far. It's so depressing, man, because, like, you know, praising an Enchanter at any point in the game, unless it's, like, someone like Carrier or something, just feels off. Like, it feels like you're just not genuine, but I have to give it to him. These ults are actually really good, and the reason I'm saying that is because it's actually really turning these fights. Like, you saw TNS's engage on the back end, with that volley bear and the Wukong, the dive that we mentioned in Champ Select, like, was really, really going to severely impact Kelsey and the Four Ward's ability to win, to turn it, but the Sonar ult stands them still, actually causes enough disruption that Vigi can't get the shield from the volley bear, meaning that he ends up dropping too. So yeah, as much as it destroys my soul, have to give credit to Darkness, this Sonar proving to be incredibly useful in these fights, particularly with that ultimate.
Oh, we do get the chain coming out, and that's going to be an engage from Ringwraith. No, he does run back. Caught by the snowball, though, which could turn into a counter engage, and it does. Arrow manages to jump back, and now we might see a return coming through there. Another pick also coming out on the side from Kelsey. Ringwraith's falling low, but he's still going to look for an engage. Does get the ulti coming through. Aerodynamic has to jump out, so no damage coming out from him. Reasons, though, does look for the engage. There's just too much going on back and forth, and it looks like in the back line, Kaiser just blowing everybody up. The damage comes out. The fight is over, and that is a 2 for 4, 5. Sorry, we've got the Scion who still hasn't fallen.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you called it perfectly, Kaiser. That was the biggest thing in that fight, right? Completely untouched in the backline. I think everyone funneled their screens a little bit too much to the right-hand side of their monitors. Unable to actually touch Kaiser once they used a lot of their abilities. I talked about the Sonar ult earlier, but even Scion ult, things like the Fizz ult, everything missed onto the Kaiser. They may even be looking to threaten the end or at least get as much damage as they can. Longbar may secure the defense. They will. But really, really precarious situation for Kelsey and the Four Wards in this game 1, purely off Arcanic's pop-up in that final fight.
Now, before we get any major fights going on, will we get a chance to... Oh, Ringwraith, he might look for the end.
No shots.
He's going to look for the end.
Wait for the wave. He's got to wait for the wave. That's the first thing, right? I really don't think it's been seen. Oh, this will be wild.
Nobody spotted him in the bush.
Okay, he's going now. Watch your maps, chat. Watch your maps on where this Wukong goes. He's running now. I think he's just got it.
Oh, he's got it. No one's getting back in time. That's it.
Wild.
GG is done.
Screens. Oh.
This fight means nothing. Kelsey and the Four Wards are like, look at this. We're winning a fight. The game's going to turn around. And it sure as hell turned around when we get the pan on the map there. Wow. Do you think they even seen that on the map? I mean, like...
Trust.
Look, I know you can't turn around and save that, but nobody even turned around on the map at all. Nobody walked backwards. Did they even see it coming? Did they?
Yeah. Oh, I don't even know, man. Like, it's easy to say, like, yeah, you've got to check the bushes, but it's also, like, that play's only really made by someone who knows Wukong like the back of their hand, right? Or at least has the prior knowledge to make that play. That's not something that a lot of people are usually doing. So it has to be credit to Reese for having the creativity, and we can't really flame Kelsey too much for getting caught out in the cheese. Still though, really funny to laugh at people when something like that happens. So what a way to end the game. But it was going to end somehow. Do you know what I mean? Like, that game really was in the bag, I think, for TNS at that stage.
Yeah.
So we can't go crazy and be like, oh, what a turnaround, what a comeback, you know, how unexpected. Just a really odd way to do it, I guess.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, when was the last time you heard of someone winning through a backdoor in an ARAM.
Backdoor ARAM. There it is.
And I mean, the fact of the matter is, most of the time when you're playing an ARAM, it's not coordinated. You're just messing around and having a little bit of fun. And you never have the team who's willing to force a fight and keep the distraction away so that you can go on backdoor in an ARAM. So, great ton of events. I love to see that. We are getting ready for the second game, but that will take a little while. So we have some time to discuss something. And I have a question I want to ask you.
Okay.
Do we see a big draft kind of difference coming out, or a pick and ban difference coming out from Kelsey and Forwards? Because they've been destroyed by a similar team comp twice now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? At this point, like, and it goes past the point of ego. So maybe in the first game, it's like, and this happens in regular league comp as well, where it's like, okay, we've identified the problem wasn't their chance. We just played it shit. You know, we would have stomped them. We just need to play better. But it's exactly as you mentioned. It's happened twice now. And it's happened in a really similar way. And it also, and we can spend like half an hour talking about it, but a lot of their champs directly counter others. The most obvious one, and the only one I'll point out, is this AP Varus into Kelsey and his frontline champs that he wants to pick, right? But there's multiple storylines like that in what TNS is drafting. You have to switch it up. What I'm afraid of, though, is the fact that they've clearly got such a succinct style. They've been playing it all night, Draz. I feel like the grand final, it's too late to change. Like, is it too late, or do they have some sort of back pocket, like, complete turnaround, whip around crazy thing that they can, like, maybe they go a full poke style, or they play an all yordle comp? I don't know what the fuck it'd be, but like, do they have the ability to adapt like that? Because if they don't, I think you're right. TNS have just got their number in such a way that we could be looking at a 2-0 to finish off this night.
You know what I want to see? And look, I would, as a caster, as an analyst, as a host, as someone who's done this plenty of times before, I almost feel stupid saying this, but it's an ARAM tournament, or an ADAM tournament, as we've been calling it. I want to see a stupid comp come out. I want to see balls to the wall.
Define stupid.
Like, I don't know, pick up some random champs that just do some stupid damage. Go for like a massive wombo you'd never expect. Like, get some burn, like, you know, have a brand and maybe like a Zyra or something that can just do a big wombo.
Yumi.
Yeah, something stupid. What? Just
Yumi 80 carry.
Yeah, like, just get something going off. Like, there is so much you can pull off in a 5-man team comp that you know, doesn't need to have wave push and doesn't need to have, you know, side lanes and a jungler. And there's so much more you can do. And I know that they've been testing the limits of that, but I really want to see it push this game.
Yeah, I really like it. I think hopefully that, and if we don't get that, go for poke. Like, poke is so fun. Like, and really test the mechanics in the hands of the enemy team as well. Because if you don't dodge the abilities, there's no real way to regen in ARAM outside of those little things. I don't know what you call them, little green pluses, the Swiss pots, I don't know, whatever. But then you've also got, like, you know, things like building Warmogs, but not every champ can build that. So there's a lack of regen is my point. So to execute something like poke is always really, really fun and a fun way to secure something. But you've got to be particular about it, because the poke don't work if the poke don't land. So you need to have a real understanding. You mentioned earlier in the stream as well, in terms of like having that champ understanding means more than rank, means more than micro, means more than mechanics. It's the champion understanding. And to play poke, you need to know that, because you need to know ability ranges and stuff. So while fingers crossed are for something fun like that, I doubt that we'll get it. Hopefully it is something just really silly, balls to the wall, like you mentioned. We talked about what Kelsey and the Forwards need to change. Do you reckon TNS need to change anything? Because they might, given the fact that if Kelsey do address what just happened to them, and they do ban those champions that are causing such issues, think like the Varus, Arcanix, Kai'Sa, where do they go? What do they do? I know Vigi's champ pool. I don't know what else they could pull out. Maybe Ringreese goes for the Evelyn or the Zac. I feel like both can be pretty good in ARAM. What sort of style do you think they might go out? I mean, we haven't seen much of them really in the winners bracket, but they've got to be able to adapt as well, not just Kelsey, you know? Yeah,
well, look, the benefit of them playing in the winners bracket, but off stream for the most part, is that they get to repeat their picks. You know, if someone doesn't have that info, they don't have a single clue what they're going to pull out. And a lot of the times, going for your solo queue pick isn't what you're going to go for. I mean, minus, you know, Aerodynamic pulling out the Zed, for example, or Reasons maybe popping on the Orianna, which I know he likes to play a fair bit as well. You don't normally see that come out. So there's an entirely different draft that's being made for this tournament, and it's not something you can prepare for until you've seen it. And look, I don't know why Kelsey and Forwards didn't prepare for it after their first loss, but I'm sure they're definitely going to prepare for it after that one.
Yeah, no, you've got to.
And so what does TNS do to counter that? I think they just, honestly, I think they run it back with a similar comp. There's so many champions out there. Like, Volibear isn't a particularly prior pick when it comes to engaging. Like, it doesn't have to be a volley. Yeah. I think the biggest problem is that they showed 2 ADCs that can do the same job. They showed that they can play the Varus. They showed that they can play the Kai'Sa. If they both get banned out, sure, you might see the Vlad return. Sure, you might see whatever else return. And we are actually getting straight into this, so let me transition over. And I didn't even have time to set up the names, but that should be... You know what? That's fine. We know the teams. TNS2 and Kelsian Forwards. Kelsian Forwards are on blue side this time. They did get the pick. I'm not too sure why that didn't update for you guys. But nonetheless, we're in now. They are picking. Vladimir has been banned. You know what? That's the one that I didn't expect to get banned. I think that's the one of the few that you can maybe play around.
No. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Vlad was annoying. Was it absolutely like crazy carrying as much as the others? Probably not. I'm not too sure. Varus, the second taken away. Yeah, so no, you picked it beautifully, right? They're absolutely going to address what happened and why forced them to change things up. And TNS are going to trade blow for blow as well. They're going to take away things like the Scion too. Kelsey, massive comfort pick for him, obviously. So they're not going to leave draft completely on a whim as well. Be interesting to see how they round it off. Like, what do they take away? Do they think the Wukong was a problem? Do they think that the Kai'Sa, yeah, there we go, the Kai'Sa may go. And then TNS to round us off before we start picking. Who's got the first pick?
First pick will be, right? Yeah, Kelsey. Kelsey will have first pick here. So, you know what? I want to address, I already mentioned it. I think it was utterly stupid to pick both the Kai'Sa and the Varus in the same game. I don't think there was a need for it. They both popped off, but I think you could have just had one of those and then maybe an Enchanter or maybe another Engage or Peel or something. I think both of them being banned, I don't know what we're going to see. I said run the comp back. I don't know with what.
Yeah. And I think we talked about what was missing out of Kelsey in the Forwards compared to their win versus Avalanche. And one of the things that was missing was that center, right? Tezaboy didn't get up to pick his center, didn't get to play it. This time does get to secure it. So maybe that's some sort of a change. Tarek, a really, really interesting pickup. And I actually like it a whole bunch. I think could be really, really awesome. My only worry now is you've shown Tarek early, which means that Kelsey and the Forwards do have the ability to actually just play for something that's a lot more poke, a lot more centered around playing at range. And then suddenly Tarek is really, really negated as a pick. However, if they don't have that adaptability and TNS have just read them like a book and know that they're going to draft Engage and all in like they have in the last couple of fights, if that's the way this game's going to be played out, interesting. We've got invulnerability on 2 sides of the coin.
I'm expecting to see the Sona come through as they've hovered here because we've seen it every game, and I'm expecting to see an Orianna.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like Orianna, especially on someone like Reasons as well. He is known for it just in general. Really, really decent mid laner, but especially on the Orianna, does he show a lot of comfort. Maybe they want to secure Kelsey's front line as well, knowing that there are 2 more bans to go, plus Scion already taken away. Could really, really take a decent deep shot into Kelsey's champ pool. So maybe they lock that in instead, but then you obviously run the risk of maybe losing some real prior mid laners, like you already mentioned the Orianna, but they could take away things like the Aurelion, the Annie, the Asol, all of those champs are still up. So TNS could even take one of the Annie or the Asol here. And they could be looking at a real juicer so far in this first phase.
I've worked something out.
Oh no.
Why is there 2 invulnerabilities in a team that hasn't had a problem? They're worried about aerodynamic.
Oh.
That's the only person who's going to blow anyone up.
Oh, they go Swain as well. So that's another, like, you can't one-shot me boy, too, in some sort of way. Yeah, they've really gone for a very particular style, particular mindset, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've banned out the mid laners that, you know, aren't there to just blow you up. Silas can re-engage, he can heal a lot, he can find a good engage. Yasuo can, as we know, shred tanks and re-engage and do a lot of damage and has his ways around the map. They're both off the board. We're not going to see a Fizz come out into a team comp like this. We're not going to see another Zed come out into a team comp like this, and that just shows because they've left the Zed on the table after, I believe, banning it earlier.
Yeah.
So they're not afraid of that anymore.
No, and it makes sense, right? We have no reason to ban it now that we've almost entirely countered it. Now, it does get to the stage where it's like there are other assassins out there that are really potent. They've clearly read Arrow here. They're baiting him in. They're like, go on, pick it, dude. Pick it. Pick the Z. See what happens. My curiosity is, who's doing what now for TNS? This is a really, really different look for their comp. So I'm curious to see which player on the side is actually going to pick up which champion. These guys have been playing comp together for a while. TNS have been around for ages, and while there have been variations in the roster, I'm sure that they do have all champs, so they could be going anywhere. The most likely occurrence, Draz, is that Ringreese is going to take the Kindred, being that jungle main. That would be my guess. As far as everything else, Vigi's on the volley, but there could be a whole bunch of flexing going around about who takes the Taric, who takes the Swain.
I'm going to step in there, and look, you probably have a little bit more player knowledge than I do in what they're going to pick up here, but I want to counter that and say, just based off what I've seen today, I don't think the Kindred's going to go over there. I think we're going to see the Kindred picked up by either of the two. I'm not sure on the exact names. I can see it over here. It's going to go to either of the AD carries last game, because when you think about what Kindred does, she does a similar job. If you get those stacks going, if you start to get that damage build up, you start to get the scale with the build, and then you pop your W onto a down and pop your E onto a champion, you're just going to shred them. So that Ornn is going to get depleted. He's going to disappear. And that's a similar job to what the Varus did. It's almost identical to what the Varus did.
Hey, there it is. So, sorry to cut you off, but Aero has actually taken the bait, right? He's looked at them in the eye and he said, okay, I see that you think that you've countered me, but watch this, buddy. I'm going to prove you wrong. Picks it up, and Reason takes out his signature Veigar as well. So, finds a really secured mid lane. But, no, I do like your point. Kindred, in a lot of ways, is just an AD carry for the jungle. So, I'd like to probably see it more like on Arcanic, because, yes, Varus is an AD carry, but he wasn't really playing that style, was he? He was sort of playing a very different sort of outlook, where that sort of A-click, move around was the case of the Kai'Sa last game. So maybe that's where it goes, as champions will be moving around to the players of their choice. Pretty much the only thing we can confirm is what's happening on Kelsey's team, because it's the same sort of stuff we've seen the entire night. TNS with a very interesting style. What I really am confused about, Draz, and hopefully you can provide some clarity for me on this, is the Samira. I don't know how or where she fits in anything in this game.
Yeah, I think I might have an idea. They hovered one champion before the Samira, and this was really giving me the idea of kind of what they were going for.
Yeah.
They hovered the Nyla. What does Samira and Nyla do? They engage with the rest of their team. So they can either play it where, they rely on the Taric, they rely on the Kindred, and they take fights and just go all in on the re-engage or kind of the counter-engage. Or Samira can follow up with the Taric and the Volley Bear and like the Swain going forward. So I think they're playing it less like an ADC and more like a bruiser, in a sense of they're just going to frontline it and fight. The Nyla would have done the exact same thing, would have gone in with her tanks. And so I think that's the goal here is, I'm not really looking at the Samira like an ADC, I'm looking at her more as a follow-up engage.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? That's usually how you want to do. You want to play Disruptor, you want to get in, you want to follow definitely on the back end of someone too. Like, if you're the first one engaging as a Samira, you're usually just blown up. And speaking of being blown up, there's plenty of potential for that. And so much so that they might even get it through before the Taric and the Kindred ult pops, right? One of the trickiest things about picking Kindred is that it's not enough to just pick the champ and be like, we've counted hard engage and we've counted all in and engage. You've actually got to get the ult off before someone gets one shot. And there's a whole bunch of one-shotting going on for Kelsey in the full ward. So far, at least from the games that I've been, as privileged enough to be casting, this seems like the closest blow-for-blow, tit-for-tat, tic-tac-toe sort of comps together. I feel like it's the most even, which I really, really like, because I looked at the start of it and I was like, I feel like TNS have got this in the bag. They've got their number. Even though Aerodynamics picked up the Z Draz, and we're like, oh, he's so counted, I feel like they're still looking really, really juiced at lots of different stages in this game because of how well they've seemingly been able to play as a team, bar for, the previous game where they fell.
Yeah, and everyone's playing a reasonably, I don't want to say signature, but a reasonably signature champ on the side of Kelsey and forwards. Yeah, as far as tonight goes, everyone's playing something that they're somewhat comfortable on. Maybe not their priority pick amongst all else, but a pick that they're happy to play. And
for sure,
even if it is air quotes here, countered, Aerodynamic is comfortable on that Z and he will play it into anything. So
That's it.
It's countered in terms of picks. Have you really counted him in terms of a player, though? Because he's probably played matchups like this so many times that he knows how to do it.
That's it. It's like, can you be counted? I mean, I'm not egoing here, but it's like when you blind pick something like the Ornn for myself, and then someone picks Fiora, and they imagine you to be sweating. I'm kind of just laughing. I'm like, bro, O's Fiora, you don't know what's about to happen to you. Like, you get used to the really, really bad matchups, and you actually learn how to win them. So I feel like this absolutely, it's a really good point, right? It definitely can be the case for Aero here, knows what he needs to do, and really, Zed can still do the things that he wants to do, Draz. He hasn't really been playing a classical Zed in these ARAMs. He's kind of been playing almost a poke Zed with these wild snowball combos. So, now, I have belief in my boy. I couldn't predict either way. Like I said, these comps seem like they're so blow for blow, but it's going to be a ripper game 2. We'll see if we end up getting that game 3 as well, or do TNS take it all away with a 2-0 victory for the grand final, Draz? It's too early to tell now, but not too early very soon.
Yeah, well, we're going to jump into an intermission because we rambled on for a little bit there, and we're about to jump into the loading screen now. So we'll be back with you guys actually very shortly this time around, but we'll see you guys in game soon.
See you.
Here we are, game 2 of the finals. Are they having an issue with the gate here? Because I mean,
so.
they got a huge disadvantage now because everyone's in the bush ready to go, and never mind, Samira's just giving that away.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was a real, like, maybe it's a secret strat. I'm not too sure. I don't really play ARM strat, so I'm not going to be so cocky as to go one way or another. But now we actually have that confirmation about who's doing what on TNS. So let's digest it, right? First thing that I probably find the most interesting, yeah, we talked about where Kindred's going, but Rock Dogs actually whips out the Swain, which I think is really interesting. He was our little Varus expert in the previous game, and Ring Reese actually goes for the Tarek. So probably the two most interesting parts of that, given that Arcanic is, yeah, still on an ADC, an ADC that wants to play like an Ornn, but regardless, still an ADC. But now we know, and, you know, I rate where they've sort of taken these champions. Ring Reese does a decent job of just checking that push to try and get control. And again, we'll just see the
the engage coming out. Kelsey knocks up 3. That's a lot of damage coming out of the Rock Dogs. Kelsey's going to fall low, though. Has to flash away, but doesn't fall. Stuns coming out from Tarek there. Ring Reese on a different champion, but he still looks comfortable running forward. Arrow getting really a lot of that damage down. Arrow's going to look for the kill. Can't get
does
it.
But again, doesn't he, with that weird W combo? Like, you can counter him, you can pick these things, but it's so obnoxious. Like, I don't think it has a counter. It's ridiculous. It's just silly. And it's going to work really, really well here, because if you manage to find these short trades and don't get as punished as you punish them, that much harder then to make sure you're holding those key abilities for TNS. And that's what they are, key abilities. This Tarek ult, the Swain ult, the Kindred especially. You blow one just that little bit too early, and the next fight is just impossible to pull off.
Yeah, that's pretty true. We've noticed in just about every game, it's literally hit level 6 and pull the trigger. So it's gonna have to go, you know, really well for, I guess, either team here. Whoever really, no, you know what? Correction. It's gonna have to go really well for Kelsey and 4 wards because they have kind of
flash one.
Ooh. Oh, the re-engage comes up from Kelsey.
I applaud you because they're going in now. So Tarek first off finds a decent engage. Kelsey managed to re-engage. Akane good fall. Good cleanse. Cleanses the exhaust, but Aero may try and look for that extra poke. Does blind it, but nah, just not enough at this stage in the game. Man, I haven't seen Tezza not hit a soul in the first like 3 minutes of this game. Is Senna just that like stupid broken in Aram? There's his souls popping around all over the place. Every 2 seconds, here's another one.
Literally
like,
everywhere.
What is she at? She at like 50 already? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, that's a good
crazy.
Question. That's
like,
insane.
16. Oh my god, at 3 minutes. That's wild. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. I don't know. I got really abused by Senna in the game that we lost in losers bracket. So I feel like I have this slight bias to like thinking it's extra bullshit, even if it's not, just because I'm salty that I lost to it. Anyway, there's me being vulnerable with you in chat. But we continue on.
Yeah, quickly back to that point. Sorry, just to cut you off there. But before they do hit level 6, Kelsey and forwards have the go button on their ults, and we've got TNS kind of with the no button on their ults. So it's going to be an interesting level 6 this time around compared to everywhere else, as we do near that with everyone at level 5 at the moment. Kelsey, double knock up again. Arcanic falling really low in the back line. Oh, and Aerodynamic goes for it. He is going to fall in return, though, and never mind.
Oh, the volley ult.
The turn of events made it so that TNS picked up their ults first, and they were the ones that actually kind of committed with it.
Yeah, so really interesting. I feel like Kelsey almost kind of, Kelsey and his team kind of baited out by the fact that Aero finds the kill. They go, oh, bloody awesome. Great job, Zed. And then forget that they still need to hit their ults as well. Like, they have a play to make too. And so TNS capitalize on kind of sleeping at the wheel a little bit and then find that trade kill. And I mean, in particular, what it was Vigi being able to hit that volley bear ultimate onto all 3. Like, in that perfect center too, where you get that max amount of damage. Like, oh, beautiful. Chef's kiss. Really, really nice. And even though, yes, some ults burned here and there, for the most part, they've got what they need for that no button like you mentioned, right? Tarek ults up and Kindred's ults up. That's pretty much all you need to deny so much of what Kelsey's team wants to do. I guess my question is, can they be CC'd through it or not? As Swain pops his ult, looks to go in. Ghost isn't popped just yet because he doesn't have it. The Big Boo does take him away. Reasons falls in Kelsey. Yeah, he just gets out of there. Swain ult will fall, but they do get what they want. They get the cheeky kill, and they can look for a little bit of damage onto this turret before backing out once again.
I'm not sure if you caught that, and I really wasn't aware of that happening, and I probably should as a caster, but I'm going to stop there because the fight's breaking out under the tower. We do have the invulnerability ultis coming through on top of disabling the tower. It's just so much going on. Never mind, there wasn't a disable on the tower. They just couldn't die, but it still goes for the way of Kelsey and the 4 wards.
Yeah, they find it. Aerodynamic in the backline again. Reasons with the triple kill, but Godraz, while I think there may be a bit of a break, what did you spot?
I don't know. I've never spotted this in my life. The Ornn ult cancelled by the Samira.
Yeah. Oh, with the Samira W, yeah?
Yeah, on the way back. So it got sent out and it just never came through.
It never arrived. How sad for Ord. Poor Ord, still waiting there for his ult. He'll be waiting there next year, hoping one day he'll ring the horn.
Oh, but wow. The fight really just re-engaging. The Samira ult does come down, and this is what I was talking about with following up that re-engage, but Aerodynamic says, no, thank you. I'll take your shutdown gold. And Rock Dog's also getting targeted by the tower. Didn't go the way that TNS wanted it to, but could be worse.
That's not the end of the world. Aerodynamic fancy footwork does mean he secures the kill onto Vigi. Falls himself though, but through all of the stun, and yes, there it is. There's my reasoning that, like, yeah, these picks can do that sort of stuff, but if you're CC'd, you don't get to press your ult, Draz. And I think that's my worry here, is if there's reasons can be as clinical as he's clearly showing to be so far in this game with the Veigar cage, it's going to be really, really difficult to find what they actually want to do. As again, Samira locked up and then just blown up.
But there's going to be a return fight here. You've got 2 big behemoths with their ults both popped at the moment. They're looking for blood, and they have found it. A re-engage comes out there from Aerodynamic, top falling low, and that will be a kill over Aero, but there's still members of TNS here to clean up. Kindred picks up another kill, and she's sitting at 5 and 2. Make that 6 and 2. She is going to be scary.
Yeah, that was really just Rock Dog's playing it beautifully, I think. There are multiple different, kudos to give as far as what happens to that engages. This is just hilarious, by the way. Tarek doing Tarek things to knock down this tier 1. But maybe they overstay a little bit as, yeah, the turret will fall, but what do they lose for it? Just 1? Okay, I think that's a pretty healthy trade as far as things go. But yeah, Rock Dogs manages to flash to bring back that claw with the Swain, securing that first kill, getting that reset passive onto the Ghost, means he has the move speed to keep his ultimate running, which denies Aerodynamic the ability to kill him. And when you can't kill the Swain, usually means just that you lose the fight. As Senna has more souls to pick up, but is she going to live long enough to pick him up? No, she will not. No. As Kelsey, his next target is Vigi, also falls. That's 2 down for TNS, and only 1 Boy falling down for Kelsey's team. Yeah, blow for blow thus far in this game. Gold lead will reflect slightly in favour of TNS, but so far both comps doing exactly what they want to do. And Aerodynamic Z, not as shut down as maybe we thought it might have been in the pre-game.
Yeah, he's sitting at 5 and 3, 8 minutes in. It's not doing as well as it has been in the other games where he's just been a complete menace, but he's still not afraid to walk forward, and he is still doing the job that he needs to do. If you put anybody else on Zed in this game, 0 and 6.
Yeah, that's it. Oh no, you've got absolutely no chance, but let's talk about what someone's doing that's mid. Let's talk about what someone's doing that's great. And it has to be the big noob right on this Kindred thus far, as Kelsey may not give us much time to talk as he finds the engage and ring race. Yeah, cops a whole bunch of damage, but this Tarek kind of doesn't really care. Tier fully stacked, so I don't want to know what happens when he completes that Fimble Mint, or maybe he even goes for the Manamune. I think there's that Tarek main guy, he plays jungle, he builds Manamune on Tarek sometimes. I don't know, Tarek main's a super weird
Goes on hit with the passive, right? Like, gets the double smackdown, does a lot of damage, and just walks away. I mean, look, I don't know how it works on an Aram, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Let's try it. We see a lot of champs that build tier do that sort of stuff anyway, just because you proc it so early, right? 9 minutes, you've got it fully sacked. So it's like, well, I might as well. Speaking of that sort of might as well mentality, yeah, you mentioned Aerodynamic's not doing as amazingly this game as maybe we might have seen him in previous ones if certain champions aren't picked. But he's not really showing it in terms of how he wants to play, right? He's still up in their face, he's still utilizing that snowball to making sure that he's safe while trading damage. I guess my issue with that sort of Z combo is the sustain that TNS has.
He's going for it.
Hold on.
Oh, a lot of damage comes down, but it's not enough to kill Big Noob there in the back line. That means that there's going to be a re-engage coming out now from Rock Dogs. They're going to have to fight it on the tower. Volley Bear ult is available. They can disable the tower, and they do it, but everyone's fallen low already. There's a kill coming down. Samira's looking to pop off, and pop off she does. Actually, pop off she doesn't. The kills are going over to Kelsey in the 4 woods. They're going to get an ace.
Yeah, so TNS, I think, got a little bit too excited when they decided to dive the Nexus turrets before getting the second turret, before getting the inhibitor, and before getting any of the Nexus turrets. They decided to go for that play. So a few steps that kind of needed to happen before we jumped into their entire base. Regardless, though, we saw that how poorly, of a macro decision it is to engage in that way. How long did that fight last? With no other comp do you last that long making the choices that you did. And that's really scary for when they get a fight on their terms on the right side of the map. Can Kelsey even play? Can those guys actually even do anything at that point? Because Zed just had no reason to live as long as he did.
Rock Dogs, though.
I know, that's plenty of damage, and not what Swain wants, right? He doesn't want to be poked down, he wants to be all in, but Kelsey in the 4 wards finds some really decent chunk. It's actually going to affect the fight in quite a big way as well, because you're lacking one key frontline member.
Arrow just got destroyed. They expected it, they knew it was coming. They planned for it and they executed it, and now it's a 5v4. Members looking low for TNS, but Ringery's going to fall low as well. Manages to get out. That Tarek is just so tanky.
He's so tanky, and he's also regenning everyone at the same time. But yeah, you called it. They just predicted exactly what Aero wanted to do. And unfortunately for him, once you use that ultimate, you're only entering out one way, right? It's kind of really predictable if you know where it lands, if you know the range. But TNS, while yeah, that play looked really good, they do need to be careful because health bars are low, right? And we know what Veigar likes to do with low health bars. Kelsey, beautiful
knock up on Kelsey. Every member's getting stunned, and that's a triple kill going down On to aerodynamic.
Wow. Okay, and that's just the ace as well. Unfortunate so early in the game that happens because their timers are relatively short. We'll definitely be looking at a tier 1 turret to fall. The minions a little bit far away, so maybe the fact that this turret will have extra resistances because of the lack of minions may mean they won't get as much damage onto the tier 2, but they needed to get that turret down at some point to actually stay into this game, as it is 13 minutes in. But here TNS jumping in. They'll need to be careful about where they come out just because of that baby cage, but Kindred finds the first kill. Arcanic with the reset surely means that they get all 3. Yes, they do. Can they look for more? Maybe not. Well-placed cage by Reasons. Aerodynamic trades a huge chunk onto Kindred. Has the snowball if he chooses to take it.
Oh, he has no choice but to ult there to try and get away safely. Doesn't lose any. Oh my god, the damage that comes down.
Yeah, and ult for Peel and Reasons definitely helping out with that chunk as well. Forced to get some of the regen back.
Oh,
Reasons! Not going to be safe enough. Oh!
But the invulnerability is going to come through here. Double invulnerability even. There's nothing that they can really... Oh, I don't know. The aerodynamic is full
but
health.
My worry now is look at aerodynamic.
I'm looking at him and he's dead.
Got no ult.
It's still gonna go. It's still gonna go in the favor of Kelsey here, and triple kill. It goes out onto Kelsey. I don't know if that's the best place to put it, but they want another fight, and I'm sure they'll take it.
It's pretty good. I mean, I'm slightly biased, right, as an Ornn lover myself, and Tez is still happy. Even the fact that he's got 1,000,000 souls again to proc off too, so it's not like he even needs the kills.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Arrow has a fair amount of kills, Reasons has a fair amount of kills, and Darkness sure doesn't need them, so I could have gone in worse places, but this is starting to look really scary for TNS. Gold still almost pretty even, there's only about 1,000 difference there, but they've lost the last few fights in a row, and this aerodynamic, which they basically picked to counter, is just demolishing them in the backline.
Yeah, my worry is their lack of damage now for TNS, honestly. It's weird, right, saying that with the Samira and the Kindred in the game, but I really, really am, because there is so much more burst potential coming out from Kelsey in the 4 wards, and right now, the fact that these fights are being played in such a way that burst really is the name of the game in terms of securing priority in these team fights before they even happen. Looking at these massive chunks that Reason and Aerodynamic in particular are able to do while staying relatively out of range of the CC from TNS makes it hard. So how do TNS want to counter that? Well, they want to sit out of vision. They want to try and get a pick instead. Maybe that's the only way they can. 5v5.
Ooh.
Here's maybe one start. Ooh.
Almost.
Just gets out of it there, but yeah, they are just looking for that pick, right? That's the only way they can do it. They've found out that the classical 5v5 doesn't work, and they're not too far behind in the game as well, you know? I've got to manage the way I talk about it. The goal is pretty much exact even, or very close to it anyway. So much regen as well coming out from this Sona too. So Sona Tarek basically doing the same but different sort of things for both sides. It's just about whose carry gets picked off first. So less about the engage and the correct play, more about who's going to make that eventual misplay.
Yeah, and look, I know we touched on this briefly, I think a little bit earlier in the day, and I want to touch on it again here. Maybe I won't touch on it while Aram almost gets caught out, but he doesn't quite. We talked about how scaling isn't what you think about when you think about Aram. What do both these teams have? Scaling, and both these teams are looking very impressive at this point in the game.
Yeah, exactly right. And they can sort of sit back and just trade waves as well as much as they want. I mean, again, I feel like slightly as they're able to find some sort of semi-something, as Tarek is going to take a whole bunch of damage. Maybe Baden's uses his ult, he doesn't, so Gidget will go first. Holy Bear into the front lane. Arrow unable to get onto the back line for this fight. Maybe that changes things. Maybe it means it's different. But beautiful use of the Lamb's Respite actually keeps everyone alive, including the Baker ultimate. Can Kelsey do enough? Okay, can't find the reset. He does get at least one kill, but can't keep going. So Aerodynamic now, there's no Kindred ult, there's no Tarek ult. What can he find? Maybe Kelsey will do his job for him. Finds one. Will he fall to Vigi though? Can Volibear sustain enough? He finds one W2. Can't get enough, and Arrow uses the flash to secure it. It is the ace over to Kelsey in the forwards.
Wow, okay, look, let's just theorize here. This game keeps going this way, right? You've got Kelsey in forwards winning the game, and we go into the third game of the best of 3. You've drafted to shut down this Aerodynamic, and it didn't work. Do you just ban the Zed again?
Well, I think you have to at this point, right? If this comp doesn't shut down his head, then nothing does. He's going to choose to fall, which is fine. Clearly had a whole whole bunch of gold from that final fight to take it away. Shut down onto the Ornn, onto the Samira. Doesn't sit too badly. What they do need to be careful for at this stage in the game, though, Draz, is, yeah, you can die to go get gold, but what are you giving up? Because the timers are decently long. You know, Kelsey's not up for 20 seconds now. Arrow's not up for 15. You'd hope that Tezzaboy, Reasons, and Darkness can play safe enough, but there's a lot of dive potential out of TNS. Maybe they can capitalize before those two very hungry, very fed members are back out onto the map.
Yeah, look, the credit I'll give them is that if they timed it with ults and they were kind of paying attention, is that they don't have the Bolivia ult, they don't have Lance Spy or the Tarek ult coming through. So there's really not a lot of ways to save themselves. And look, Ringreese is really seeing that now as Arrows gets there and picks up the kill. Goes in for another one. Iconic falling extremely low. 3-man stun coming through. Call of the Forge Good comes down as well, and everyone is low. The heal's going to come through from Lance Spy. That's not going to be enough. As we see Aerodynamic again picking up another kill there and just showing why he loves this Zed so much.
Yeah, the prowess on the champion, if anything, it's just the ability to play so obnoxiously and to get in and to get out. Like, that's the difference, right, between someone who knows the champ and someone who doesn't, is the ability to deal so much damage while mitigating the amount of punishment you take in return. And he's done that to a T. Like, it's just, you can repeat yourself over and over talking about it. Reasons actually, what he wants to execute in get as much sort of like stacks as he can on the Veigar. Just a question of who he gives it to. Unfortunately, it's Samira. You know, as kind of one of the main damage dealers for TNS, maybe makes things hard. And despite such a crazy Zed performance once again in this game, the gold is still sitting even. This is not a snowballing factor by any means. And my worry now is if this Zed does fall, do TNS just run over them?
I don't think so. I think if the Zed falls right here, right now, yes, but I think in 10 seconds you've got Reasons back up who can really create a lot of distance between, you know, both of the teams and can do a lot of damage as well. So they've still got to be careful, especially having a Samira, having, of course, that Kindred who can just get blown up if it's played wrong. I think Kelsey and forwards are pretty fine, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they're okay. They're sitting pretty well. I mean, this Ornn 9-5-19, like, he is so tanky. And I mentioned the fact that TNS do lack a little bit of damage. Not the case that you exactly want when you're facing an Ornn on the enemy team. May even look for the knock-up. Now, it does look for it, but again, we've just got that Samira W. We can't be looking for the Ornn Horn when that is the case. But here comes the Swain. Actually finds a kill right onto the backline. He's in a really decent spot. The Zhonya's will heal him up a decent amount, but there's too many shenanigans going on into the backline, particularly Aerodynamic in this Lance Rest. But can the CC keep him alive? He can, as he ducks, dives, dodges, and gets out of dodge. Ringreese is the last of fall. The A secured for Kelsey in the 4 wards. We may be looking at a game 3 here, bar the reset timers. The first one back onto the map is Iconic, but this Samira's got a whole bunch to face when she comes out of that base.
Yeah, you've said it a few times now, and I really want to acknowledge the lack of damage that is coming out from TNS over here. You've drafted a comp that in theory works so well, especially up against what you're expecting to play against. But the reality of it is, 20 minutes in, players are halved, close to full build, and the damage is just too much for them to handle. It's going to close it out and move it to a game 3.
There it is, game 3. Well played to Kelsey in the 4 wards as we jump straight back into, well, now it's a banger series, right? You got to call it. We've got the game 3, Draz. This is it. It's a banger time. Both teams blow for blow. This is where draft and things like that gets really, really interesting. But look, honestly, before we jump straight back in, let's give ourselves a break, right? We're going to make game 3 a good one. So we're going to do what we need to do, right? Give the teams time to go. I'm sure they're going to be super ready as well. And when we get back, you called it, man. Exciting times. The winner will be revealed after this next game. TNS, or is it going to be Kelsey and his boys?
Well, we'll be back very shortly for that one. Like Casual said there, we are going to take a bit of a break, and probably he's got a drink there. I just seen. I'm going to grab myself one because my throat is dry. But I'm excited. I'm excited. We'll be back very shortly.
for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. Oh, darling, if I had bought you flowers, would you still be here by my side? Yeah, I thought this moment could be ours. While I'm walking on you through the night, you can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Darling, if I had bought you flowers, what if you stayed at home the night? Yeah, I've been lonely counting hours while I'm getting blinded by the light. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
Okay, we're back. It looks like they're going to switch sides. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a switch in sides there?
It looks like it.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. Kelsey and the forwards back onto Team 2, so first pick will be going over to TNS for the final game of the series. Oh my god, mystery skins to X amount of players on either side, Draz, and then the mystery of who is going to take home this we were just saying in backstage, 5.5 hour tournament. The mystery will be solved after just one more game, just one more, Draz, and it's starting as we jump straight into draft.
Yeah, and I want to ask, what do you expect to see here? We've had one game go either way now. We've seen a couple of different comps come through. We've seen TNS try something completely different and fail at it. What do they do this time?
Well, you get rid of Zed. Sorry to be boring, but you just ban Zed. Like, you clearly can't pick for it. You clearly can't play against it. You just ban it. Like, please. Like, you don't really have a choice. What I actually think is happening and why they're holding on to it is not a debate about... Okay, no, it actually is a debate about whether they ban it or not. I was thinking they were just going to ban it on third, knowing that there's no chance that Kelsey and the forwards actually take it away, so they were trying to figure out, well, what's our non-Zed ban? And sometimes you do enter draft with that sort of mindset where it's like, well, we really know what we're doing in this way. Fuck, we've still got one extra ban. Like, what do we do there? As you know, from a player's perspective, that can happen a lot. You can get tunneled in on like one big thing that you recognize, but it's not all on aerodynamic. Like, the multiple parts and facets of this team are working really, really well. Boy in particular is the one that pops to mind, is doing a fantastic job in the back line, and then secondary to that is Kelsey in the front line. Especially last game, I think I noticed his Ornn probably more than any other tank he's picked. Some of those engages were insane and actually made those montage plays of aero actually possible. So credit to the tank top laner making his carries look good. That's pretty much his entire job. Did a fantastic job of that. And TNS actually respected enough to take it away. So Zed and Ornn gone, arguably the two biggest factors for why they won the previous game. So TNS reading the play pretty well so far, I'd say, in the draft.
Yeah, strongly agree. Definitely two of the bigger factors. I don't want to discredit reasons on that Veigar, though. The amount of picks he caught, the cage placements. The A-Soul comes through as well. Did they forget about that? Were they too worried about the prio picks and the threats that have already taken them out to get rid of the A-Soul?
That's it. Maybe they were waiting. Like, Aurelion Sol's, it's such like a final game of the BO3 grand final pick, isn't it? Like, it's the balls to the wall, like, get in there. Annie's even open. No, we're not even going to take it. We're going to go for Wukong instead. I like it because Ringreese, I hope it's going over to Ringreese because he had a fantastic game on the Wukong. I thought, personally, really, really good disruptor, which is, you know, the name of the game for that sort of play style when you do pick up the old Wooey boy. And interestingly as well, TNS don't allow Kelsey and the forwards to take away the center. So they take it for themselves too. And again, as you mentioned in the previous draft, which AD carry player it goes to, whether it's Iconic or Rock Dogs, we're not sure yet. And so far, same sort of story for Kelsey and the forwards. Ezreal is going to be their AD carry of choice. Darkness is the same shit that he's done for 5.5 hours. I don't know how you play 30 minutes of Sona or Lulu. He's managed to do 5+ hours of picking those champions. That's wild. Like, I don't even know what to think of that. So I'm not even going to address it. What I am going to talk about is Kelsey getting one of his most favourite frontline champs in the Sion. So, if not Ornn, we go Sion. I think just as good, if not better. I think Sion on this patch is particularly strong. And being so beefy with an Ezreal behind you, it can spell a disaster for champs like Wukong who want to engage before they get down to 1 HP, just purely through poke.
Yeah, it's really true. Sion's been, I guess, one of the star picks of this whole tournament. We've seen it picked up from multiple teams. So it's not like, you know, it's not like Aerodynamic Zed where, you know, if you're playing against Aerodynamic, oh, it's a threat. It's just a threat of a champion. He is scary.
In general.
And as is, you know, the Senna and the Aurelion Solar champs that we've seen prior bans or prior picks on coming out. So we're seeing more of what we're used to, pretty much repeating itself again. But this is the game where it all comes down to nerves. It's the final game. You haven't made it this far. You haven't played, like you said, 5.5 hours of games just to kind of crumble at the end. You've got to put everything in here. You can't let your nerves get to you, and they're going with what they know. Can they survive this final game?
Yeah, and you've got to survive it because there is no second place prize. There's no third place either, right? Outside of bragging rights, this is all that you've got. And Reasons actually takes the Annie. So Isn't it just poetic, Draz, that in our final game of this long tournament, we have Aurelion Sol and Annie in this game. Both of them are in this game, ready to bock on, trade for each other. I love the fact that they're here. I love the fact that they're not banned. It's really fun. They're awesome. Annie in particular, I just love watching. I don't know why. It's just such a fun thing to watch this bear go around slapping people. I love the big ults that you can get. Like, so fun to watch in team fights. And they've got Wombo already with Sion and Sona as well. And Darkness clearly capable in landing those ults. I was making fun of him earlier, but credit where credit's due, which has been our catchphrase for a little bit now. He's been managed to layer that first bit of CC really easy when you can follow up with things like an Ezreal and Annie. So Kelsey in the forwards draft looking really decent. Renekton and then Azir, if locked in, is super curious. So Renekton will be going over to Vigi. Doesn't go for something like the Jax, which I understand. I don't think it's very good this game in particular. Pretty much no auto attack champs. And then Azir for who is the question? Maybe Arcanic? I'm not too sure.
All I'm saying is this Poppy
like
is pretty big brain.
Pretty big in a big way. Who's it going to? Because what's Aero playing if this Poppy is locked in?
So Aero's playing Annie. Is my bet.
I like it.
Because we're going to get reasons on the Karthus. We've seen it. We've seen it time and time again. There we go. Reasons on the Karthus. Kelsey on the Sion. We knew that was coming. I think it's no surprise to anybody that Darkness has picked up this Sona. So it really only leaves a couple of places for the others to go. And aerodynamic on the Annie it was. So
no.
A very different playstyle to what he's been playing this whole tournament, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how he sort of rotates it around. And Annie, with a few different changes, actually makes her weirdly more of a frontline champion. You've look at this like natural bramble vest that she sort of has inserted into her E, able to defend herself and allies from incoming damage as she looks to charge up those stacks. What I really like in particular about Annie, especially in Aram, is how easily now you can stack off abilities. Being able to start the game with something like the Lost Chapter, even the tier as well. Like Annie's one main issue in Aram is you can't as easily get the refund of mana when you're using your Q-Draz because everyone's trying to CS, right? But the fact that you get to start with such a high amount or a high base of mana means that you can stack it up, which means more engages, which means more fighting. So you're going to lack that sort of in and out style that Aero had, being able to dip, duck and dodge and trade damage. What you are able to do, however, is find really big engages. And if Aero can pull something like Zed off so consistently, then I really believe in him on a pick like Annie, which is mechanically less intensive, but absolutely more important in terms of the macro decisions that Kelsey and the forwards need to make to pull off the team fights that they want to pull off against TNS in this final game.
Yeah, I think you've summarized it just about perfectly. We've seen him do so well on the Zed that it would almost be disrespectful to discredit him on a champion like Annie. If he can pull off the Zed, he can pull off the Annie, and Annie's in some ways, and especially in the meta, much more of a threat than the Zed ever was. So if that can be played well, really scary. I want to move over to the other team because we've spoken a lot about Kelsey and his four wards over there, but talking about TNS, the Renekton and the Azir, I wanted to get your thoughts on it. The Renekton and the Azir are two strange picks to me that just don't really seem to match up with anything they've played or anyone's played thus far.
Yeah, so Renekton for me will be really curious purely just off build path. Because if you go for the full assassin, the Prowler's Claw, the Bork, then you're risking just getting instantly one-shot at the start of every fight with no way to recover. And you're also lacking the ability to get onto anyone and to survive the poke out of Ezreal too. You go the opposite build and then you're outscaled at 5 minutes. So I worry in particular for Vidzi. The Azir I can see. The Azir I was worried for, Draz, when Poppy was the hover. Now that Poppy's not taken, Azir doesn't really have any issue getting onto the backline and scooping them in. Yep. And what I really like about that is that you're basically able to shuffle everyone into the AoE of Wukong and Aurelion. And in the meanwhile, Arcanic's just going to sit back on the center and be popping people. The only issue I see for TNS is their lack of a frontline into things like an Ezreal. I think that is probably my biggest point of of concern, because you take enough hits and then it's pretty much impossible for you to find those juicy engages with the Azir shuffle into the Wukong ultimate, things like that. So the lack of a tank, but outside of that, they've drafted another high damage, high skirmish, go for it sort of comp, and that's the way you want it to be in a grand final, isn't it? So I'm not going to knock TNS too far over, and if there's any team that's going to make up for the lack of something in draft, it's them. So again, we're looking at a game, especially in this final one for the grand final, that both teams can easily take it away, and there's only one way to find out once again.
Yeah, once again, we've kind of summarized a whole lot. We've had a best of 3 series to go over, so we have had a lot to talk about, meaning we'll be back with you guys very shortly, as we're about to jump straight into game now. So we'll see you soon.
See you there.
Eyes on fish are tight for my sleepless nights. Feel it closing in. No holding back, it's time. Wrong in my right mind. Surely I'm convinced. Oh, we've been here before.
All right, we're back for the finals. This one's going to be really spicy. We'll probably see some maybe some misplays and some chokes, because it is such a crucial game. And already, Iconic gonna fall. There's no way you don't take that snowball and get the first blood.
Who
I
is
guess
it?
not.
Would be my question, because they didn't. Maybe someone too focused on dealing with the rest of the fight, as Big Noob also forced to flash as well. Arrow finds a beautiful stun. Wukong does fall, and it's just a dream start for Girls in the forwards, isn't it? Actually, bad is just to poke them again, just taking them like really just, I don't know, just by the reins really. This final game, they're not here to mess around. TNS thought that they could fight, found out that they couldn't, and they'll pick up 2 quick kills. Beautiful start for Girls in the forwards.
Yeah, it was a crazy start there, and wow. It was just to jump back to the point, it was Arrow that hit the snowball. Maybe he didn't have any abilities up and really just didn't want to risk getting stunned down.
That's it. Like, you can't. Yeah.
But the damage is just, both teams have damage, but it looks like in the early game at the very least, Kelsey just really scary.
Yeah, no, played really, really well in that final fight. Arrow potentially caught out. Snowball does land, but I think it may have been Aurelion Sol who hit it. No, it wouldn't have been. It would have been old GG's. So, but yeah, too low on that button. This is what I mean by the poke, right? Is you can get the ability to engage, but the willpower to engage is severely lacking if you have no health. You know, to put it simply. And I feel like that's going to be the case here if Tezzaboy is going to hit every Ezreal Q, which he has thus far. Going to be going for the Kraken Slayer build as well, which is basically your balls to the wall Ezreal. You know, rushing things like the what's it called? The Essence Reaver, into the Kraken, Navori, things like that. E has no cooldown, really hard to be jumped on, and at the same time you're throwing a Q every 0.1 millisecond. So really, really tricky. The TNS, I think, due to the fact that they don't have a frontline Draz, maybe need to be playing a much faster paced game than they are right now. Because if you're not finding engages, then you're just sitting there taking damage for free, and then it's like, well, for what? For what are we doing here?
Yeah, no, that's a solid point, actually. Something I hadn't even remotely considered. You don't really have... I don't know. You know, now that I'm looking at it, I agree with you. You've got to pull the trigger, right? Because you can't sit there and wait to scale up. But they have picked very scaling champions. Z doesn't pop off until 2 items. Like, two, 3 items at least. You know, you've got the Senna who's going to keep scaling in. You've got the Aurelion, which, you know, he's strong. But as we saw, he does need to scale up. Maybe they've really fumbled the bag here, because I don't see a gateway for them to get the lead here.
No, it's really tricky, and you know, again, it's another game. I feel like almost every game's been like this. It's hard in ARAM to not have it, especially if you're drafting your own champions. Level 6 is just crazy. It's going to go wild. It's a matter of who hits it first. Right now, Kelsey and the forwards doing really decently just to make sure they are pressuring as much as they can while they are in the lead. You know, everyone knows the name of the games is turrets, as they even managed to force out a slight overstep from Reasons, actually burning both of his sums. And because he burned both of his sums, we can talk about the fact that he's actually gone Ghost on Karthus. What that tells me is that we're looking at a real kamikaze sort of playstyle. He wants to Ghost flash in, happy to die, and then that passage just going to go wild here. 1,000,000 souls will pop for the center as well, so she'll be pretty happy with that. Iconic just claps his hands, goes, cheers RNG.
Yeah, I gotta take back what I said before. Yeah. She's not really a scaling champion when she gets all of her souls by 5 minutes, is she?
Yeah, no, she's scaled now, so that point's kind of moot, isn't it? That's a bit unlucky.
But, no, look, that's a solid point, and, you know, once the Karthus is in the middle, it just sets up for everyone else to just, I guess, blow up the remainder of the health bars. Aerodynamic's gonna half health somebody. Darkness alone is gonna do a fair amount of damage too. Kelsey's really the only one that I don't see. No, he'll engage when everyone's low. The team comp just works, and it's really smart to take that Ghost as well, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think synergistically they have a really similar style. They've got the front line again on Kelsey. I mean, we talk about Darkness playing Enchanters for 5 hours. I feel like playing a tank for 5 hours can be pretty detrimental to your mental health as well. So Kelsey and the forwards at least have 2 players that are sacrificing their personal well-being to cop this dub. So you'd hope that with that, you know, personal sacrifice, they manage to cop those mystery skins for the boys. But TNS slowing the game down is pretty decent. All things considered, I feel like you can't go too far on one edge, Draz, of the sword and be like, okay, we lost a couple kills, we can't do anything early now. But at the same time, we mentioned they do have that scaling in things like the Senna and the Azir. It's not the worst to play back a little bit. The only person I think is really sad about it is our old Crocodile. On Vigi, I think he's the only one who's kind of like, guys, can we go? Maybe now? What about now? Or maybe now? Like, it's a bit like we're just waiting for them. Hold on, maybe now!
Down, and they're going to pull the trigger as well, though, looking to get some kills off, but it's a little bit back and forth. I think it's going in the favor of TNS, though. Health bars are low, so any kind of turnaround could change that. Reasons has already used his ultimate, but if you had it up to now, that'd be a nice spicy ult to go through for them, but... Oh, what are you doing, Soul?
Interesting maneuver by Aurelion Sol. Now, I don't play the champ, so I'm not too sure what we'd call that combo. Regardless, he falls, so whether it's a mis-execution or just an amazing outplay from Aerodynamic, we don't know yet. Maybe we'll find out in the VOD review, but yeah, just a clean fight coming out from TNS to pick up some of the kills right up until Kelsey and the forwards. They just, again, have the sustained damage that even if they get picked out like Reasons was, one of them is always going to fall no matter what. And it's a really terrible situation to be like, well, now I feel really disheartened in terms of engaging because I'm always going to be trading. And I don't always want to trade. I just want to be able to get a clean fight. And it doesn't seem like a clean fight is necessarily on the cards for TNS. And
no, look at Arrow in this bush.
It's a scary time, right? Has that stun passive up as well. No Tibbers. Maybe he wants to wait for that. That's really where the big stun engage goes off. But we saw even in that level 3, which is, you know, kind of our level 1 in this game mode, Flash W in all 4 of them, right? So without Tibbers, he's still a threat. But at this stage, with that Leandri's completed, it really is just goes from broken to Omegalodon broken, right? When Tibbers can just proc Leandri's just by smelling an enemy champion.
Oh,
I feel
he goes
like
in.
Something's getting a bit too far.
He missed the
hold
ult.
on.
He didn't hit anybody. That's gone terrible. That's detrimental to the fight here for Kelsey. And TNS, okay, kind of whiffs an ult too. And this is just a very back and forth, but nothing gained fight.
Yeah, no necessarily outplayed.
It's Kelsey.
Plays.
Oh, you pulled Kelsey. He's going to pick up a kill now.
He can fall, but...
Oh, he won't.
Iconic actually in the front line.
Oh, it was played so well, and then it just got played poor. Iconic just... Whoa, I've watched too much League of Legends tonight, and my brain can't take this.
Yeah, no, we're melting slightly here. Ice cream in the sunshine is the situation on the caster session. That's alright. We'll survive. We'll prevail. Just like Reasons will survive as Top jumps on to him. Vigi unable to find a kill. 1, 2, and 4.
Oh,
even
Arrow.
Prox here. Oh, hold on. Actually takes a whole bunch. This is Azir pretty spicy. You said 2 items. How about 1.5? Takes down almost all of his health. Hugs the wall, so he dodges that center ult. Decently played. Actually misses the stun now. Rock Dog's jumping straight in, and there's that beautiful ult coming out of Le Dragon. Darkness sitting in his Karthus passive. He won't take damage. Everyone else will, though. Kelsey, the protein shake, is fully stacked. And this center, again, I don't know what it is. I think this center champ more pick or ban than anything else so far in this series, as Arcanic is looking really, really healthy in this game, despite not having a front line. I thought it would mean much more of a big deal.
Wow, the shields came through. That nothing of that. Kelsey falling low, and Top's looking for the fight. He does get it, but he is going to fall for it. Azir tower there, though, to help out and peel back, and
that's 4 kills. Pretty much all clean kills over to Kelsey in the 4 wards. It's not too bad. And really, you can't look at the team fight in terms of, like, how many people, you know, who's dying or where or how many of them. So much so as the turrets, right? So, like, Kelsey in the 4 wards take this first turret. Most certainly secures themselves into the lead. Rock Dog's forcing the shuffle out as he takes it just as it falls, meaning there is no safety. Retreat back towards your friends. But yeah, first turret goes off. So we can officially now say, right, that Kelsey and the 4 wards are looking the prettiest so far in this game. But here's that funny little interaction, hey, with the Azir.
I was about to ask that.
Yeah. But how about this one? I didn't actually think of that.
I was, you know what? I was going to question, how does he raise a turret that has now fallen over? But he does it anyway.
He does it. He does it.
And they've got that tower to fall back to now. It actually looks quite cool. I like the visual.
I love this Azir skin. Yeah, it looks really nice. I don't know what it is about Gravelord, but no, I'm a bit of a fan. Now, I don't know too much about Azir, but this turret is considerably squishier. I think it deals less damage as well. And that's pretty much it, and we can see it slowly ticking down. It's almost taking burn damage, so that must be some sort of Aram change, because I'm 90% sure that doesn't happen on Summoner's Rift. Maybe someone in chat can correct me. Maybe it does? I'm not too sure.
I thought it did, to be honest, but maybe not at that speed.
Same case,
maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Because it does seem really broken for it to be up for forever, right?
Yeah.
Like, because turrets are such a staple, like, main point of the game. To have a champion who just spawns one whenever... does seem pretty broken, but has really stalled out the game. Like, you'd imagine that Kelsey and the 4 wards would be right on tier 2, and that's where they'd be pressuring. But no, they're forced to sit back as if they hadn't taken anything, purely because that is their passive. Has a chunky cooldown of like 4 minutes, or maybe 3.5 minutes, not too sure what it is on Howling Abyss. But regardless, it'll be a while since they can make that sort of play. But to stall the game out is plenty good news for champions like the Senna and Azir himself. And this Aurelian found a really juicy ult, didn't he, in the previous fight? I think with items, with more damage, he's going off there. He's maybe even securing a Cadence Boba Cat-esque quadra kill. We're not sure. Plenty of team fights still to come. And just like in draft, the only thing we're seeing for TNS that isn't working so far is this Renekton. Maybe even the Wukong is just struggling to having to be the front line, right? Like, he's being forced to be poked out before he can engage, and that's a pretty tricky situation.
Yeah, you know what? I think they've almost overcompensated for what they had done last game. I think their damage dealers are so strong in the ASOL, in the center, and I guess even in the Azir, which has done a lot so far, right? That you really didn't need 2 bruisers. You could have had a tank, maybe even 2. You have way more damage on your carries this time around, and you didn't need to overcompensate for what you didn't have last game by just going with, you know, with that Renekton, with that Wukong. It could be their downfall because they seem almost useless, and they're going to continue to be useless against a team comp like this from Kelsey. And, oh, but love to see that.
Beautiful shuffle.
The shuffle straight into the ASOL. Oh my god.
Wow. I mean, there's nothing to unpack other than it's just a complete Rock Dog's gap. He's just put everyone on his lap, said, I get that it's March, but now it's Christmas. Gives them all a present, that present being a mystery gift skin, except it's for his team, not for theirs. Kelsey and the 4 wards do drop early in the game, but secures themselves just under a 2k gold lead. May even find a second turret, and Execute is just, it's just the cherry on top, isn't it? Doesn't get the souls, but they do get the tier 2. Everyone else will fall. That's plenty fine, because they've got plenty of gold to spend, right? They'll try and trade as much damage as they can, mainly onto Tezaboy, which is decent. But so far looking so good for TNS, and there's a beautiful way to start a fight, eh?
Yeah, now, you know what? Something crossed my mind a little bit earlier, and I kind of couldn't find the answer. So, although our brains are melting and we're 5 minutes out from hitting the 6-hour mark, I want to ask you, at what point in an ARAM do you consider scaling to a scale? Because in these games, it looks like it's anywhere from 9 to 12 minutes, and that's a lot earlier than you'd see on a Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it is a lot earlier. I think it's more tied to the items than maybe people would think in terms of that tier, right? Like, Senna's now got the Kraken, and she's also got the Mirror Mana as Kelsey falls on the back end of our conversation. I think he just stood a little bit too far up when there's a Senna and a Zero in the game. A lot more poke than maybe he realised. But yeah, it's when that tier and those items sort of complete, right? It's not just tier, it's items like Roa as well. Now that Roa's been introduced back onto the game, the fact that these stack up so quickly, these are the points in which when you're playing on Summoner's Rift, you go like, oh shit, like that's, now we can play the game, you know, my Inti Aurelion Soul is actually going to be useful now. Whereas the case here is that happened way earlier, like you mentioned. Here's like the 9 to 12 minute. Okay, decent engagements onto the Renekton, so not too useful in the fights. Can they keep carrying through? Boy trying to kite back as best he can. Will cop that Aurelion Soul ultimate, knocks up so many. Big Noob says, I can see what you do, Azir, but I can do it better. Finds a really decent engage, pops the barrier to try and just stay a little bit more alive than he potentially should have been. Kelsey pops his ult slightly later. Arcanic needs to try and dodge. He has the lethal tempo to kite away, and does. Kelsey is incredibly upset about that, especially after finding the knock-up. Just a matter of how much can we greed for our souls?
Yeah.
We can greed all the way. Beautiful. Let's cop 3. Pretty decent.
I don't know if you caught that, but Big Noob on the A-Soul there. You know, crazy damage coming through. Very well played. Started to throw out his Q, decided he wasn't going to move, and what was he doing? He was sitting right on top of Reasons as his passive was popped.
Place to be.
So I think that was maybe a little bit of a wasted fight for him. He even blew barrier for it, which will be back up before the next fight, I'm sure. Anyway, actually, maybe not. But yeah, interesting play there, and then there's another fight coming up.
Shuffle.
Error going to get caught, and that's not what you want to see, especially after the last fight. It's now just kind of on a roll. They reset, they come straight back in. Arcanic grabbing another kill as well. Reason's not even going to be able to pop the ulti, and yeah, really nothing to come of that. 2 members down, and TNS is just going to keep sieging here. They have really no care in the world. I think they've hit the point where they're just stronger. They just are straight up stronger.
Yeah, I think they really might be. The fact that Wukong and Renekton can pretty much just play interference and nothing else, knowing that they aren't the win con, means that they can sacrifice their lives if necessary.
Ooh, like that.
For Arcanic. I wouldn't call that more less a sacrifice more than just completely running it down. However, Boy completely popped. Aurelion Soul is a fun, fair, and balanced champion. Props the L, and he falls again. I think Aerodynamic was on screen for maybe half a second before he died once again. I mean, there's just too much damage, there's too much poke, there's too much lethality, lethal potential coming out from Ring Reese as he will heal up off his Sundra. Pretty nice to be into a tank as well to continue to be able to do so. Kelsey, though, finds a decent amount still alive until he actually forced him to pop the ult, which is just wild he has to do that. Can Ring Reese pop Reasons? He can't. Effectively killing him because he's so low, but again, it's a Karthus, right? Doesn't even really mind dying, just wants to make sure that he dies when there are other champions around him, like an Aurelion Soul that's standing still. Maybe he gets to be so lucky in the next fight. We'll have to wait and see, though. Aero struggling to impact this game, maybe less so than other opponents in this series, right? Even when it is on the Annie, which is something we mentioned is pick ban, looking slightly underwhelming, I've got to admit, in this game. Already so close to falling. This Aurelion Soul just, disgusting so far. 4 items completed. Dries at 16 minutes. Has almost got his full build.
Yeah, it's a scary champion. Look, this is why everyone's been banning it. This is why you probably don't know what it does, because you haven't had the chance to see it, because one of your solo queue allies has definitely put the ban down on that one. Keep banning it. Don't let this shit into the games. Like, just don't. I know that obviously they had prior bans in this ARAM. You know, they wanted to get rid of the Varus. They wanted to get rid of probably the Kai'Sa again, if I'm recalling, the Vlad as well. But, man, there are ways to counter a pick you can expect. There is no way to counter a broken champion.
Yeah, it's really hard because you can get sucked into what's happened at other points in the series. Just hold on. No, maybe we're okay. Ringleads just can't find the range.
Did have the snowball on him, but nothing to come of that.
Which is good, right? Because he's got his flash up. Snowball himself, maybe this is the point in which he can find the burst. But he's got to make a decision. We're either finding one pick. Oh, hold on. Darkness lagging again. Beautiful news. We have more time to breathe.
Now, you have access to the chat. Is darkness lagging? Is that what's been mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay.
They just said the darkness is lagging. I mean, I just automatically assumed that, and then I looked at the chat to confirm, and yes, that was the case. It's really hard to tell though, because it's playing Sona. It's like, well, we're not really watching Sona go crazy. It's like, oh, Sona's not diving, and destroying the backline. Maybe he's lagging. Where'd he go? Like, we haven't really noticed him at all at any point, because that's just not what the champion does. But yeah, can fully confirm. My point I was gonna say, Draz, is does Annie go for this big 5-man stun, or does she just look to pick off that one really important member, whether it be like the center or the Aurelian Soul? Because if you get one pick, then you kind of lose out on so much else.
Oh, it's an awkward time for the freeze to come through from the pause.
I wonder what will happen here. No, this is interesting.
Look, let's break this one down. It's like when they're at the, the LCO, LCS, and they've got the video on screen, they pause it, and what happens here?
Yeah. I feel like TNS might just win the game off this. I've kind of called it a bit late though, so maybe that's cheating. Kelsey, incredibly tanky though on the front line, does stall Arcanic long enough, but this Renekton coming up so huge with decent death timers. This could be it. TNS could be able to end it.
Reason's still alive.
Still Reasons. I mean, if they get baited into his passive, maybe he can still out this game long enough. He's got to make sure that he dies close enough to the minions that he can actually clear them. Might not even matter realistically, actually. There's too much of them alive. And look at Arcanic. Who's going to touch this center before this Nexus explodes? Draz, we could be looking at the end with a 5k gold lead. If TNS done it, they have mystery skins acquired. A 6-hour stream will end. TNS are our victors. GG WP.
Yeah, GG indeed. And I mean, look, it's not going to pop up on stream, but we are going to get to look at the end game stats here. And I've really... Yes. You know what I want to... I'm surprised here, actually. I want to point out the little damage in comparison to the rest of the team that ASOL did. You look at the ASOL, and he's done 19k for reference to everyone, and he looked really scary in those last couple of fights. But I guess that's it, right? It was only the last couple of fights, and he wasn't as impactful as we thought. When you've got 27k and 29k coming through for the Azir and the center, I don't know. Were we focusing too much on the ASOL? Maybe they were as well. He's sitting at 11-5, but he wasn't really the threat.
Maybe. I'm not too sure. It's really hard to tell, right? Because Senna is this really awkward AD carry that doesn't scale off kills. So the KDA might not be pretty, but the damage charts usually always are, especially in an ARAM as we've seen. I feel like maybe in this later stage of the tournament, people kind of caught onto this Senna tech, realized how actually good it was, and TNS being one of those teams. I mean, Kelsey in the forwards, they utilized it as well, just not to the extent that TNS were able to do, and they take away another victory. And hopefully, fingers crossed, the boys don't get DQ'd so they can actually keep their win this time. That would be nice, because mystery skins should be on the way. Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx anyone. But no, in all seriousness, it has been a really fun tournament. I've had both sides of the coin. You've had one very important side, which is your broadcasting, your casting side of things. As far as the stream, I think everyone in chat can agree. It was an absolutely fantastic looking situation, the entertainment value, the event and everything. So thank you for that. And as a player, it felt really well run. And yeah, my team kind of sucked and we didn't do anything, but we had a really good time. So I can only imagine what those teams who went to the later stage of this tournament felt like. I hope we do something like this again. And yeah, I think it's bedtime for quite a few of us. This has been a long journey, a long magical journey.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and close it out with just a couple of closing thoughts. What I will say, I'll let you know
MVP.
exactly.
We could do that too.
Yeah, we could do MVP. I'll tell you exactly the answer to the question you asked. What are those teams feeling? What are they thinking after 6 hours of gameplay? They're thinking, I want to hit the damn bed. I want my head on that pillow. I want to get some sleep. Really quickly, we'll go MVP and then we'll go into closing it out because we've got a couple of things to say. But
all right,
MVP. Okay, sure. MVP, I guess we're going to go for winning team. I want to go both teams because I feel like it's deserved. They played this far.
Yeah.
But look, TNS, MVP, this one's a tough one because a lot of people really pulled through. Unlike the other team where I have an MVP in mind already, I'm a little bit lost here. Let me go have a look at the charts. Honestly, I think I've got to give it to... I don't know. Everyone had a time to shine right in every game.
Yeah.
I want to give it to Rock Dogs, to be honest.
Okay.
Solid in every game. The Azir that game, very high damage. Maybe not the most fancy looking KDA. Did really well though. A lot of nice shuffles, 4-man shuffles at some point. Played really well as well earlier on the. It was him on the Varus as well, wasn't it? So very well played
it
throughout
was.
the whole series. I think credit's going to be given to him. What's your thoughts for that team?
No, I like it. I think for the winning team, for me, I think it's pretty obvious. It's got to be Arcanic, and it's really hard because the winning team usually has lots of different really good pop-off performances. Everyone does their job, but Arcanic for me was really, really clutch in multiple different factors. He was often put on the duty of having the highest DPS, and often always was in terms of the charts and the graphs. He had clean team fights in which they completely capitalized and won the game off of, particularly that Kaiser when he was left alone in the backline for so long.
Yep.
And then those final games as well on the center. He played center for the final 2 games, one that they lost, but he was probably the best looking member in that clutch comeback from Kelsey in the 4 wards. And then that final game, there was nothing they could do to address him. So Arcanic for me. Swapping over to the other team though, our second place team, Draz, who will you give it to?
Oh, it's got to be Darkness, right?
Yeah, it has to be Darkness. I thought the same. Anyway, so stream's over. So Darkness MVP. That's all we need to remember.
No,
Cool,
look,
we can go to bed.
look, aerodynamic, very well deserved. He came through with the Zed time and time again, got put in a shitty situation and managed to pull it through and get the win out of it. I wanted to give him credit for how well he's played tonight.
100% Aero for me with a special mention for Kelsey because if Kelsey wasn't doing what he was doing on these frontline champs, then Aero couldn't look as good. But it's obviously on Aero to capitalize and actually outplay and make those money moves, which he definitely did. So Aero and Kelsey, absolutely for the second place team who fought valiantly and gave us a 3-game series for the grand finals, which is great. And so overall a beautiful, wonderful, bountiful success. What are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts, definitely games were awesome, but I do want to close it out and give a shout out to a few people. First off, shout out to everyone here still in the stream, especially those who have stuck around for this long. 6 hours is not a short stream, and if you're still here from the beginning, credit to you. Thanks for coming, because you guys are the ones that make these nights. We wouldn't be doing it if you weren't here to watch it. So huge thank you to you. I'm going to give a shout out to White Nico for providing the prize pool, as well as I believe bringing forth the idea. So thank you for the idea of the tournament. Thank you for the prize, and I'm sure the teams will appreciate that, making it a little bit more competitive. And then it's got to go out to, of course, casters, admins, and I'll take a little bit of credit myself too. But thank you for joining me, Casual. It's been awesome. I want to give a massive shout out to 6KJ, and that's at 6KJ Casts on Twitter if you want to give him a follow, or maybe reach out to him for some more work. I'm sure he'd love to do something for you guys. TS Qwerty as well. He was on here on Twitter. That's TS_Qwerty. You've got Casual here at Casual Casts OCE, and then myself at VSP Drazzy. I almost forgot my own Twitter tag there.
I don't even use Twitter, so it's like whatever. But no, huge credit to you. You did an amazing job. And as 6K pointed out in the chat, man, you were working all 6 hours. That's wild. So kudos to you and kudos to everyone behind the scenes as well.
100%. And then lastly, of course, thank you to Razy for putting this all together, get everyone here and getting everything sorted. So huge effort from everyone tonight, as well as the admins. There's a few notable ones. Sorry, I don't want to go on without mentioning a few people, but Blazem as well, or Blazem, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong there, man. But look, regardless, you set up every lobby, you made sure things were going smoothly, you communicate everything. So huge shout out to everyone. It was a great night, and I'm glad to be joined by everyone tonight. But with that, we're going to say goodnight. It's hit 12 o'clock here in New South Wales. And I'm sure everyone's tired. I'm sure everyone's tired. From Saturday to Sunday, we'll call it there. We're out for tonight, but everyone have a great night.
All right, beautiful. See you guys.
I know that you're afraid. It feels like every day things are slipping away. You're slipping away, and you think back to a time that you were lost.